Finger. He has changed the narrative. Nowadays, we have seen him talking on how he will empower young people with 6,000 each, those who come from needy families. So it is good we discuss and see if this thing will sail, or if it will add some water, as opposed to what the deputy president has been talking about promoting youth through employment. So I think it is a high time we discuss and see whether maybe what all this statement is about is making sense. Welcome our viewers. Today's discussion is on handouts or bottom-up economic model. So today Ruto was in Coast, as well Raila was in Turkana. So it is good to really cross-examine what these guys are sharing with us, what they are talking to us, so that we enlighten our people and we see exactly where Kenya is heading. Because we have seen previous regimes using various models to clinch into power. Yes, welcome Arome. Arome.
Yes.
How are you?
Fine.
Welcome.
Nimekaribia ndetu.
Wow. So I think you have seen today's topic.
Sorry, I was busy somewhere, so I've just joined. Maybe you enlighten me.
Okay. You are not late. We have just started. And today's topic is handouts or bottom-up economic model. Because previously we have seen Baba has finally he has come up with some manifestos. And we have seen what he is promising those who support him strongly, that every family which is needy, it will receive 6,000 Kenya shillings when Baba becomes the president every month. Do not forget. So that is what we want to really cross-examine. Also, DP Ruto is saying that Baba, in a way, the Baba's camp, in a way, they are trying to twist the bottom-up economic model. They are borrowing some ideas from his model and maximizing it in their manifestos. Karibu Kwamboi. How are you, Kwamboi? Kwamboi, unmute.
I'm fine.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Yes. So I know today we hope to discuss. Have you seen the topic?
Yeah, I've seen.
Wow. So let us prepare ourselves on today's topic. As well, those who are online, we are really happy. So keep asking your questions. Let us see what you also think about this topic, so that at the end we will inform our citizen. Karibu sana This is Pius Mwenda. How are you? Pius Mwenda. Pius, unmute, unmute. Yes, welcome, welcome. So I think without further ado, we shall just start because I can see we have a number of us. So let us start with introducing ourselves. Then from there we get direct to the topic of today. Let us start with Kwamboi. Unmute Kwamboi.
Yes.
Yes, welcome. Introduce yourself to our viewers, then we move on.
I'm Kwambai, and I can talk about today's
Yes, move on, Kwamboi. Pius, seems there are some technical hitches with Kwamboi. Pius, kindly introduce yourself and come up. Yes, thank you, our viewers. I think there are some technical hitches with the panelists. So I know in shortly we shall have them in. Muremi, how are you?
I'm fine.
Welcome.
Yes.
Yes. Today's topic we are talking about is it handouts or is it bottom-up economic model? Because
I am
we have
back.
seen yes, Pius. I think you can move on. Then Muremi will come after you.
Oh, I am Pius Mwenda. You hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Oh, okay. What anything else I can say?
Yeah, you can
Just today,
tell us, talk about today's topic as we move on.
I think this is the campaign of handouts, because I am not seeing the DP empowering the real youth. I think that is a kind of PR, according to my opinion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, handout is Baba's narrative. Of late he has been telling Kenyans, welcome Sam. Of late, Baba has been telling Kenyans that when he gets to presidency, he shall empower every needy family. I think 12 million of them with 6,000. Well, DP is talking about economic model that will create jobs among young people. So I would like the handout is for Baba. Then the model is for Ruto. So I think to those who are following, that is how the topic of today is set. So I would like to hear from you, Pius.
I think according to me, yenye mi naona to myself, DP si eti wanga na empower, ile inakuanga ni kind of PR, juu kama sometimes utaona kama zile vitu anaenda nazo like Taita Taveta zilikuwa ni pesa zimetoka kwa serikali kwa women rep office juu niliona hiyo label. So ile ni PR tu, anapanga watu ili apige nao picha na ajitengenezee jina, but kusema kuempower si think kama akona hiyo nia, ni ile tu kufanya ile PR yake tu ile tumesoea ya kudanganya watu na hao youth. Tu baba vyenye kama mwenye amekuwa keen vyenye aliexplain, alisema ile 6000 si eti atakuwa anapea wenye watakuwa wanapewa, si eti ni kila time, ni ile tu ni kitu ya kujisustain juu hiyo time economy itakuwa ina grow na tutakuwa na industries mingi, then youth watakuwa wanapata job. So ile ni ya kukusustain, usikuwa unalala njaa ukingoja upate kazi. So ukipata kazi unatolewa kwa ile program. I think hiyo yake ndio ya kuempower youth. Hiyo atakuwa na empower ndio ata create jobs wale youth wapate. But wewe ukipewa wheelbarrow ukasukume na wewe si contractor, utapeleka wapi sasa? Hiyo ya DP.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you are in opinion that we should go for handouts. The handout
Not
model
handout.
than
No, baba ni maybe ni wao understand vyenye alisema sieti ni handout atakuwa anapeana. Unaona juu wao wakiingia vyenye baba anapanga kuempower youth, atakuja wa create industries, sile industries si employ youth. So ile tu ni kuangalia tuseme like for example uko Turkana, uko watu wasikuwa wanakufa na njaa, ile ni ya kuwashikilia tu for the time being.
Okay.
Yeah.
And where do you think? Okay, let me ask you a question. Where do you think this money will come from? Because I think every month 6,000 for 12 million households is quite a big amount of money.
It is not 12 household. I think it's 2 million, not 12 million. It's 2 million, not 12.
I had 12.
2. Just
It is 2.
Jaribu kuangalia tena utaona is 2 million household. I think
but basing on KNBS statistics, those who are critically in need in Kenya are 15 million. That is why 12 million is
15
relative.
million people or 15 million household. Unajua
households, not people. No, it is people. It is people, not households.
So hiyo ukicalculate tukisema 15, maybe nyumba moja iko na watu hata watatu 4. So ukiangalia si unaona iwezi fika hiyo hesabu. Na so hiyo pesa kulingana na mimi, hiyo mambo umeuliza ya pesa itatoka wapi? I think it's possible juu tukiangalia tukikaa the corruption, hiyo pesa yote tuiweke inaweza saidia. Tuseme for example tuliambiwa we lose 2 billion every day. Hebu niambie hiyo 2 billion inaweza saidia watu wangapi? Kama tukimanage hiyo tumalize hiyo corruption, I think Kenya hakuna kitu hatuwezi fanya. Inaweza kuwa easy sana. 6,000 na sie tunapewa for life. Ni ili ujisustain ukingoja upate kazi.
Okay. Let us hear from Sam. Sam, are you there? Thank you, Pius.
Welcome, sir.
Okay, Sam is out. I think is it Rashid or Isantos who came first? I think it is Hon Rashid. Make your submissions. Unmute. We are not hearing you. Rashid, unmute. Unmute. We are not hearing you. Rashid. Okay, let us hear from Isantos. Isantos, are you there? Isantos. Okay, let us go to John. John M. Kindly make your submissions.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Yeah,
How
thank
are
you
you?
for having me here. I'm fine, thank you.
Karibu, karibu.
Yes, I'm honored to be here. And just a little correction. I wouldn't call Raila's economic approach handout
Okay.
because that's a very critical topic in social empowerment, rather social welfare funds.
Okay, you see, today when Ruto was moving around the coast, he criticized Baba's model and said that for UDA, they are not for handouts. Like Baba is going around telling Kenyans that he will give the 2 million family households the 6,000. So for them, it is bottom up. That's why we are talking about handout versus bottom up economic model.
All right. If to them, really social welfare fund would be handouts, I would rather stick to handouts. I would rather stick to handouts other than semantics, because bottom-up approach is not that's a far-fetched narrative. It doesn't have meaning at all, because all of them don't understand what it means.
Okay, even Ruto went even further and said that you see Baba, the way Baba is coming up with these manifestos, they are like borrowing a lot from the bottom up stuff. So what do you think about that? Because Baba is now talking about industrialization, the issues of maybe yes.
Well, you know, Neto, Ruto likes talking a lot, and I think UDA have this habit of creating a narrative, then running with it, because Baba started talking about poverty alienation long way before. When he was campaigning for BBI, he was still talking about China lifting 20 million people from absolute poverty to middle class. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's hypocritical that you would say Baba has been borrowing from Buddha. No, Baba actually, I have his book here. All his life, all his political life, he has been talking about eliminating poverty from the society, and he is a true definition of living the Kenyan dream, getting away ignorance, providing education to our people, medication, then doing away with poverty.
Let me ask you a question, John.
Yes, sir.
Previously in the document that was found illegal by the court, the BBI, Baba was one of the key supporters of BBI, and it was talking about one fund, right?
Yes.
As well, there was the increasing the money that goes to county from 15% to 35%, right?
Yes.
And they were not talking about the handouts. We are now hearing maybe Baba telling Kenyans. So
yeah,
how
may I reply?
Yes.
Because you have to understand, BBI was not a Raila Odinga manifesto. BBI was it had its tenets. They had 9-point agenda that was brought about, that was cooked by the handshake. You know, that was not Raila's manifesto. And we began hearing this bottom up long way. when now Raila starts campaigning, I think you will be getting more of what he thinks, and that is right, because he has to sell his candidature to the Kenyans, and no way that because now BBI is gone, there is no BBI. He has to sell his manifesto, and BBI had its point, Raila has his points.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so
Yes.
thank you so
Then
much.
just to comment on BBI, then it's on record that BBI, the court did not examine the document per se, but the legality was found in the, I think they call the basic structure, I think, whether it can be amended by the act of parliament or referendum. So they were talking about these legal jargons and stuff. So the question of whether BBI was good or bad, the court didn't determine that, but just the legal quotient. I think the legality of the whole stuff, that eliminates the political bit of it.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for your submission. Let us now get back to Rashid. I think you are now okay. Rashid, are you there? Okay. Let us go to, is it, who came first? Is it Muturi or Ayaga? Ayaga? Ayaga, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, how are you, Ayaga?
Yeah. I'm good. I'm good. How are you?
I'm very fine. Today you are behind the camera. Okay, Muturi. Muturi, let us hear from Muturi. Ayaga seems to have hanged on. Muturi, are you there? Unmute.
Yes,
Yes, how are you?
I'm fine.
Yes, handouts or bottom-up economic model.
I think definitely is bottom up. Yeah.
Okay, kindly explain to the viewers why you think that's the best route.
Why I think that is the best route. It's because
Yes.
we need to empower our youth who are lost, who are learned, and do not have the necessary empowerment to earn a living. We need to actually come up with Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. I'm saying we need to come up with a model that improves the livelihood of these young people who have lost hope, because the government has continuously over the past neglected the young people. We need to empower them through a working economic formula that promotes or accommodates their skills and integrates them into the economy to make them productive and also be able to learn a living.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why are you against handouts for Baba?
I'm against the handouts because it has been there since independence. We have actually tested that route and we haven't gotten any progress so far, so good. And that is why any sober mind will not count on that. Like, for instance, we are being promised about 6,000 a month Why can't we get it right now?
Okay.
So if we
But
continue,
remember previously, Baba promised Kenyans that the cost of fuel and paraffin will come down. Today, we saw it happening. What do you think?
I think the same power that Baba has today to lower the cost of fuel is actually the same power that he should be now using to bring forward that 6,000. Instead of waiting August 2022 next year, let it come nearer so that we can start enjoying as early as now, so that when it comes to August 2022, we are going to confirm him present as the current as the president, as the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. Minus that,
Kwani Raila ni president?
Hiyo ni hewa tu anatuelezea kuhusu.
Is Raila the president?
Ile imesema
Mdeto, unajua what is the difference between handout na job?
Mtebei
Kama anapea one of the family members, kama familia yote hakuna mtu ameajiriwa, so mnapewa 6,000, mnajinunulia food, wengine wanabai kama ni stima, kama ni tu bills kidogo hapa, kujaribu tu ku is the burden of mwananchi. This is something imefanya mpaka na big economy. Si lazima eti handout ni yenye Ruto akikuja Mombasa anawachia milioni moja hapo, and then anaenda Meru anaenda anawachia milioni moja. Can you stay with that 1 million for how long?
Of course.
Mutembei, what is the difference? Let me hold on.
Hii unaona kama hii ya Ruto akienda Isiolo anapea bonda 2 million. Then atarudi hapo after 3, 4, 5 years. Hiyo 2 million wanagawana, kila mtu anaenda na 500. That is handout. Hii ingine bana ni serious business. It's called social protection.
Let me Mutembei, I have a question. Let me critically ask you a question. Like the way I've been following maybe one William Ruto is he has been giving money.
Wewe mwenyewe una understand aje? Achana na vile Ruto you know Ruto kazi yake ni kuplay propaganda. Because amekuja na yeye ya wheelbarrow, ameona it's not working. So sasa juu Raila amekuja na social protection whereby atakuwa anasaidia the families zenye mko na watu they employed but hawana job. In meantime, mmoja wenu akiajiriwa, hiyo 6k inaacha kupewa hiyo familia. So si lazima it's there forever. As long as one of you guys amefanikiwa, hiyo kitu tunaitoa.
Ni kweli Mutembei venye unasema, lakini mimi nataka nikuulize zile wheelbarrow zenye Ruto alipeana 2017. Ule mtu alipewa wheelbarrow kwa sababu alipewa wheelbarrow akahasu afanye biashara. Hakuna mtu alitolewa kwa nyumba yake akapewa wheelbarrow. Tunajua every equipment and every tool has its unique use.
Ushaiona hizo wheelbarrow mahali ziko sahi? Do you have any story ya mtu alipewa wheelbarrow akajisaidia?
Wako. Unajua? Unajua?
I think we are trivializing this debate.
Mtua kidogo. Unajua hii Nairobi.
Okay, wait Muturi, wait. Patriot has a question. Let us start with the Patriot, then we come to Kigen. Welcome, Patriot, how are you?
I'm very fine, my comrades. How are you people?
Yes, welcome.
Ndeto, you look very nice today. You must be you should be, I think you should be promoted. You're a good moderator. I already see that.
Wow, thank you so much.
Yeah, actually that's where you fit. We want you to win that seat and we'll always pray that you win it. Hiyo ujue kwamba hata kama kura yako itapotea kupiga kwa tangatanga, yangu lazima ikuingishe parliament. I must give you my word.
Welcome. Ask you a question.
Okay, thank you. Mine first and foremost is to thank you for the topic that you have brought up today. I think we are impressed, and Kenyans are. But before I give my personal submissions, I want to start from where I've always left: decorum, decency of language, and how we conduct ourselves. It should be really the vein of how we communicate, and that's what is going to inform the country, that we can still have our varied and divided opinion here, but still go out as brothers and sisters. I think the essence of this forum is to tell Kenyans that there is no need for them to have bruising, differences in fighting for positions. So I wanted to emphasize that at least that is what I'm seeing, and I hope we shall sustain that spirit as we discuss on. Now, on the issue of handouts, just like Mtembe has pointed out, the title is wrong. For Raila, it's not handouts. It is not handouts, and I'm happy, Honorable Ndato, you are asking the meaning. So I wanted to weigh into the difference between what Honorable His Excellency the Deputy President is offering vis-a-vis what the fifth President of the Republic of Kenya is giving. I mean, you know what, that we need to start accepting these terms. They belong to these guys. Now, what the DB is actually offering now, our first Deputy President in the new Constitution 2010, he will go down in the history to be the first and the only Deputy President who will have served and gone home for many years because he didn't play loyalty to his president. Why is not why is not giving the same thing what Raila is giving is that what the DP is giving is handouts. Handouts are not structured. You get them from your pocket. Unaweza fika pale unapika mkono kwa mfuko, unapata hakuna, unaambia hata bibi, we Alice, uko na nini hapo nipee watu. That is not structured. Those are handouts. But what the fifth president of this country is speaking about, he is speaking about structured support for the Kenyan people who are vulnerable, who are poor. And here, I'm happy, last time when we discussed, it came out very clearly, it is not to the persons, it's not to the individuals, it's giving to the households. So we have 2 million Kenyans who are really in the very devastated level of economic parameters of this country. Those 2 million Kenyans would be the people who are eligible for the 6,000 shillings. I wanted to weigh in deeper on this before I throw it back to my able panelists to also put their opinion, that some of us have gone further to do what Baba has not presented to the public. Let me tell you this. The costs of what the DP is proposing to Kenyans, there are 100 million to every constituency for the bottom-up economic model. When you tabulate that figure, it comes to about 1,600 shillings to every 200 million households down there. Okay, you'll do that math, you'll get there. But Baba's economic model, element, it's just an element in his economic model, because his economic model is trickled down, definitely. So what Raila is giving is already clear, it is 6,000 shillings. What the DP will be giving to these persons, to these families, is 1,400. 1,400. So you can imagine, Honorable.
Where are you getting? Sorry. Let me interfere as you contribute. Where are you getting these figures from?
Oh, thank you so much. We are living in a world where some of us believe that we don't wait to be spoon-fed. Once the food is on the table, look for the spoon. You should know, how you're going to pick it from the table and move on. So to answer your question, Honorable Ndato, the figures are tabulated from 290 constituencies. 290 constituencies, all right? You multiply by 100 million. Are we together? You will get 29. You will get 29 billion shillings allocated for the bottom-up economic model that the DP is propelling. But the model of Baba, the element in Baba's social welfare is 100 billion shillings. So it's 100 billion vis-a-vis 29 billion. Okay, you'll see that when you tabulate.
This 100 billion is getting to a constituency.
No, the 100 billion is given to 290 constituencies. 290 constituencies. Okay. Let me define. Let me say something there, Honorable Mtua, before you maybe pick it from there. What I mean is this: how we arrive at that is this. When you talk about 6,000, right? 6,000, the subjects are at 2 million.
Yes.
So 6,000 times 2 million.
Yes.
Then you come to about 120 billion.
Yes.
You divide that with 290 constituencies.
Yes.
Because the poor people are across the country, okay? 290 constituencies, you will get, and then 290 constituencies, you will get the number of about 27,000 Kenyans, okay?
Yes.
In every constituency who are vulnerable, who will be eligible for this welfare kitty, okay? Now, when you get 27,000, you tabulate with 6,000, you multiply with 6,000, you will know each constituency averagely will be having what allocation. So clearly, Baba has spoken about the 6,000 for household. But you see, the DP gave us a blanket one of talking about 100 million for every constituency. So we tabulate upwards. That's why we realize 100 million times 290 constituencies, you will get 29 billion.
Let me ask you something, because I know maybe you are even in one of the developed nations, right?
Yes, continue. I'm hearing.
We have seen government injecting a lot of money to the middle income classes, because these are the business creators. These are the people who can invest a lot. But Baba is concentrating on the lower class, who can just consume these 6,000, maybe by paying rent or feeding. Then from there, it's like just an expenditure. There is no essence of multiplication of that money. It's just consumption. But the one for Deputy Ruto seems to be targeting even the middle income class, because it will be boosting like businesses. What would you say about that?
Okay. Clearly speaking, Honorable Ndeto, you are a very brilliant young leader who is coming up. But one thing I loved about you, when somebody rebuttals with facts, you change your mind, and I'm ready to do that, right? So
yes,
I have said clearly here, we are being treated to theatrics. We must do the tabulation. We must do the math. When somebody is telling you, in your house, I'm going to give you 2,000 shillings, and you people are 20. You need to know everybody will have what. Okay, that's it. That's when you will know, will you have a meal or we will not. So let's start with the math of the DP. The DP is speaking of 100 million shillings per every constituency. How many constituencies do we have? How many constituencies do we have? 290. How much is that? That is 29 billion shillings.
Yes.
Is that mathematics correct?
Yes.
Correct. 29 billion shillings. Baba is talking about 6,000 shillings for 2 million households, right?
Yes.
Which have a population of about 8 million individuals, for your information, because we are doing an average of a family has 4. Okay, so we are talking about 8 million. So how much is he giving them? From that mathematics,
6,
let's move on slowly. 6,000 times 2 million. That is 120 billion shillings.
Correct.
Okay.
120. This is annually, all right?
Yes.
This is annual. CDF is annual. the allocation Baba is talking about is also annual. Okay?
Yes.
So
yes.
if we are talking about trickling down or bottom up, the financial sense here is in the 120 billion. It's not in 29 billion. You know, you don't need to be a genius to know, Honorable Mtua, that if somebody gave you 120 billion, you will do something that is more productive and tangible than 29 billion shillings.
The question is...
Just a minute. I'm just giving you the face value before I go to it. I'm just giving you a direction. Number two, when he talks about the 100 million per every constituency, every person will end up getting what? Every person will end up getting 1,400 divided by 4. 1,400 divided by 4. How much is that?
14. You have said which figure?
1,400
divided by 4.
Divided by 4.
Okay. That is 350 shillings.
350 per year. Per year, Honorable Mtua. And I can bet that. If you debunk that, I will send you $1,000. That is the money that the DP is speaking about. 350 shillings per year, divided by 30 days. Divided by 12 months. How much is it per month?
It's insignificant.
So we didn't want to get there. We wanted to rebuttal at the right time. But since this is a forum of teaching each other, yes, 29 shillings. So if you can tell me there is a good if you have good business that you can do with 29 shillings, Honorable Mtua, please educate me. I'll be ready to follow that, whichever magic you are going to use. Thank you so much. Let's pick it up from there.
Okay, as we move to another panelist, there is something you have not cracked down.
Yeah, I've left that deliberately. I've left that deliberately because there's no figures at the DP side. There's no figure to tabulate. Okay. There's no business there. That is something to chew gum, by the way. That is a chew gum thing.
Okay, there are two figures you have compared: 29 billion against 120 billion.
120 billion. I can tell you about the 120. Let me tell you about the 120 very quickly then.
Wait, just a minute, please.
Hold on, Patriot. Let him express the question completely, then you respond.
Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you, and welcome, Bernard. Okay, you have compared two figures, which is 29 billion against 120 billion. And you have said 120 billion has a bigger face value compared to 29 billion. But we are saying the 120 billion is going for consumption, no business. These are people who are living hand to mouth, right? But the other 29 billion is going to the middle class and also to other investors, people who can multiply that money. So the question is, who do you think will be helping Kenyans?
Okay. Mtua, can I answer, please, at that level?
Please do.
Okay. Mtua, you know, yes. with your brilliancy, I wanted to actually say that there was no match there, but since you're insisting, let me go further to give you the value of what Baba brings on board. You know, what is the price of unga at the village? I'm talking about the 6,000. Let's give it a price. Let's give it a cost.
2 kg. 2 kg.
From Trans Nzoia. From Trans Nzoia, let me use Trans Nzoia where there is maize, Where there is maize,
120.
No. That is Nairobi, my brother. No. Dennis, okay, wait. Maize, when it is being bought at the farmer's point of production, the maize is going for about 55 shillings a tin. Okay? 55 shillings a tin. Na kushaga ni shilingi 20. Hiyo ni shilingi 70. Okay? So shilingi 70 itasaidia familia kukula siku 3. Let's tabulate that figure. they will have 3 meals out of that, if not 2. Okay, like the Luyas and Kisi tunakula sana, sema ni siku mbili, all right, just say it's 2 days.
Yeah.
Alafu
okay.
Alafu hiyo 100 nyingine ni ya kununua mafuta, all right, mafuta, na ingine ni ya kununua bamba ya kupiga simu, right? So we have a budget of 3 days, okay, which will take care of the poorest using the 200 shillings per day which you get from the social welfare contribution of Baba. Because when you talk about 6,000, it means Baba is giving those family 200 shillings a day.
Okay.
6,000 divided by 30 days is 200 shillings. We've done the math.
Yes.
So it's 200 shillings available to this family.
It's like the poverty line. Currently, the poverty line is 200. Yes.
Yes, exactly. So those are $2. He's giving them roughly $2 a day. One, they will start living above the dollar. They'll have some nutritional balance. They'll have some energy to go out there to look for work. So food is sorted in a way because you are actually using it for 3 days. So we talk about 3 days in that category. Then we are going to have a group of 10 days. 10 days consuming 2,000 shillings. I think for 30 days. 2,000 is what one will spend in that family to give them a budget of a month. So they have remained with 4,000 shillings. Okay, there is still a lot of money there, by the way. If you didn't know, Tua, there is 4,000 shillings remaining. They can have a Muganda go round where they take 1,000 or 2,000 there, so that tomorrow, if you have a problem, they'll have a social, you know Muganda, you know what the merry-go-rounds. When you have an issue, wale wanachanga 200, 300, the way it's happened. I'll tell you, if Baba can afford 6,000 shillings for these vulnerable groups, trust me, Mutua, even when you'll be a member of parliament, your work will be easier than the way you expected. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you very much, Patriot. I trust everybody's in. Okello, you're lifting your hand. Go ahead. Okello, Dennis.
Yeah. Thank you, Bernard. So, first of all, I want to thank Patriot for being he's a mathematical genius. But again, here is where we learn from others again. That is what I love about this forum. Thank you very much, Patriot. Yeah. But then
thank you, Dennis.
I just want to mention on one part. I think the name, Mr. Ndeto, we have a problem with the name. That thing should not be called a handout, yeah? In America, during the Great Depression, the citizens were so deprived, especially the African American population and the Hispanics and a majority of the Irish population, yeah, the ones that were not rich. So they developed what was called a soup line. A soup line started such that what Mr. Patriot said that, you see, you have to have food for you to go and work. So after the Great Depression, those Americans could not go to work. So the nation started a thing that it's called soup line, yeah, whereby those people line and they're given food. So after that, America was able to recover its economy back. During COVID, let us go back late. The latest thing was during COVID, yeah? You remember, I also conducted a research during, it's about 3 weeks ago. I conducted a research about the impact of COVID on the vulnerable population, particularly who are living in the urban. And I measured in Madare, and the area where I measured on was Mabatini area. That is the poorest of the poorest part of Madare. So I was inquiring about this social protection and how that fund had impacted their lives. I'm telling you, if you go to the poorest of the poorest in Kenya And you don't have to go far where people have depicted the north like Turkana, Samburu. No, people are more vulnerable in the slum areas than even those areas. Whereby there's some people, even this sunlight that you're seeing, they don't even see it. Sunshine, because it's so dark and dingy in those places. Now, social protection funds help them in this way. They were being given at least 4,000 per month. 4,000, that is for Madari. Kibera has a lot of NGOs running up to right now. Because in one street, you can find up to seven NGOs just operating in one street in Kibera. So the situation is not, if you compare it to Madari Valley. Now, this is how Social Protection Fund help them. Number one, on the basic commodities, the most basic thing is sanitizers, yeah? And let's talk about soaps. This is just soap that is being used to wash. These things are very essential. Number two, it was the sanitary pad where they were complaining. The girls there were complaining that some of them could not even afford sanitary towels. No, I've prioritized this thing. The number one thing is food, yeah? So food comes before sanitation and everything. Then sanitation, then health. So if you have social protection fund, it's going to help this vulnerable to access these basic commodities in this way. Number one, we all know that our economy right now is like somehow in the ICU. Nobody is willing to admit it, but that is what is there. So right now, the situation which Kenyans are facing, we are facing a situation where our national budget was the highest that has ever been read. The poverty level is almost the highest than it has ever been. We are talking about when people are so pressed, and then there's this pandemic. So right now, the most important thing to our society right now is being able to get back. And this is where we have social protection fund. I want to tell you countries where social protection funds have been successful. Number one, take note of the Scandinavian countries, that is Finland, Sweden, Denmark, and all those countries. Now, somebody will say that, will argue from a socialist and capitalism perspective. Then I take you back to America. It has also succeeded in America. I started with the soup line. I don't know whether Patriot looks like he's somebody from America, but he can tell you about that history very well. Yeah. Places where like yes.
Okay. Let me interject a bit. You know, the countries you are mentioning are all developed, and
yes,
I think you can also factor in the kind of debt that our country is in. We are almost to the ceiling, 9 trillion. So where are the leaders going to extract?
Ngoja kwanza, wewe ndio chairman leo, lakini naomba hivi, okay? Let Okello execute his point.
Bernard,
He's giving his findings in the research he made in Mathare here, okay? Then comparing it to those countries. There is no special poverty for developed country and special poverty for undeveloped country. Poor people are just poor the same way.
There is a point Patriot is sorry, Okello. Just a minute, we hear from Patriot, because I think he is in America, right?
I was saying, Neto, before I rebuttal, these people, they should be comfortable that you are the moderator today, and they should respect your seat. So they should give you more time to balance this.
Okay.
So Bernard accept that today it's Neto. Please give him time to deal with this matter as a person who is in the chair.
We are in this together.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much, guys. Let us hear from Okello.
Yes.
Okello, try to wind up on your research findings.
Okay. So I'm glad that you are. That is where I was headed to, Mr. Ndeto. I'm glad that you're reading ahead of me. Thank you very much. So the only problem about this cash is where to find it. Yes, I was almost talking about Libya, which had such a the most successful one in the world. Yeah, it is Libya. Yeah, that is before Gaddafi died. Yeah, it was so perfect, but I don't want to go through that history. Let me wind up because other people also have to talk. So where are we going to getting this fund? Number one, we asked the source. We were very particular about the source of this fund. Yeah, and number one was the government. Number two was World Health Organization. Number three were the NGOs. Yeah. Number one, I want to tell you that no government is broke, and just the way Mr. Bernard said it and Mr. Patriot said it, that poor people in all countries are the same. Almost all of them are the same. And the rich are all the same. So where did this money come from? It's just a source of, I'm not good in math, but Mr. Patriot will calculate for you. It's about setting our priorities right. Do you know that some of the budget from the Ministry of Education and Defense, do you know that some money always goes back that are not being used? Now, Mr. Patriot placed this cash to be around 20. How many billion that is to be given for social protection, Mr. Patriot?
120 billion shillings by Baba. That's 120 average.
120. Go and check, yes, Mr. Ndeto, the money, yes, that the Ministry of Defense took back to the budget. I've not talked about education, which also took back some money to the budget. Almost all this ministry. And if you add them, it's a lot of billions. So these billions can be put to use. I want to counteract with, allow me in 30 seconds, bro Mr. Bernard, to counteract the bottom-up approach, yeah? In 30 seconds only. So, right now, the bottom-up approach is almost similar to what President Biden
a minute, please, Okelo. Yes. Kigen, yeah. Kigen, are you there? Kigen, if Kigen is ready, he will come after Okelo, then we go to Bernard.
Ndeto, I thought I was to add something before.
Okay, let him finish first. Let him finish first.
Hold on, Ndeto, one moment, housekeeping. There is Abe. Abe's device is not compatible. Get out and get back. Make sure that you adjust your camera and audio. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Bernard. Okelo, wind up.
It's almost similar to what Biden was saying, yeah? So he wants to unleash a wave of entrepreneurship. That is where growth will pick up if more jobs are created and everybody benefits. That is in essence, is the bottom-up theory of economics, yeah? That you want to consign in the history of Kenya, such that the idea will be based on cutting taxes from the well-off, in our case, Kenya, from the entrepreneurs. And this is good for the priority where the poor comes first into the vogue of the nation. But again, we have to plan as we anticipate this pushback that we are facing right now. We have to plan for this trickle up. It's not something that can come very, very much easily. Who is going to accept to be slashed? That is the real meaning of bottom up. Let us not say that this thing is coming from taxes the way even Mr. Patriot had said that, he was very lenient that he was trying to calculate, imagine a calculation where this thing comes from the taxes direct. The real aim of trickle down, stroke bottom up, is where this thing is always slashed from the people, the cream de la cream of the society. Mr. Bernard, right now you are working very, very hard. Very, very hard. Somebody is enjoying sleep somewhere. To those who are in US right now, it's 11:41 p.m., meaning somebody is working overtime just to put food on the table. When you want to tell me that this money that you're hard-earned is going to be slashed down, then you'll see that the mercantilist approach cannot work almost in this century. Right now, nobody, even those. Yeah.
Okay.
Hello, Dennis.
Yes.
Okay.
Just talk.
Let me interject there before you get lost.
Patriot.
Before you get lost.
Patriot.
Okay.
Patriot, a minute. Bernard, I would request also you get through the comments, because I can see there are some questions from our viewers, so that also we can read them and they also feel part of the debate. Okay, move on. Patriot, you have a question?
Yeah, I wanted to guide my brother. Dennis has always been a very strong analyst here. But on this one, he seems to be getting lost after doing some nice miles ahead. It is very clear that there is some information that needs to be put on the desk of Dennis Okello. He's very right. Okello, you're very right that the Welfare Association is not a new program. These are programs that have worked across the world, and they have formed part of the fabric that has moved with the people from one level of economic stand to the next. Because if you talk of development, economically speaking, you must have the entire country moving to one trajectory as far as monetary value of their services and existence of a country is concerned. But now, there is a problem there. There is always the gap between the rich and the poor. That has always existed. The inconsistencies of a united, country as far as social and economic fabric of a country is concerned, that disparity has always existed. So for those who have run these kind of programs there before, including the US, UK, Germany, Australia, the point is this: they have another way of cushioning the challenges that come with these, the social welfare that is always there. One, it is not a one-off program, and I want to educate you on something here, Dennis. How to get the money, it is very easy, and I don't see why you should find that to be very difficult. We were talking about having the county money pushed from 15% of the money allocated from the central government to 35%.
Patriot.
Okay.
Patriot.
Yes, Nito.
Please try in 30 seconds, so that we may not keep others so pending.
Okay, thank you. So what I'm trying to tell my fellow panelists here is this: the source of money has been properly elaborated. We have a lot of leakage of the finance that goes to people's pockets. That is very obvious, and corruption is one of the issues that is really making this country lag behind as far as development is concerned. The fifth president of this country has given a clear, elaborate, strategy on how to reduce that spillage, which has gone to hands of people at the expense of the country. That's where we are going to do. Once you seal those loopholes, money will come back, and that will be channeled to the right thing. The other thing I wanted to mention on that is that clearly where money is going to come from is to cut some of these budgets, sitting allowances that don't make sense. You live in a house where you are paying 500,000 a month rent, you get, while others don't have houses. It is also unpalatable, in my view, to live in a country where there is such a big disparity. So it is high time that we cut some of these luxurious allocations to the ministry, so that these people can get it. And it's very visible, by the way. The people who are behind this are economists, and you saw them speaking. It is a very simple thing to get that math in order for the 6,000 to be available. Lastly, in detail, this is not just an expenditure. There is a saving that comes from these households. Once you know that you have food in your house, that money that you get, you save it. The one you will have bought food with, you save it for something else. So there will be a transition of this group moving to the next level as time goes by. They'll be there 2 months, 1 year, and then you move on. Just like developed countries. One is in a social welfare,
for some time. After 1 year, you move to the working class because you are given the support to save. That is something that is properly, working in developed countries, and there is data for that. If you want, we can provide that data for you to see how the entire projection works. It's a serious concept from the universities, and it has worked. But of course, it has its own challenges.
Okay. Thank you so much. I can see some followers. They are asking that they would like to join, and Akina Gatonye. So kindly follow the link. It will bring you into the studio. Bernard, have you identified any question from our viewers that we can ask the panelists?
Not. No, there was only one question. In my opinion, is not relevant. Who is the acting president? There's no need for acting president in Kenya right now, so let's leave that pending.
Oh, okay. Yes. Okay. Thank you so much, Okello and Patriot. Keegan, are you there? Do you have any question to Okello's submission, or what Patriot has just ended?
I just think that Patriot has just done he has done his homework well. Thank you, Patriot. Yeah. And one source where Raila said that he's going to get that money for his model is that he's going to tap the corrupt, the people who are corrupt. Yeah, that was one source. Yeah. And again, you also extended and explained how the county money can be expanded. So I don't have much ado. Let us continue the conversation. Let other people also get a chance.
Okello and Patriot, let one of you answer me. Among the people who are vying for various positions across the country, they are incumbent. And maybe majority of them are the people we are calling corrupt. And these are the very people who are maybe either in Baba's camp or in William Ruto's camp. And here we are talking about doing away with corruption. Do you think the idea is viable if we are not going to bring in a new generation?
That is a good question. That is a good question, Honorable Neto.
Patrick, take it.
Thank you so much. Honorable Neto, that's a very good question, and I like the way you have framed it. We are not going to have different results if we are going to have a transitional change that carries on the same pathogen to the same. I mean, to the same to the imagination of Kenyans that we are changing. It must be a reality. And actually, Honorable Neto, you are actually confirming that we must change the narrative, we must change the order of the day, and we must change the leadership. This thing it is anchored in the political leadership. So the political leadership of the day, if there is goodwill, and because that is something that we cannot really say quantitatively or qualitatively has been in existence up to this time. So the qualitative and quantitative goodwill politically, the political goodwill in the leadership is what is lacking, to summarize that. And I agree with you, Honorable Neto, the way you have you have adjected your statement as you finish. I think the best thing to do here is to change the school of thinking, and trust me, Baba comes from a different school of thinking. Definitely, it's not a continuation. So I expect that once Baba comes into place, what is he going to do? Number one, he has the political goodwill. He has the political goodwill to deal with the corruption once and for all. Let me tell you this, and take this to any bank. If Neto today you vied on an ODM ticket, you win that parliamentary seat, which I'm sure you're going to win, then Baba becomes the president. If you are going to be a corrupt leader, I'm telling you, Baba will deal with you. He will even sack you from wherever you are. We'll use all means to make sure that you go home. What am I trying to say? The political goodwill does not spare, whether it's your relative, your sister, or what. That is where the problem has been. But as far as some of us are concerned, Baba has the political goodwill to deal with that corruption. So some of you who are going to vie, be warned. It doesn't matter whether you're going to vie on Baba's side or the other side. If you are going to imagine that you are going to corruptly acquire money that you want to give to the less fortunate, the 2 million household. You think you are going to use that position of yours to fight Baba. We will take you home the very day. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. So, Kigen.
Just a moment.
Okay.
A moment
Okay.
before you go to Kigen. I want to
just a minute, please. A minute, please, Okelo. You know, I would like everyone to feel part of the debate, and if we dwell so much, maybe on two of us, I think the rest will keep pending. So I think just note somewhere, Okelo, immediately before we get to David after Kigen, I will ensure I give you a chance to deliver what you are about to say. Kigen. Kigen, are you there? I think if he is not ready, just mention your point, then we get to Bernard.
Okay, it's all political sanity. If Raila or anybody who comes becomes the president wants to deal with the incumbent, what it does is this: strengthen all the institutions. Yeah, we have 3 arms of the government. That is the judiciary, the legislative, and the executive. Yeah, the won corruption cannot be won by only one arm of the government. If you give our judges the well manicured playing field to tackle corruption, they can do something else. They can also help here. Yeah. And then you give the executive branch, that is, you get a very good minister who deals with corruption. Yeah, it can also help. So if the institutions are strengthened, then we can achieve political sanity. That was what Mr. Patriot was saying. Yeah. So first we have to achieve political sanity after to ensure that the incumbents are dealt with. Then number 2 is to ensure that this whole process becomes fair when dealing with the corrupt. It does not matter that only the allies of the incumbent are dealt with, yeah? But the people who are also in that government who are trying to be corrupt should also be dealt with. And anybody who is also allied to the government who was corrupt, yeah, should also be dealt with. So if we give a fair play way of dealing with corruption, then we can extract this cash much way back deep from the time of Independence Day. It cannot be attained. Thank you very much.
Okay. Welcome. So as we get to Bernard, inawezekana just be prepared. You will come after Bernard. Then there was someone sexy girl. I think so. Bernard, go.
Thank you, Leto. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate everybody. It's a good debate. Let us dive in. I'm happy that the record has been set clear. It is not, Baba is not offering any handout to anybody. The propagators of handouts are quick to call everything handouts. Any nation that does not take care of their poor is a nation that has failed. Just like any family that does not take care of their poor has failed. Calling from my vocation, the Bible says any man who does not take care of his own, he is worse than an unbeliever. He has denied the faith. So it is important that we be mindful of the poor. And for too long, we have gone out in running government without paying attention to the people that are less fortunate in our midst. The best way to take care of crime, the best way to take care of all these evils within our society is to see to it that nobody goes to bed hungry and nobody ends up in life with no hope for tomorrow. Churches have been assisting people NGOs have been assisting people. So when the government adds to that strength of supporting the poor down here, there will be a turn around in the lifestyle of Kenyans. And that, to me, gives more hope and more guarantee. What Baba is offering, it can be relied upon. Just like they were sending COVID money, they were sending money for the elderly from government to those households. That can be worked on. DP's proposal of empowering SMEs and hope that from the SMEs is going to eliminate poverty is as good as that. One thing about business is that when you get in, there's no guarantee that it will pick up. The analysts like Patriot will tell you that 90% of businesses closed in their first year. So we can take loan from government, go launch business, and 90% of those businesses do what? Close in the same year. What will happen? We go back to the starting point. So we need to do two things, and I'm happy that Baba is giving that consideration. There is prevention and there is cure. We cure the people that are ailing, okay? Then prevent others from joining that particular lane of people who need support from the government. When that is well articulated and carried out, I'm sure that we'll have a different Kenya within no time. But as long as we ignore the poor, there is a West African saying that says, if you have one rich man living with 6 poor people, what you actually have is 7 poor people. And that is true. If we are expecting that making one person rich in the family, it will take care of the entire family, we're only making the poverty become compounded for that particular family, and it will never be able to take off. And so as we debate and argue out our points, let's be sober on this. We are very good in brushing off things, and then also there is also a new narrative of Baba is copying the DP. Baba amekuwa kwa hii safari miaka mingi na hii mambo amechora kuanzia kitambo. Hakuna haja ya kukopi mtu yeyote. DP has been here for 4 years talking to us, telling us his plans and all that. Baba has been quiet, okay? When Baba tried to talk in the BBI, they said he's what? They have already agreed with BBI. BBI is not contestable. Nobody has rejected it. So that Baba can keep what? Quiet. Baba kept quiet. Now Baba begins to talk. He say now he's copying them. To me, that is not valid at this point in time. Let us back up our submission with evidence. If the DP believes in the bottom-up approach, he calls it model of economy, is the sure thing. He's convicted about it. He has had 9 years. He would have at least rolled out a flagship program like they did universal health, okay? Like at least one county, only one county, or even one constituency, okay? That we rolled out that flagship program and we saw transformation, like NGOs are doing in Turkana, where they are changing people from pastoralists to irrigation. They grow wherever, they become farmers. And then those families that were nomadic, they are now settled. They are growing their vegetables through irrigation. That transformation, when we see it, we can believe it. But if at now we are still arguing and talking with word of mouth, sioni kama tunasaidia inji, na tuamini kwamba inji inahitaji msaada right now. It needs to be helped and it needs to be put on the right path. And we don't have the luxury of time of experimenting again. Right now, we need an experienced doctor. There was a time, now I'll be short. There was a time I took my daughter to Mbagathi Hospital some time back. And at every stage, all the doctors I met asked me for this test, Then it went to test. Then we tested, and for 2 weeks they were still testing my daughter. So what happened is I called my mother. My mother is still alive today. The highest class she went is standard 3. So I called her on phone, and she told me to describe the child to her. When I described the child to her, I said, "How's the eyes?" He said, "They are like this." He said, the child doesn't have a problem. He only has blood inside, deficiency of blood. So go and change, get the vitamins, drugs, let her feed on vegetables and food stuff that will enhance blood production. We applied our standard 3 mothers method. It worked. When our doctors were sending us for experimenting on every issue, if we get an experienced person who knows how to handle government affairs and it knows what it means to get the nation from the floor and put it on the right path, we don't need to experiment anywhere. We can close all the labs. Let's get to work and get the nation back on the right path. All this experimenting of trying this, we have tried this for 10 years. They told us if we get youthful leaders, the country will take off. We gave them 2013, 2017, 2017, 2022. We have had youthful leaders. What have we had? The economy that were left by an old man called Mwai Kibaki went down. Because of what? Youthful leaders. Right now, let's sober up and understand that these leaders, we put them on the scale. If it doesn't weigh enough, arudi aende kujenga msuli kwanza, atarudi baadaye. Kwa sasa, Kenya inahitaji kusaidiwa. Na daktari nayeona ana ujuzi wa kutosha ni baba. Upende, usipende. Hata kama you don't believe in his leadership, you don't believe in his politics, he has proven all these years that he has Kenya as first interest, number 1. And number 2, with Kibaki, he delivered a better constitution, a better economy, a better leadership, a free education that was impossible, devolution that was impossible before. I think if we give an opportunity to this old man, he's going to help us as young people begin to see this nation differently. Another thing we guard against is leaders who want to use the nation for their own personal gain. From the MCA to the president, when you see somebody pushing personal agenda at the expense of the nation, just remove them from the list of the people to vote for. Tuanzie tu hapo. Kwa sababu, sahi tunahitaji any help we can get. But if somebody wants to use the nation that is already ailing for his personal gain, please avoid such a person because he's going to mess us further. Thank you. Let me stop you there. Okay. Thank you so much, Bernard. I think before you leave, I have a number of questions. And I think this one you can just answer immediately. Do you think Baba will concede defeat in an event that he is defeated in 2022? Neto, the most and very most unlikely situation, okay? Just answer.
So you don't want to create.
Okay, hold on. It must be very unlikely, okay?
I want us because
hold on.
Sorry,
you asked a question, I'm giving you an answer.
A minute, please. A minute, kindly. Kindly a minute, Bernard. The reason I have asked that is because, you know, there are viewers and also there are a part of us who are maybe supporters of UDA, other supporters of OKA, other supporters of ODM. So we are mixed up. So that's why I'm asking. And all of us, we have a chance that our candidate might be the next president, either from OKA, either from ODM, or even from UDA. So that's why I'm asking you, do you think, in your opinion, Baba will concede defeat in an event he is defeated in 2022? And I was answering you that Baba has no problem conceding. Sorry, yes. Patriot, yes. kindly let us hear from Baba has no problem Bernard. Of conceding defeat if he is defeated
fairly, clearly, transparently. Okay? People went, queued, voted. We saw the people on the queue. We counted the vote, and we are ready to recount to prove that he lost. There's no problem. But if IEBC want to force any person, not just Baba, including DP, force him to accept results that he doesn't know where they came from, that one is not going to work. So let us get it clear, because there is there's a narrative being pushed that Baba does not concede defeat. That is just a political maneuver. The truth is, if you want to prove that Baba lost the election, unafungua server. Okay? Ama tuna recount. Kama tuendi ku recount alafu unaniambia you defeated me? No. The repeat election, Uhuru ran against himself. So he defeated who? So we cannot say that. So let's settle it there.
Well, let me follow that with another question.
Yeah.
From a small analysis, in 2017, when Baba was totally defeated, maybe there were claims that he won the election, and that's why even the court nullified
what did you say? What do you mean he was totally defeated? By who? How?
Okay. Let me finish my question.
Otherwise, the Supreme Court gave the order. Fungueni server tumalize maneno in one sitting. Mpaka leo server in account too.
Wait, Bernard.
So he was not defeated. Yes.
Okay. Wait. And what followed that is Baba incited his followers to boycott some companies and organizations. And here we are. Baba is the next president. He is promising that the very organizations or companies he was maybe inciting people to boycott, that now he will work with them. He will even support the poor. That's why I asked, in an event that maybe he do not become the next president, do you say such a recalling, or what do you understand? What made Baba to make such a decision?
What you mean to understand is one, Baba is a businessman, and he knows what hurts business and he knows what builds business. Okay? So he's not talking out of guesswork. Number two, civil disobedience is part and parcel of our right in the Constitution. When we feel aggrieved, it is our right to take to the street, and we don't get incited. There is a cause we fight for. That cause is what drives us to Uhuru Park. Even if Baba has not called, we force him to take us there because there is a cause we are fighting for. The cause of justice, the cause of equity, the cause of every Kenyan being a Kenyan and feeling Kenyan is something that you cannot just tell us that accept results. No, because when we go to vote, there is a solution we are asking for. When we don't get that solution to our problems, we are talking of another 5 years of suffering under the same problem. So these people don't get incited. Nobody goes house to house. That's why I had a problem with the NASA principal saying that they were waiting for a phone call. I left my house by myself, went to Uhuru Park by myself, carried Bible, if Baba had not carried one, to give it to him, so that if anything happens, I left the house by myself. So if Weta and Kalonzo are waiting to be picked, to have somebody to blame that they were picked from the house, in our tradition as lawyers, you don't wait to be picked to go for war. Everybody takes their spear from their house to the battleground. So let us not say that Baba sabotages
we have some people at the background requesting to join.
Just hold on, I'm finishing. That is normal with any democracy in the world. If there are people who are aggrieved, they are allowed to have civil disobedience, which is demonstrations. Some of it is boycott. It's part and parcel of forcing the system to listen to us. And when they listen to us and give us hearing, mambo inaisha. Like through the handshake. After the handshake, nobody prayed for peace again.
Bernard, I would like to draw an observation that was made in 2017. And,
just a minute.
You know,
whoever is the admin, please, Patriot is requesting you to add him back.
Okay. So an observation was made that, you see, now, like if you look for those people who work in the matatu sector, for instance, these are the people, majority of which they belong to the either medium or low class. And it was observed that during the electioneering period, some people are not even paying for the fare. And it was some leaders who had made some political statements. As well, others were not paying for rent. And still, there were political statements behind. Now, I'm asking, what is this that is very new? That look, this guy is not even now providing this very matatu sector people with money 6,000, and also those who are the tenants with 6,000. What do you think if you compare the two? Do you think what he is saying is real, or is just a political way to get mileage?
Now, Ndeto, you know, I hear you very well, but have you been to Kibera?
Yes, I've ever been there. Yeah, I have friends.
You passed there, okay?
Yes, and Kibera I also have friends.
Kibera has a way of operating that is very unique, okay? I've been to all the slums in Nairobi. I've been to almost in every corner of this country. But when you walk in Kibera, there is change of atmosphere. The operations there are just different, naturally. And so, and like the time when, was it the elections? Yes, I have a pastor was running a school there. And this pastor was he had a feeding program. And so he used to feed everybody. When the students have eaten and there is left over food, he will call the boys to come and eat. So when the skirmishes were, you know, high, everything is being banned. The boys came out and surrounded the school and said, "Hapa hakuna, mtachoma huku kwingine, lakini mwezi choma hii shule." So it is not everybody who is attacked, and it's not every matatu that is attacked, or they don't refuse to pay fare because they have been told not to. Baba, I told you, is a businessman, and every businessman knows how to make profit. Okay? So mtu akisema baba amesema asilipe rent, hiyo ni jukumu lake, ameamua. Na hiyo haihitaji baba kuwa rais. Okay, kama hajakuwa rais na ameambia watu wasilipe rent, okay, na wametii okay, then hiyo inamzuia kuwa rais. Ili akiwa rais afanye nini?
Don't you think when he gets the power and maybe he can even influence people to act in an extreme way?
It doesn't work that way. Look okay. Like, for example, when there are skirmishes, okay, then Baba says everybody retreat. There is calmness, okay? Everybody listens to him. That's what leadership is. As a leader, you should call your soldiers on duty and disperse them. Now, if he can disperse them, tell them to stop this, they stop. Receive this, for example, just to remind you, when Kidero was governor of Nairobi, okay, and it was seen that he was working with Jubilee and not with ODM. The ground became very hostile for him, that he could not even conduct a rally. And if he came to the rally, he would be booed by the ODM guys because he looks like a betrayer. It took Baba to tell them, no, he's a governor of Nairobi, he has to work with everybody. And then that metamorphosed Kidero to be accepted again in the 2017 2017 elections. So you cannot say that Baba's presidency means people are going to lose rent. Baba's presidency means companies are going to close. Matatus are going to be, people are going to use matatu without paying fare. That is being unfair to him, number one. And then number two, if somebody refuses to obey the law, he should be judged in his capacity as an individual, not to be branded that Baba amenituma. Hiyo kwanza, historically, hiyo ndio iliharibu Kenya. Watu mzee Jomo Kenyatta alipozeeka, the people who are closer to him, they started to use his name to the advantage. Anaenda anachukua kitu, anasema mzee amesema nichukue. And that time, kama mzee amesema, ilikuwa imeisha. So akikuja kuchukua shamba lako aseme mzee amesema, you don't fight, you don't question, mzee amesema. So let's not perpetuate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much Bernard. Kuna mtu anaitwa Martin Wilson anasema hata saa hii baba akisema hakuna kukula hatukuli. Mr. Ndeto, baba akisema wamama wahame bedroom wanahama wote, achana na yeye. So I can understand that Baba is a very powerful man. So let us get to inawezekana. Then Duke, I can see also you are there, so get prepared. And also James, as well as Atuya. Then we start from John. So in that line, so let us start with inawezekana.
Hello,
Inawezekana, how are you?
I am good, Mr. Ndeto, Honorable Ndeto. How are you?
Is that your name, or you have just borrowed it from the slogan of Baba?
It is not the slogan of Baba. It is what is there. It is what it is.
Okay, welcome.
Okay, today I don't have much to say, but okay, inawezekana. Actually, it's the slogan from Baba, so hapo umenipata. It's a reality. So this is happening in the next 9 months. You will actually see inawezekana. So I would like to talk about the 6,000 that Baba is anajaribu kusema. I don't have too much to say, but he did his research. He was challenged by Musalia Mudavadi. Mudavadi aliposikia Baba amesema 6,000 is going to be distributed to families. Baba yesterday alienda pale Capitol Hill akaita media akajibu hiyo swali fair and square. Baba alisema 6,000 is going to be given in to every poor family that cannot afford anything to eat. That one, you people should take it, mnafaa muelewe that point, that the 6,000 is going to be given to poor families that cannot afford anything to eat. Ile wale watu ambao hawajui kitu watakula leo usiku ama kesho. So which is a very big difference from what Mr. William Ruto is talking about. Mr. William Ruto is saying that akona pesa fulani ametenga, sijui ataitoa wapi. He is not explaining pali atatoa hiyo pesa. Anasema atapatia sijui small SMEs, sijui wafanya nini. Maybe someone here can explain how Mr. William Ruto is actually going to actualize what he's talking about, the bottom-up economy, which in turn is just happening to be the normal thing that the Kenyan government is doing right now. So Raila alisema hii pesa ataitoa from two main streams. He is going to cut money from ministries atakata 25% from maybe specified ministries ama from all ministries. Pesa mingi itatoka hapo, alituhakikishia. And he also said kuna pesa mingi sana huwa inapotea through corruption. Even the president himself alisema 2 billion huwa inapotea each and every single day. So ukichapa hiyo hesabu, pesa mingi sana huwa inapotea sana. So with that kind of leakage ya pesa kupotea, Baba explained very well that pesa itapatikana, and this money nikirudia tena is going to help those families that cannot get anything. And ukiangalia at this thing closely and the way those the think tank for Baba explained yesterday, because Baba has a think tank, si kama huyu mjama mwingine anasema ni hustler na hata hana think tank. Ushaiona think tank yake? His think tank said that ukiangalia, when you look at it closely, ukilisha wananchi na uwafungulie industries, you know, a hungry man is always an angry man. A hungry man ni yule mwenye atakose trouble, hizo mambo zote. So ukimlisha, ukishughulikia hao, na watu wanakufa huko Turkana, watu wanakufa huko Northeastern juu ya njaa. And this is when we look at it carefully and we work on it. Na alisema inawezekana kwa sababu alisema in 2002 and 2005 alisema free education is possible and he made it possible. What has this other guy said and done? Alisema atafanya 6 stadiums. Alishawahi fanya hizo 6 stadiums? He has never done that, but what Raila has said, na akisema tunamwamini kwa sababu ameisema na ameifanya. Sasa anasema ukimlisha mwananchi, umpatie chakula ule mwenye hajiwezi, na umfungulie factories, Kenya itaenda mbali sana. Na hata hiyo bottom up economics, it can work in such a manner. So closing my remarks, I can say that this William Ruto guy needs to explain, and in fact, he needs to articulate what he is talking about. The way Mr. Raila Amolo Odinga has explained his point, na tumeelewa, and if we were to vote today, I would give him my vote because ameshaeleza how it's going to happen. I'm done, Mr. Ndeto.
Okay, thank you so much. But I have a question before you leave. You have given an example of free education, and that was during Kibaki's, was it first term?
Yes, first term.
Yeah, yeah, and by then Baba was part of the government, right?
Yes.
So, and you are saying that they promised something and it came to be, despite maybe the previous regime where we felt that Kenya did not have money.
Yes.
So, and you are saying that that is the very same that will happen come 2022.
Of course.
Previously, we saw Baba saying that the cost of fuel will come down, right?
And it has. So may announce leo.
And it has.
Yes.
Cool down. Okay. Baba is not a government officer, right?
Yeah, right now he's not a government officer.
And he says that the cost of petroleum products to come down, and it comes.
Yes, it comes.
Deputy President William Samoei Ruto is he has the mandate. He is the deputy president at the moment, and you are saying he promised stadiums, he promised some things, and they have not seen the light of the day, right?
Yes.
And Baba is commanding something, and it is happening. Don't you think the Ruto factor is already scrapped out of the government by his boss? And the boss has instead brought one Raila Amolo Odinga in the very same position of DP. Or what do you contemplate from that observation?
Mr. Ndeto, when you ask,
Sorry.
Wait. Mr. Ndeto, when you ask such a question and you're saying you're going to be honorable, ninashtuka sana. How can you say that and the constitution is the one protecting one William Samoei Ruto? Uhuru Kenyatta has no power ya kunyima Mr. William Ruto anything. Mr. William Ruto is still in government na hakubaliani na Uhuru. So hata Uhuru afanye nini, William Ruto hawezi tolewa, na William Ruto can continue doing whatever he needs to do in government. So huwezi niambia ati Uhuru ametoa William Ruto anywhere in government. And umeniambia Raila Odinga is not in government. Raila Odinga yeye ni mwananchi kama sisi, as we speak. Yeye ni rafiki na ndugu wa President Uhuru Kenyatta, but he is not in parliament, he is not in government. So clearly William Ruto is there and he is doing nothing.
Okay, you have brought in the issue of constitution, and constitutionally, what is the position of Baba?
No.
Wait, Bernard. Bernard, kindly wait.
I have told you, Mr. Ndeto, that Baba Raila Amolo Odinga is just an ordinary citizen like you and me.
Okay. The reason why I'm asking that question inawezekana is because Baba is making some political statement, and we know when you come to the parliament, the number of ODM parliamentarians compared maybe to those of Jubilee and those of UDA. In a way, I don't know the combination which is big, because sometimes you hear Deputy President talking of 150, and 150, if you compute out of 290, it is beyond that. So meaning the motion cannot go through because we need 2/3, right?
Yes.
So I'm just asking from which powers, what is this that is strengthening what Baba is saying, and we come to see it happening?
Yes, you don't want to listen to who Baba is. Baba amechapa hesabu zake. Baba is an engineer, anajua how fuel prices venye hesabu yao huwa inaendelea. So he knew maybe in the next 2 weeks or 1 week, that is what he was telling us. In the next 1 week or 2 weeks,
let me help you. There's a difference between Baba's operation and the Deputy President's operation. Deputy President operation is he believes in giving orders. Okay, when an order is given, it will be obeyed and it will be executed. Baba understands how government work in the sense that there is a parliamentary committee that's in charge of that matter. So through government system, things are either overturned or enhanced. The issue of petrol price dropping was started in Laikipia, and Wanga, who is the chair of that committee, was given mandate to go and speak on the matter and see to it that the prices are reduced. And so the 2 weeks was a process, a 2-year, please mute. So the 2 weeks was, everything was taken through the process. So it is not just, it is Baba's word that is being acted upon. There are other modalities that work to balance everything, because right now, the way the economy is, you cannot just cut here and put here and cut here and put here. And so the DP has a way of trying to play in the gallery, because he came just the day before yesterday, he begins to talk about the cartels that are fueling the price. And then he's talking about the cartels when he has been on the rally all along. He did not say about the cartel. He just said the government is oppressing its people. It is heightening the price. So he has said that in Webuye, he has said that in Emali, he has said that in other places. And then suddenly he wakes up and say, there are cartels that are doing this. So this is one man that is guessing his way. He's not working according to the system. He has influence. He has the office. He has 150 members of parliament he claims to have. instead of him channeling it through those parliamentarians to sort out Kenyan problem, he just want to play in the gallery so that Kenyans sympathize with him. I really don't have anything personal against the DP, but his behavior as a public officer leaves me very much disappointed.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much, Inawezekana and Bernard. And before we move to Duke, I would like any UDA supporter who is around to tell us why do you think the stadiums, the laptops, and some other good things that the deputy president promised in 2013, also in 2017, have not yet seen the light of the day? Someone who is a UDA supporter, defend your candidate.
Atuya
yes,
is ready.
Yes, this is Atuya. Atuya, unmute and move on.
Thank you for the opportunity. In fact, I did want to come on video today until I had Inawezekana saying Raila is an engineer. He has sat down and calculated that in 2 weeks prices will go down, and it was laughable. On the issue of I think I'll just answer that and then I'll wait for my other chance. On the issue of why we have not built the 6 stadiums and what else?
All the things that you promised.
Okay, I'll just address the 6 stadiums issue. In fact, any government across the world promises to deliver, let's say, 100%. No single government delivers 100%. So there's the giveaway and take over 10 or even 20%. So if at the end of the government, of the Jubilee government, we come out and find out that we have delivered 80%, then that's an A, or even 78, that's an A minus still. So the issue about stadiums, I think it has always been addressed by William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta. We had a budget for that, but because we had a second election which consumed around 6 to 10 billion, so that the money for stadiums that we planned, we had to use on those stadiums was taken away and to facilitate the elections. So the repeat elections took majority of the budget. Number 2, the economy of Kenya actually was hit, and it was hit badly due largely by the chaos that were brought about by ODM and NASA. The economy was badly hit, so that the economy could not again regenerate in a speedy way, so that we could have money to put back into the stadiums. Number 2, after the NASA shenanigans, when the handshake came and the economy was good, COVID hit. So as much as I don't want to defend the Kenyatta government, there has been so many challenges in this second term that we could not find funds to actually finish on those stadiums. Had we not had a by-election, a rerun election, I think not even 6, or even we can even say 3 or even 4 stadiums could have been completely been done. And you cannot always expect that the government delivers 100%.
Atuya. We want you to provide evidence towards that, because IBC does not conduct election as an emergency. Every time they go to an election, it is budgeted for.
Bernard, I would request that
Ndeto seems to have hanged. I am sorry, but
probably you continue asking. As he comes back.
So, Atuya, before Ndeto comes back, you need to explain to us how stadium money was transferred from the Ministry of Sports and went to IBC. And IBC was broke to an extent that they had to stop the stadium so that they can now come and fix this. You know, Atuya, you are
that's a simple question.
Brilliant,
that's a
sound,
simple question.
Upcoming leader. Give
That's a
us
simple question.
Give us evidence to that effect that kulikuwa na transfer in the budget ikatolewa kwa Ministry of Sports ikapelekwa IBC because IBC haikuwa na pesa na repeat election ilikuwa forced na NASA.
You know, when we have
wait, Atuya, a minute.
Okay.
I think it is a fact that due to the elections that happened as a result of the rigging, I think that budget could have done something substantial in the incumbent government, right?
Wait, no, can I please,
just
Neto,
wait.
please, Neto.
Wait, Patriot. Wait, Patriot. I will give you a chance.
No,
I'm
Neto,
saying.
Neto. Hold on, Neto.
Wait, Bernard. Wait. You know, I just want to be neutral.
I'm not sikuzui kusema kile
just wait. Just wait, please.
Said what happened to the election as a result of rigging. That language is what
Bernard, give the moderator time, please.
Yes. So, Bernard, just wait. Maybe I have misquoted, but I was trying to say that basing on the ruling of the court, the election was it was null and void, right? So we went for re-election, which also consumed a budget of I think 11 billion. And if you check on the laptop project, it was supposed to consume something to do with the 70 billion. So in a way, a portion of the laptops, maybe it was consumed through the election. That is what I'm trying to get from Atuya, that money that was used to cater for that, in a way, it has slowed down the development agenda of Uhuru's next government.
Let's agree here. When a government gives promises, a manifesto, you give a manifesto, you actually don't have the budget for that. You give a manifesto, and then once you take government, you now create a budget for that. When you cannot just say that Raila cannot say he's giving 6,000. He's not in government. He doesn't know what the budget of that year will look like. So the moment he's in government, it is the time he will create a budget for the 6,000. So what happened with the stealing money?
Deto,
yes.
Please. A quick one,
yes,
if
Patriot.
you don't mind.
My friend, get out of order.
Atuya, my brother, how are you today?
I'm doing good, and I'm being butchered all over. I don't know, why can't I finish?
No, I will neutralize.
Atuya, a minute. Let us hear what Patriot has to say.
Yes, Atuya, there is a very clear indication that you are trying to cling to a straw such that you don't drown. Let's be very clear here. The point is this: every budget in the government allocation of funds is a structured budget. There are structures. You cannot take money from the roads and take it to the hospital just because the hospital is lacking drugs. That doesn't happen. You cannot take money from the Ministry of Energy to the Ministry of Labor. They don't borrow like that. It doesn't work that way. So one thing that I am trying to say here, Atuya, as you defend the legacy of the president and the deputy president, something that you need to add in your quick answers, which you seem to be forgetting, if you think that budget that went to the repeat election is what should have been the money to build the stadium, then you are wrong. Let me tell you where the money went. The money went to corruption. Corrupt individuals took the money which should have gone to the budget. Number two, something I want to be very clear here, is that by the time the DP...
Patriot.
Just a minute.
Wait a minute, please. Wait a minute. You know, I thought it was a question you were asking Atuya because
No, I was answering. I was answering. No, I was answering what you were asking because you seem to be asking the same question with Atuya. I was answering that.
A minute.
Yes.
A minute, kindly. You know, it is myself. You know, the way I realized the supporters of Baba, they can clearly elaborate their case. So that's why I brought in the point on why we think the stadiums that every person is claiming.
Yeah, but since there is a narrative that is being drawn here, why can't I clear it so that we don't go that direction?
Again, you cannot say that
give me a minute.
Clearly elaborate.
Give me a minute.
Okay, let me finish. Let me finish.
Ndeto, you are just
a
stopping
minute,
you on
patriot.
the way.
A minute, patriot.
Okay.
You know, if anything, I do not want you to like elaborate, and I would like you to ask Atuya a direct question so that we hear if he has facts or he is just following the narrative of the UDA.
Okay, I thought, if just correct me, Ndeto, I thought the question came from you to Atuya. And now that Atuya did not answer well, I am entitled as a panelist to enlighten the discussion on what the answer would be. Because we are talking about...
I specifically asked a UDA supporter, and I don't think you are one.
Now that he doesn't have the answer,
Finished my
answer. Look here, thank you, everyone.
Ndeto, you're being unfair. I should have finished.
Let's do this, Ndeto. James has been here for a very long time. Please, let's consider him. Let him make a submission, okay? We can always revisit that. Stadiums, we were promised from 2013. We have not seen them. So, and that is 10 years of budgets, 10 budgets. So we shouldn't be talking about there was no budget, there was no money. 10 budgets, 10 years. It wasn't considered. Then,
I have to finish on that
Bernard, I can see you are smartly coming in to. Okay, let us go to Duke. Okay, sorry, Patriot.
In fact, I want to create space.
We are going to protest against that.
I want to create space.
Wait,
I just wanted.
It is unfair for Atuya. You are not giving him airtime. You give him Bernard a lot of airtime, consuming Atuya's time.
Atuya was not even making submission. Atuya was
okay. Wait. Let us maintain order.
Yes.
Let us maintain order, kindly. I think Patriot. Just
yes.
I will give you a chance immediately after Duke. I think is it all Duke if Duke have just left after James. Then Atuya, I know you have not made. I have not made your submission. So when you are making your submission, please try to wind up on that. So let us get to James. Then from there.
I think we've lost Ndeto.
Hello.
Go on, James. Go on, James.
Sure.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening to you. Karibu kwa show.
Asante.
Yes.
I've listened to your submissions, and I want to make my point that there are things that I've picked out of your conversation. And what I know is that the next government will rise or fall on what it does about corruption. There is no doubt that corruption is actually eating into the vibe of this country. It is not about the personality. It is about what we are going to do against corruption as a country. No matter what good plans we might have as a government, We had youth funds that were squandered. We had women funds that we never hear of today. So it is a bit depressing when somebody goes around saying how he's going to allocate these millions of money to this constituency to be given to youths to buy border and all those kind of things. We have been there. We have been there for many years. But what impact has it had in our society? Nothing, not. I will say this. Looking at the two leading candidates, I have never voted for Raila. I must confess that. But looking at the two candidates and considering what the country will be walking into, particularly in terms of fighting corruption, there's a question that Modavadi asked, who can you trust? If Kenyans are not serious and they make a big mistake, we will go back in a worse situation than we were in Moi time. I lived through it. I know it. I know how exciting it is for a president to go dishing money to youths in small groups. But finally, the impact on the socio-economic does not show. So populism will not work. It is pragmatic planning, prudence, consistency. Well, I will not want to turn into a campaigner of Baba, but there is one thing I have also picked about him through some time now. Is trying to bring what we call political philosophy of social democracy. And this you can trace to the point when he was prime minister. There's one time the maize meal was too expensive. He was not afraid to come up with a policy where the poor would access subsidized maize meal. However, it turned out into a scandal because there are those who are always waiting for such opportunities to reap. That is basically where our country goes bad and wrong. I will also say that I have a bit of respect on his approach because Raila more or less tempers his promises to the people with some intellectual depth. He will not just utter things that he's not sure that they can be done. And even if he failed, it is not because he just uttered things that out there. It is because sometimes things fail. Like that maize meal program. I also am aware that he has intervened on a number of times, even for farmers right inside the central province. I am privy to a situation that he had to lobby the government of President Kibaki to waive debts for coffee farmers after the leaders in that region were fearing that other Kenyans would see the government as being tribal by interceding for farmers. He took up that matter and it was solved. So what am I saying? What I'm saying is this. I have also heard about somebody saying that about rent, that there are talks out there that this is a man who will tell people not to pay rent, that this is a man who will tell people not to pay fare. I think, let's be clear, there has been a lot of smear campaigns in this country for a very long time against the persona of Right Honorable. And what is even most surprising is that those who some buy this kind of thing is they are the poor, the horoi poroi. And what basically Raila goes for as a social democrat is capitalism that is tempered with a human face. What it means here is that if you are renting a house that goes for 5,000, for hell's sake, just charge that 5,000. Don't charge 10,000. What is wrong with that? Even for the poor, the poor Kikuyus who are staying in the slums. So basically, what I know is that slowly people have been, even those who have been condemning within the central region, and maybe this is why some people are not understanding what is happening right now. Some have started understanding the deeper underpinnings of what this man has been saying consistently. Because even right now, the person coming with hustler, whatever, actually he's just using words, but the philosophy behind the fighting for the poor has had its principle consistently. You know, the consistency in politics is something that lacks in this country. And maybe it is time, and maybe that is why even the capitalists within the Mount Kenya now feel that it is time for this man to rise to power, because some of those things are rather, pedestrian and, the street talk. And like one of you saying, this is a businessman. He cannot create an environment that will hurt him. He's a businessman. So he cannot selectively go around doing things that will keep business. Yet the same government that is reading will want taxes. That does not happen. In fact, right now, the greatest fear that is existing right now, and that is why the wind will change so fast in Central. What do you think the people who have benefited from the wings to fly, what do you think they feel when they hear that same person is being labeled as a dynasty who should be crushed, or tempered, or undesirable person? What do you think of a person who has grown small businesses, given loans? Let me tell you guys, every homestead in Central Province has somebody who has been touched by some of these people who, some for their own, or is it lack of knowledge or whatever, are going around rubbishing. They will soon come to know how deep this sea is. I rest my case. I'm done.
Okay, thank you, James. Thank you.
Yes.
Neto, you can go ahead.
Okay, I think you have made a very good submission, James. So is there anyone with a question to James?
Of course.
Yes, there's a question here.
Just lift up your hand, please, or
Duke, bad lights in my house, Duke.
Oh, Duke.
Yeah.
Move on.
James, I want to ask you a question over the claims you are making that dynasty statement. You know, we are in a political situation where everything is made in such a way that the source must feel the punch. For example, when Ruto said about the dynasty and Asolas, he has really tried to define what he means by the term Asolas and dynasties. But why are you saying that the whoever the Equity Bank with the wings to fly things is a dynasty, which Ruto didn't even mention? Ruto said clearly that a dynasty is a person who has come from down, with the business and moved on to the higher levels. Now today you are saying that the Equity Bank with wings to fly is a dynasty, which is contrary to the position of William Ruto. Why do you put words into the mouth of the deputy president that he said is a dynasty? And in any case, why are you thinking that when you are rich you are a dynasty if you are not?
James, unmute first before you respond, James.
Yes. If you have consistently followed this debate, it started at a very toxic level. The toxic level was that we should not think about corporates in this country. It is time we thought about the Mama Mboga, Sukuma Wiki, Mama Pima, Mama Changa. That is basically where the debate.
I've not heard about James. James, I've not heard about Changa. Maybe.
No. Okay. He did not specifically talk about Mama Changa, but that is what it means, that those people who are doing basic things down there, okay, we should first forget about corporates. That's what he said, and go down there and grow those people upwards. That is where the debate started. Then, after he was cornered by Matiang'i, he now turned again to start defining Hasra as somebody who has been working hard, and even some of them are very rich. Let me tell you, my guys, this one he cannot escape. Already the message down there with the people is that there are two defines. There are those who have, and there are those who don't have, and that the government has been taking care of those who have, neglecting those who don't have. That is basically how the divination has grown. Now he's trying to redefine after finding that he's cornered by what I have told you. I can tell you this here today. Wings to Fry has over 6 million children who have gone through it. How is he going to fight that force? And they are spread all over the country. What do you think will happen once the campaign machine is opened? My friends, this is a sinking ship. That one I can tell you.
Okay. James.
Yes.
James, sorry. Before someone asks a question,
yes.
James, you are saying that the narrative about the Mama Boga and the such is null and void. And you have also even embroidered and added Changa. You are saying it is null and void.
It is null and void.
Okay, I would like to
Can I add something? Can I add something?
Wait.
Before you go on.
Let me
ask something?
Then you...
I kept quiet for a very long time. Can I talk something?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Well, a minute, kindly.
Okay.
Let him.
Let me tell you.
Bernard, a minute. My observation, I just want you to start with what you are about to say, then you answer my question, right?
Okay.
So we are saying that William Samoei Ruto has failed. And
totally.
in a way, he is in a government.
Yes.
Where they were elected together with one Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta.
It's a fact. Where are you? I can't hear.
Oh, James, just hold on. He's having network problem. At times he hangs, but he will come around.
I thought he's running away.
Probably you can go ahead.
No.
Probably you can go ahead with your submission, James.
He must be
there was something you were saying.
I was saying this. Growing economy is not going down there. It is growing the middle class. Why? Because it is the middle class who become the buyers of the so-called Mama Bogas. You cannot create a class down there that has nobody to buy those Bogas and those Changas down there, and they are no buyers. That is why if you go to the economic models that have worked in the world, and that is what Kibaki did, you swell the middle class. You swell the middle class by giving them an environment that they can do business. You swell the middle class by giving a mass job creation. through industries, through agriculture, through ICT or whatever form. These are the guys who are going to grow the mama mbogas. Let me ask you today, assuming that money is poured in a constituency, I am hearing it's about 100 million, 120 million for youths to walk in there, borrow that money, buy CG, it's called border and all that. What will you do? Youths running everywhere with the borders. Everybody has his. Who are they going to be carrying? So let's be serious, my friends. Let's not joke with the country. This is a country banner. This is not it's not a joke. So then basically what it is, and I can agree up to some point, and this is why I'm gravitating towards Paba, is because he's talked about going down there, knowing what the farmers can do and what can be produced and added value, so that youths down there can get jobs and then go and buy from Mama Mboga, Mama Pima, Mama Changa.
Okay.
That is how to grow the economy, not the other way. It can't work. Yes.
James, I can see there are a number of people who would like to ask questions, but before they come in, sorry, I have hanged up. I was asking this question that Ruto is part of the current government, incumbent government, right?
Yes.
And mostly we see the failures of William.
Oh my. Is it intentional?
No, James. No, James.
Definitely not.
The kitchen is getting too hot.
Can I go in and ask the question?
Not that way, James. Not that way.
Wait. You know,
He's back.
I think network is failing. Network is failing me. Okay,
Yes. No problem,
mostly we see failures of William Samoei Ruto, because every time he says that our government has achieved, people are always like, which government, and you came out.
Yes.
But when we are talking about failures, he is one person whom we point so much. Look at it this way. If William Samoei Ruto has failed, it is also fair to say Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta has also totally failed. Because they are together. So my question is this.
Yes.
Maybe as you say that it will not be possible, for instance.
Yes.
And currently we are seeing it being possible through very many construction of roads. There are also construction of health facilities moving on. There are lots of projects moving on. And this guy is still part of this development. Why then do you think if we entrust him with the presidency, he will not be able to deliver?
You wanted me to answer that?
Yes.
Okay. Let me go. Let me tell you.
And please take 30 seconds, James.
Yes. But I kept quiet for so long. Anyway,
okay, you have also talked for good time. So, and I can see people like Duke.
Don't gag me. Don't gag me. Let me say this. Infrastructure is a good thing, but infrastructure at inflated prices is a bad thing, because what it does, it robs the country resources to go elsewhere to develop human resource. Today, the current government had planned to have 26 irrigation dams across the country. But these people, what they did is what is called total routing. How did they do it? Instead of thinking of first finishing 3 or 4, or each year we shall be doing 3 or 5, they decided to give feasibility study for all the 26 and gave out billions of money for people to go and just visit the sites, write some papers, and then dump them at the government offices. This is what we cannot afford, my friends. This is corruption in another way, because actually corruption starts at the budgeting level. That is where the problem is. And that is why I am saying we must start asking ourselves as Kenyans, who can we trust? Yes, with William, you'll see around coming up here and there, but at what cost? At what cost? That is the question.
James,
at what cost?
James, sorry.
Yes.
Sorry, James. Are you making allegations that President Uhuru Kenyatta is presiding over a corrupt governmental regime?
Let me put it this way. Let me put it.
James, with who you are
going, please. A question that I must answer.
James, withhold your feedback, James, a bit.
What happened? What happened in the first 5 years? What happened
James, a bit.
in the first 5 years?
Hold on, everybody. Order, please. Order, please.
We had a hamster.
James, ngoja kwanza tafadhali.
James, ngoja. Ndeto.
Kindly, let us hear. Okay, Patriot.
Ndeto.
Patriot,
yes, there's something I want to say. Yes, Ndeto.
Yes,
Ndeto,
1 minute.
I don't mind being patient, and I'll wait. I am actually listening very well to what everybody's contributing, including James. What I just want to call upon the House is to have some bit of order. Because if you ask questions, James answers, you ask, James answers, then we just hear to sing. It should be a discussion. So please ask a question that anybody can answer instead of throwing it back to James. It will be a back and forth, please.
Good.
Okay, just 1 minute. 1 minute. So, Patriot, you had something previously. Did you write it down somewhere before we get to Duke? Then Atuya.
I did write it, but correctly and morally speaking, let James finish on what he was saying. But but the order is, once he has done so, you don't ask him a question again. Then it will mean like you are answering each other, and it might not overwhelm the discussion. Then I'll actually come immediately, if he doesn't mind, please.
Good. Now, you asked the question, and I'll answer it. What happened in the first term was one thing that we should never allow to happen in Kenya again. We under hamstrung presidency. Somebody who was always under a kind of a spell that you must do this. If you don't, we can easily walk away and join the other side. That is why you saw even appointments became so political to a point where when one was removed, people would hold press conference and say that is their position, and a person from the area must come in. This is the kind of nonsense, and this is what happened. And because of that, and because this man wanted a second term, I think he put up with some of these things, and it has come to haunt and hurt the country. It is just as simple as that.
Okay, Ndeto.
Correctly.
Can I do a quick one then, Ndeto?
He has disappeared. Eh?
Okay, Bernard. Can I go ahead? Can I proceed?
Okay, you want to make Patriot? You're making your submission?
Yeah, I was rebuttaling and I've been waiting. So I want to do my rebuttal as I disappear. Today I want to disappear early a little bit. Sorry.
Just hold on. We are disappearing together.
Okay, but it's still my chance anyway, Bernard. It's still my chance.
I'm giving you will get your chance. I just want to make a roll call. Between Muturi and Duke, who was here first? Has Muturi made submission?
Okay. Duke was here first.
Duke was there first. Okay. Duke came. You came first, so you welcomed Muturi and Atuya. But of course, I did.
Duke was here first. Patriot was there, but Atuya and Muturi were not there. They just came.
Okay, Muturi had given his submission among the first.
Hold on, Deto. When you go off, you come back small, because there were things that were happening while you are away.
I'm in loudspeaker. I'm in loudspeaker.
Yes, although you are in charge, you are the chairman today. I'm
Yes.
just doing supportive staff. I'm the subordinate staff. So let's make sure that no rebuttals, no questions until everybody has had at least one time of submission. That is Patriot Duke Muturi. Tukimaliza hiyo Atuya, okay. Tukimaliza hiyo kwanza ndio sasa
You
hiyo
deliberately forgetting me.
sorry, I'm not nini. I just want that. Then Deto will decide.
I know it was political.
Which political Atuya? Wewe unajua ni mtoto yetu, tuwezi kosana. Tunaendanga njia moja tukienda hivyo. Thank you. So Deto, let's have Patriot, then Duke, then Muturi, then Atuya, then we move on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Honorable Neto, I think you are trying today. You're doing well. I think next time you'll even do much better. So I want to make some clarification here that I think have been missed along in the course of our discussion. And for sure, it is not in my business to rebuttal and argue against every point that is raised by everybody here. We are here to enrich ourselves, learn from each other. Even weaknesses of our friends are part and parcel of the things that we might learn. Somebody has not unmuted, please. Somebody was not unmuted. There's a lot of noise behind. I don't know who the person is. Bernard, direct somebody to unmute. Okay. So what I was saying is that my rebuttal here is to clarify what has been the problem in the current administration as far as their development agenda and promises is concerned. In my view, the main issue here is a moral issue. What we've been talking about is dealing with symptoms. Let's talk about the disease. The symptomatic picture of the failed administration where the two leaders in the executive cannot work together the way this has come to the forefront. It means we must relook, we must redefine how does a deputy president and the president relate in the course of their work. Because if that is not properly underlined and clarified from the constitution perspective, in my view, then we will still be treating each other to these theatrics and cycles of around, so that whenever we talk about the constitution, somebody says, no, the constitution has no problem. In my view, one of the things that must be properly redefined either by the constitution or somewhat, is how do we sustain a deputy president who is not willing to obey orders of his president, as his boss. That is, in my view, the biggest trouble that we are having here. We might have history repeating itself. Probably after Raila Odinga has become the 5th president, he might also end up making a mistake of having a deputy president who will not be willing to work with him. What kind of a country shall we be? Are we not going through the same cycle again, the way we are going here? So my thinking, my fellow panelists, that is of essence here, is that we need also, as we debate on why the current administration did not fulfill its promises, we need to go further to interrogate and understand why and how are we going to entertain, a presidency that is divided? Because this is really what we have been treated into. In fact, you can see even the way we are seated here, we are not sure whether we are for government or we are for what. We become individualistic. We are supporting individuals instead of policies, and this is what we must accept, that it's the reality of today's politics. So the next thing I wanted to put in place, and once for all to rest, is that the budgets of any government, as far as their promises of their promises during election is concerned, that budget is developed and redesigned every year. The budget is read, because we know that economics matrix of a country are a progressive matter. So you cannot tell me that the budget that was drawn 2 years ago is this the same today. There are a lot of dynamics that end up changing, and we know that. That's why
the budget is redefined on a yearly basis to allocate funds to particular projects. Where there is no harmony between the two who are in the helm of the executive, you will always find trouble. And this is what we know. All of us know clearly that the biggest trouble that we have here is a situation where the president is talking about, dealing with corruption, and the deputy is talking about politics in relation to corruption. That has been an issue. We've been treated to these theatrics. My question that I want to leave you with, my fellow panelists, is this: are we sure that the battle stops? The battle stops at the court of the president as an individual, or it stops at the presidency where the deputy president is included? So that is something that we need to also come out and actually, define ourselves and make pronouncements to the effect that we actually redefine the future of this country in a better way using the history of today. Because for sure, if we don't do that, then most of these things will not work. Lastly, my last statement is on the 6,000 that the fifth president of this country is actually trying to explain to this country how it is going to do magic. Trust me, from my standpoint, that is a silver bullet. That is the game changer. Let me tell you this, and you might be surprised. You need to sit pretty to listen to this. It is not just the expense element as far as the 6,000 is concerned that is clear to us. There is the complexity of how that money will actually contribute to the improvement of the livelihood of the people down there, who will end up being part and parcel of the contributing, population to the tax, of the country as you do that. It's very progressive. The example of that and how it happens is this: when you have people who know where their food is coming from, just the way I started from my, preamble on the say, when you have a community that knows that there is food in the house, then in the budget allocation, as they struggle for whatever items, they know very clearly that item 1, 2, 3 is already sorted out. So whatever they are doing, that very budget that they will have struggled from themselves as a family will be instead a saving, So that saving, where will it go? They'll be able to travel, they'll pay matatu, they'll be able to buy a nice clothes for their children, they'll be able to chip into better education. That is how the improvement of the livelihood will happen. This money is not swallowed in coins. It's not swallowed to the stomach. They are going to buy something. It will still come back to the economy, but you give them a peace of mind. The other thing that you need to know, people today are committing suicide. People are languishing in poverty. They have mental issues. And this is something that you also need to know. And courtesy of COVID, the mess is serious. Look at a situation where somebody knows that now I know there is food in the house, okay? I have no problem. People have run away from their husbands and wives because of this kind of a situation. So having these 6,000 as an assurance of the most vulnerable society, of the most vulnerable population of this society, trust me, they'll have that, feeling of being patriotic as Kenyans. They'll have that spirit of togetherness. And remember, the safetyness and security of a nation has so much correlation with the comfort and security of other people as far as food and shelter is concerned. If you're able to deal with shelter, deal with food, many people will actually find an alternative thing to do instead of engaging themselves to crime. So there's a lot of dynamics in relation to this money that a serious economist will write a serious concept paper. When you look at it, you'll have nothing to say other than saying kudos Baba. In my view, that is what I am looking for as a country, and I believe it is going to be sustainable because other countries have done the same. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Patriot, for your submissions. Let us first get, if you have any question, please just write it down somewhere. Let us get to Duke, then Atuya.
Thank you for the opportunity. First of all, good evening. I don't know whether it's morning already or anything like that. So, personally, I supported the Deputy President William Ruto, and I have the following reasons. I want to take you to the memory lane Number one, about Raila Amolo Odinga, he does not have what I call political integrity to hold the office of the presidency. The reason being is that we remember the only coup in Kenya. The only coup in Kenya is we was a very serious member in that in those people participated in that coup. Again, he is a record holder of rejecting election results. That's why I say Raila Amolo Odinga does not have the political integrity to hold the office of the president. 1997, Raila Amolo Odinga came at this stand.
Duke, you just said you're supporting the deputy president. Tell us why you're supporting the deputy president.
Bernard, kindly hold on, Bernard. Bernard, please let us give Duke his ample time. Let him compare and contrast. Then we can have some questions.
Compare,
I think the best approach,
not sweeping statements.
The best approach
No. Wait,
the
Bernard.
best
Let
approach
us
is
hear
to
what
compare.
Duke has.
Then I make my case. I
Yes,
will definitely make my case.
Duke,
So I
go
was
on.
saying in 1997, Raila Amolo Odinga held a press conference despite becoming number 3 to reject the result of an election. In 2007, the same. 2013 and 2017, the same. We didn't have any fight in 2002 because Raila Amolo Odinga was not in the ballot. Instead, somebody else was supported, and in any case, Kibaki won in 2002. That's why we didn't have a rejection of the election in 2002. In fact, the election is free and fair in Kenya when Raila Amolo Odinga or the side of Amolo Odinga has won. That's why I say that Raila does not have the political integrity needed for president. Number 2, all these leaders, the top contenders of presidency, including Raila Amolo Odinga, have corruption allegations. I call them allegations because merely they are proved in courts. They are only political statements made in public so that they entertain the supporters. Like we talk about the Kisumu molasses, we talk about the Mumia Sugar Company loan, we talk about the NYS thing, we talk about the COVID billionaires, among others. Now, another thing I want to talk about Raila is that when we add the COVID billionaires being mentioned, he didn't make as much as noise as he made when we add the Eurobond. So that's why I think Raila has a mind that sees only when things are favoring him is when now he can make a lot of noise. Another thing now to talk about the economic models that we have in Kenya, which are being proposed by the top. I say the top because there are 2 horses. That's Raila Amolo Odinga and William Samoei Ruto. When we are talking about the 6,000 Raila Amolo Odinga is promising, we are saying that is now a true definition of an handout, because irrespective of the way you twist it so that it will look like the way you need it in your political terms, it is an handout, because an handout is money given for consumption, not for really maybe a business idea or an empowerment program or like that. It's a true definition of what I'm calling an handout. So the model of Raila Amolo Odinga is far much based on handouts than empowerment, than expanding businesses. Now let me come to William Samoei Ruto. William Samoei Ruto supported the Raila Amolo Odinga in 2007. That time, William Samoei Ruto was as clean. I don't know what cleanliness I can, for lack of a better term, as maybe as white as spam or something like that. In 2013, now William Ruto became a very bad person, a corrupt person, was associated with very many scandals, the likes of the 10 billion Macy scandal, US Macy scandal, all that was associated with William Samoei Ruto. In fact, Raila Amolo Odinga fired William Samoei Ruto in 2012. Now that one notwithstanding, William Ruto, when he was a minister for agriculture, we had subsidized fertilizers. I'm now talking about why I'm supporting William Samoei Ruto. Subsidized fertilizers when he was a minister for agriculture. When he was a minister, when Kibaki made him a minister for higher education, we had now what we are calling the double intake for universities. Students don't have to wait for 2 years like previously so that they join a university. Now, in the first term of the Jubilee regime, we have tangible projects. Despite the cost, we have tangible projects. Now we are talking about TTRs, we talk about the connectivity of electricity, we are talking about the SGR, among others. But now, the promises that were made in 2013 to 2022 that they were run for 10 years about the stadia and so on, as Atuya said, people make promises before election. If they achieve 70%, more than 50, in fact, more than 50% of what they made, then that is going to be called a good assessment. Another thing, in 2018, we were treated to some handshake, some political theatrics in Arambe House stairs. That was the famous handshake that we have today. It is the one that complicated matters for William Ruto Uhuru completion of their 10-term limit as a pair of presidents, so that after 10 years is now we could have judged the two guys what they have achieved. But instead, the programs were cut short in 2018 and we had the PBI that has now wasted a lot of our time. Now, to this bottom-up model, it is the one in my submission or my opinion that's going to improve the livelihoods of Kenyans. Number one, if you want to have a good fisherman, you don't feed him fish in the hope that one day you also know where the fish are to go and catch. You train that fisherman how to fish, then you go and catch the fish. That's what William Ruto is trying to do. And the GDP in Kenya is the highest because of these issues of lack of expanded tax base in Kenya. And by so giving smaller businesses some boost in their businesses, then we are likely to have expanded tax base, we collect enough tax, and then we can have increased per capita income, and then what we are calling now the economic model that you are refuting that cannot work is now going to work perfectly. That we expand, we are not touching the tycoons, the Chimi Wanchigis are safe because we're not going their side. We're saying that this tax we are collecting, some of it sets aside and empower the small business enterprise so that we expand the tax base. And by so doing, now we're likely to have enough income for the country. Lastly, the person who is in the driving seat is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, and the bag will stop at the post. From 2002 up to 2013 or 2012 and so on, Kibaki did a very good job because he was in the steering wheel, despite having Kalonzo, despite having this other guy called the perennial loser, Raila Amolo Odinga. Still, Kibaki managed, even after the post-election violence in 2007, 2008, still Kibaki managed to bring up the economy that we are talking about, we are referencing today. So give Ruto a chance also so that we can see what he can do. Don't say that because they have failed, they were together, now they have failed, now we don't have to. This one can also be a failure. He is not in the steering wheel, and is in record in 2018 some functions of the DB that he was used to be assigned. Ideally, the president should engage the deputy president actively, assign him functions, but we can see even the pro-handshake members of parliament saying that the deputy president is deviant of the boss, which means even the boss is not trusting him, is not assigning him duties. So we cannot be calling the DP is not working or he has not performed. To what extent he should now be elected as the president. My opinion, give him a chance and see what I can do. I support UDA, William Ruto, and then I listen to the two. There's one thing about marketing which I refute that Raila does not have. Marketing of his ideas. You know, if you are in a rally where Raila is speaking, you can hardly get what he's saying unless he holds a press conference to articulate a written document. But if he is talking about kumekucha kumepambasuka, you can hardly get what he's saying. But giving this other guy audience, you can clearly see.
You're coming too much, huh? And I'll come for you.
I'm finishing.
Yes, I'm
William
waiting
Samuel
for you.
is marketing clearly his agenda. Is marketing clearly his agenda, and everybody can see it.
Agenda,
you know, they.
Lies.
It's a political statement.
Kindly let give Duke. Duke, can you kindly also conclude so that if there is anyone with a question?
Yes. We should not mislead the public by telling them that William Ruto is telling lies and Raila Odinga is not telling lies. If it's about lies, these two people are politicians. So pick the lie that you think can convince you. So conclusively, let us give these two people audience and then pick, because all of them are politicians. But my opinion, Samuel William Ruto does is the best. I think I'm done. Thank you very much.
Now, Duke.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Bernard, you have a question?
Questions will come later.
With the...
I thought you said questions will come later.
Does Kenya have any corruption problem?
Yes, Kenya has a very big corruption problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so when somebody is mentioned in corruption, is because he has changed political alliance or there is corruption in Kenya?
Number one, it depends on the circumstances under the mention.
So you mean the corruption in Kenya is circumstantial?
Yes, sometimes it's circumstantial.
Yeah.
I mean, corruption can be real at times, and at times is circumstantial because it's a political witch hunt.
What?
Political witch hunt. I said sometimes it's real and sometimes it's a political witch hunt.
So the
I can give examples very well.
Deputy President's office, is it a political witch hunt or is it really corruption?
Come up again.
The Deputy President's office.
The one that the Deputy President has been mentioned in. Is it real or political witch hunt? Do we have really money that got lost in Camorer and the other dam? And
was
the
that
other
in the Deputy President's office?
Yes. We have money was lost in Arol and the Kimwareri Dam. Bernard, I want to answer you like this.
Yes.
Money was lost in Arol and the Kimwareri Dam. The director of public prosecutor, Nordin Aji, has been on TV noting that the deputy president was not involved. And in fact, he stated clearly that the Uhuru Kenyatta sanctioned the amount that was paid to the Aurora and Kimwareri people who won the tender, the Italian farm. So we cannot mention the deputy president. So even when the director of public prosecutors said...
If he was not involved, how did he know only 7 billion got lost and not 21 billion? Because nobody said that on his behalf. He said it himself.
That's why I say it's a political witch hunt. Because statements can be placed in a way, despite they have not been proved in any court, so that they appear in a political fight to attain what a politician intends to do. Like now, when we talk about 7 billion.
You are a young man and very sober. I don't know why.
Do you know?
Okay, Duke.
Yes.
A minute.
We did not say somebody said. We are saying the deputy president is on record on national television. He said it himself. So was he political witch hunting himself? What do you mean?
Wait, Bernard. Wait, Duke. Duke.
Yes.
What I would say, the deputy president, for once, let me talk for once. The deputy president
network error. I'm saying.
Can I ask something? I
Yeah,
want to ask something.
Okay,
I want to ask.
let's do this. Let's do this. Huh?
Let me ask.
Hold on, James. Hold on, James.
Yes.
For the sake of the people who have not made submission, let's suspend those interrogations. I beg. Let's hear from Muturi, we hear from Tuya, then we'll open room for questions. I think if we go that direction, we'll have submit justice. And Neto.
Okay.
I think I was next.
Just hold on, Neto.
Okay, one moment, Bernard. You see, there is a question you have just made, and in a way I have hanged on. I was saying, remember, Deputy President is the supervisor of government projects, and he serves as a project manager. And you know, every project has a budget. And for this budget to be implemented, money has to come out from the treasury. So, and it comes out in phases. So as a project manager, there is a possibility that this guy knows how much that has come out and how much work has been done on ground. So in an event that there is a question on why this has not reached a certain percentage, it is easier for the deputy president, the way he said, I know the amount that has been lost, just because he was the direct manager of government project. I think we can move to the next person.
And yet, he was not involved.
Okay. I was just substantiating or elaborating how he came out with that figure.
It's okay, Neto. Thank you. Thank you. I think for fairness, James, just hold your horses. Let's hear Muturi. We hear Atuya. Then we'll have 30 minutes of questions and answer. Then we get into another topic. And
okay, Neto, and I would also like Bernard. And yes. I would also like to contribute because, you know, I've been moderating and I've not made my contribution. So I can make being the last person.
Muturi, will you give me a chance, please?
You will pick after Tuya, but your network, you need to do something about it. Because I'm looking on how to get out of here. But from the look of things, if I leave, I think things may get out of hand. Let me hunt for Wekesa, and then we will see what to do. Muturi, please.
Thank you. You know, the problem we have that this other side is really good at harassing people. And nadhani hapo ndio huwa mnashindwa, kwa sababu huku nje mnapayuka mingi sana, mnaharibu hadi wengine wakichora venye tunashinda. Nyinyi huku nje ni kuvuruga watu na kuwahangaisha tu. Anyway, you know, there are some facts that hata tupande juu, hata tukae wapi, they will remain to be facts. We have one commander in chief and the head of state at one given moment. That is Uhuru Kenyatta. Also, when things are going in the right direction, he is the only gentleman to take credit of the good thing that is happening in this country. When things go wrong, we only have one person to take blame. So if the same way we have one commander in chief, is the same way we have one commander in chief of the corrupt state called Kenya. That is Uhuru Kenyatta. So you cannot shift corruption blame solely on William Ruto and fail to blame Uhuru Kenyatta over all the corruption scandals that has befallen this country ever since they took power. The other issue is the dynasty versus hustler narrative. You see, we also have a problem in the definition of these two slogans, or these two words, the dynasty and the hustler. This other side has only one dictionary that has one page. That dictionary has only one page that has a hustler definition. Yenye wanasema sijui ni mhalaya, sijui ni mwizi, sijui ni nini. Hiyo dictionary haina page yenye ina define what is a dynasty. And a proper definition ya dynasty, it's that family that has been in power for so long that even their children take over courtesy of their family being in power previously. That is the definition of dynasty. So hata turuke juu, we know who are dynasties of this country. And a dynasty definition ya dictionary, hata tupande juu mtu definie ile ya Korogocho ama ya wapi, hakuna siku dynasty itakuwa mtu mwenye akona pesa. That is what you force us to accept, and we cannot do that. Issue ya stadium na laptops kutokuwa delivered, yes, we agree. It has not been possible to deliver on those promises, maybe because of one challenge here and there, maybe like lack of money. Somebody said you can budget, but the other dynamics that may come in that were not foreseen, that cannot be foreseen right now when we are planning on the budget, and later they emerge being on priority side. Nevertheless, the largest part of the manifesto has been fulfilled. We have a very major shift on infrastructural development. We acknowledge that on Uhuru Kenyatta and his able deputy. But something that is very worrying is how Jubilee was formed, crafted, an idea that was very, very good from the beginning, was meant to bring the people of Kenya together, unite them under one platform. How I used to see that is how we have USA politics being done, where we have Democrats and Republicans together. And I hoped that in Kenya, we would have a scenario the same as that, Jubilee versus NASA or ODM, pande hii, either ukuwe pande hii, ukuwe pande hii ingine. Lakini sasa kwa sababu ya siasa ya ubinafsi, Uhuru Kenyatta anataka afukuze huyu mwenzake, amsukume kwa kona. Mmeamua mvunje chama ya nguvu ndo mtu apate ashindwe na kusurvive kwa market, lakini ikakuwa mwenyewe ni mjanja, ametengeneza chama ingine mzuri kwa sababu hako ameomba usaidizi. Anyway, we are still watching how these things will go. We are hoping that the fifth president atakuwa ni William Samoei Ruto, and I am very happy that he has pushed people into a very good platform called economic platform. We are now talking about economy transformation. Wale walikuwa wanapiga siasa ya ukabila, some people at one point walikuwa nasema that hii hasra hii haiwezi piga ile ukabila, ile wakishikana kabila hii na hii zikishikana haziwezi piga hii hasra, hii ni mpya, hii haijawahi fanya kazi mahali. And the only problem we have in this country is that we do not believe in our own capacity. We cannot even think of building our capacity to do anything. We believe in imported capacity. That is why when someone hears William Ruto talking about economic, the bottom-up economic model, somebody is very quick to ask, where in the world has that economic model worked? And you will wonder, if you are asking which country that the model has ever worked, where did that country you are questioning about get the model from? If it cannot start from us, it has to start from them so that we can copy what has worked. It cannot work from us so that other countries can copy from us. You see now, you people, you must be patriotic to your country. You must believe in yourself. Don't believe in imported capacity. You see, juzi tumekuwa na BBI na huduma card. People are not interested with knowing the amount of money that ilitumika kwa hizi vitu zote hizi. And it is because we have two people who believe that because they enjoy political clout, they can just do away with any illegality. They can just do anything with the resources for this country. They can just go away, do mess with us, and just get away with it, and without getting punished. That is why today the government sponsored Huduma Card initiative. Pesa imepotea, imeenda, hakuna mtu atafuata hiyo. Tuko hapa tunataka kusema hii barabara ilikuwa inajengwa na hii pesa ilikuwa inajengwa na 300 billion, ilifaa kujengwa na 210 billion. Sasa mtu wako hapo anataka kushika hizo. Hii ya huduma namba haulizi. Because mwenye huduma namba ni huyu. Mwenye BBI ni huyu. Hii ingine, let's us be honest, my friends. Tuache hiyo maneno mko nayo bwana.
So Muturi.
Yes.
Naomba nikuulize.
Yes.
Ukiwa mgonjwa, ni dawa gani ungependa kutumia? Ile mpya ambayo haijawahi kuwa tested, watumie mwili yako kutest kama inaweza kuponya, ama unataka ile iko tested, we are sure this is pneumonia and this is the antibiotic for pneumonia?
Unajua, dawa unachukua yenye kama ni ya malaria, ni ya malaria. Huwezi kunywa dawa ya malaria na uko na tuberculosis. Unakunywa dawa ya tuberculosis kama uko na tuberculosis. Na ndio mimi nikasema, when it comes to corruption, let us not try to act as if we are newcomers in this country. We know.
No. You know, in fact, you are a young man, and I'm happy that you are talking. Okay. In my hearing your submission, you seem not to have any problem with corruption. You don't see that corruption is a problem in Kenya.
I have a problem with corruption, but I am forced by circumstances. Because, listen, because even those who want to make us see that they have a problem with the corruption, they are supporting somebody who has been dining, eating, walking, defending corrupt individuals. And
how is that? What is your give on that? That saying is not enough. You need to give evidence. Who has defended who, where?
The difference between the corrupt William Ruto and the corrupt Raila Odinga is time.
What do you mean?
It is time because we were there when Raila Odinga was prime minister. His office was kazi kwa vijana was directly under the office of the prime minister. Na hapo pesa ilipotea.
No, pesa ilipotea.
At the same time,
mimi nakuuliza, which of that money went directly to Raila Odinga, or what did Raila Odinga do to aid the corruption in the office?
At the same, you see.
That's an unfair question.
You see?
No,
You see?
even when Waiguru was taken to task to
You see,
explain,
but you see,
If
Bernard.
you ask such questions,
You see,
how
Bernard.
the corrupt
we will ask
deals
the
in
same questions
Kenyatta
You see,
on
were
corrupt
involved
you see,
directly by what role did Waiguru
Atuya
play?
maintain discipline.
you see, Bernard.
Yes.
The problem I started with I started with explaining that the problem we have is that people want to bulldoze their way
It is not bulldozing.
instead of
If
dealing
you
with
want to
facts.
be factual, you can be factual. The
I am
truth
very
is
factual.
you don't
I
want
am very
to be,
factual.
because
I
you
am very
know
factual.
where are your facts. Because
Bernard, I am very factual.
Raila has not been
But
taken to any court for corruption. 1. 2,
yes,
he has been either a whistleblower or a fighter of corruption all his life in politics.
at the same time,
Secondly, yes. So
at
at
the
the
same
same time,
time,
and then you
no,
brand him
listen
to
first.
be a
Stop at that.
sanitizer
Stop at
of
that.
the corrupt.
Stop at that. Eh? Let me
Yes.
just deal with that point that you have just mentioned here. Eh? At the same time, William Ruto has not been arraigned in any court over corruption allegation. Are we together on that?
Yes, he's going to be arraigned after Raila.
Are we reading on the same page?
He was in court for land grabbing. He was
Is that
dismissed as
corruption?
a minister for
No,
agriculture.
Yes,
Bernard.
corruption.
No, Bernard.
When you
I have a few minutes.
Is drug theft corruption?
Because I want to leave.
Sorry?
It is corruption.
Yes,
Land
it is
grabbing is not corruption.
Drug grabbing is corruption.
Yes,
It is
there's
not
grab.
corruption.
It is
Can
grab.
When you grab land, it's not corruption.
Can we look for the proper definition of corruption where we will see land grabbing as an example of corruption?
It is you to look for it.
Muturi, you
Look
don't
for
know
it.
what you're talking about.
No.
Order, guys.
I'm the holder.
Order. You know,
I'm the holder of the mic.
when everyone
I'm the
is
holder of the mic.
when everyone is asking or answering questions, we cannot moderate the discussion. Listen, Muturi, can you finish your point?
Yes.
Then if there is any question, it shall come after a 2 year submission.
Okay. So I was saying that when it comes to corruption, we have not forgotten that between 2008 and 2013, we had large scandals where Charity Giru, the today ambassador of anti-corruption and whatever, she was one of those people who were caught on corrupt engagements under her Ministry of Lands. She was later transferred to the Ministry of Water. She, the same one, had issues with Mwangi Kiujuri, the assistant minister that time, over corrupt money. We had Anyang' Nyong'o, Minister of Health, not health, it used to be called medical, I don't know what, NHIF scandal. The major NHIF scandal that we have ever witnessed in this country was at Anyang' Nyong'o. In any case, when we want to associate corruption to William Ruto, how I wish that this country, because out of 47 counties, we have 21, is it 21 or 23? 21 governors that ran on NASA ticket. How I wish we would be going for benchmarking in those counties that belong to NASA, where no corruption scandal at all ever happened, so that we can get to learn how as a country we are going to move past
the county
2022.
government that are NASA have a different president, and those that are Jubilee have a different president.
You see,
yes,
it is you who said that if you want to know the kind of a person I am, you look at my friends, and you are here accusing William Ruto.
I am asking you a question. When I am an ODM governor, do I answer to Raila Odinga, or I'm still under one united government?
Let me interject.
James. James, kindly guys, let us pass through the chair so that you are allowed.
I want to go through the chair.
Yes.
Give me time.
To ask a question.
Give me time.
A moment, Muturi, a moment.
Muturi has talked for a very long time, and we've been listening to a lot of.
Through the chair.
Please.
1 minute, Patriot. What is your point, James?
My point is this. We have listened to Muturi for a very long time, and some of the things that he said should be challenged. One.
Okay.
I don't know. Just wait.
No, James, we never challenged what you said. We also have.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
No, you cannot.
Wait a minute, Muturi.
He has taken us through a lot of gerrymandering or a lot of gibberish statements. Let me put it very clear. Let me put it very clear. Let me put it very clear.
I need to speak. I have 3 minutes left.
We may have people we support, but
just
facts are facts.
Listen, Nani Muturi. Let him.
Let me finish.
Muturi, can you donate 2 minutes? I have 3 minutes left. I need to go to work.
Let me finish.
I have not even said anything. So does it mean my statements don't matter?
You are not.
I have listened to those accusations, and I wanted to put some things clear.
Yes, we also have something to say about what you said.
guys.
I thought we are here to
Muturi, James, a minute. James, a minute.
Yes.
A minute, please. Patriot, you had a point. Then we go to Muturi to finish. Muturi, prepare to finish your submission.
Neto,
For how long will I ask for
Yes, Bernard.
I wish to
It's not fair.
suggest Atuya wants to go. He's asking for 3 minutes. Let him make his submission and go.
Even 1 minute.
The rest of us are remaining. We can continue. All right?
No, Bernard, why will he make a point which you cannot rebuttal? It will not make sense. Then you rather not present it. You must be here to listen.
Will be here. I'm coming back. I'm only donating my minutes to Atuya.
Listen.
I'm only donating my minutes to Atuya. I'm coming back to respond to those issues after Atuya has left.
Listen.
Mute your mics.
Listen.
Mute your mics.
Yes.
On this platform, we give and take, okay? And if somebody says something, I believe we are speaking for Kenya, not for our individual capacity, our individual agenda. So if whatever that is shared is not in line with what Kenya stands for, we can still rebuttal with the person present or not, and just set the records clear. So let us not hold people hostage here because they have asked questions, we must answer them in one way. On the other hand, if he needs to go, let's be considerate and let him air his views. We will still contribute towards what he has said in his presence or not. Internet never forgets. He will come and follow the show after this, so no problem. Please, Neto, you are the chair. Allow Atuya to do that, and then he goes to endelea James na Muturi. James na Muturi wabaki hapa. We can hold them hostage.
Okay, umetetea Atuya sana. So, Atuya, you have asked for 3 minutes.
I will even
I will add you to 1 minute. Ikue 4 minutes.
No, please. I need to be working by 2 a.m. So it's already overtime.
Okay.
Now, I think I will donate my minutes to. He's not there. Muturi will take my. Was that to get 5 or 10? I had to rebut about James. James spoke a lot of not so good things. I needed to speak about Patriot, about the budget. Bernard spoke about Raila being tested. I had a lot, but I'm sorry I cannot. The leadership failed me. I was here from 12. I did not speak, but I'll join later, maybe or next time. Have a nice discussion, please.
Okay.
Sorry, we shall revisit. Thank you.
Later.
Okay.
A quick one as Atuya leaves. I want him to hear this because he's blacking out. Let me say this. Atuya, thank you so much for participating. But remember, we gave you an opportunity. You refused. You said you didn't want to contribute. So don't say that you were here and they didn't give you an opportunity. You said you didn't want to contribute today. You only came in to rebuttal something. So that opportunity was provided, Atuya. Thank you.
Okay, what were you saying, Patriot? Before you comment on Atuya.
Thank you.
You
Thank
had
so much,
raised your hand. You had raised your hand.
Yeah, that's what I want. Can I go on now?
Yes.
Can I do it? Can I do it? Okay. Thank you. The issue that is very clear here, and remember, I wanted to go. Bernard said I must stay, so don't think I'm a nuisance. I should have gone, but Bernard said I must stay. So I'm here because of the request and the behest of Bernard. So my point I want to raise is this: Muturi is a very good debater, and he looks a young man who has a great future. But given the fact that I have a few years of experience, it is my moral duty to advise young men, because I was younger than who I am today, and I was advised sometimes when I went wrong, and I listened. Those who say what they say today, they listened somewhere. Somebody must have taught them somewhere for them to speak. And it's good to be, to be that strong in positions that you take, because when you make mistakes in public, that's when you get the opportunity to be corrected. So what I wanted to tell Muturi is this. The truth is that the current regime, the president is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. That goes without much debate. The kind of a relationship Raila Amolo Odinga and his battalion have with the president today, they came in to salvage a relationship that seems to be, going out of hand. Otherwise, we also hear from some quarters that actually the deputy president intended to impeach the president. We don't know whether that is true or not, but we've had this in some quarters, that there was a scheme to actually throw out the president out of his seat. So if you were to put yourself in that situation, Muturi, or even myself, because politics is about strategy. Politics is about ideals that are focused on interest. So you will do exactly the same thing. You don't wait for somebody to destroy you before you actually realize that you will have done something about it. In my view, the intelligence of the president must have informed him that the best thing to do is to, seek for heaven in the Raila Amolo Odinga's team, so that, if that impeachment was to be brought to the table, it would not have seen the light of the day. So I would say truly today, as much as the regime in totality, you will say it has failed, but when we dig deeper to research, you realize that it is instigated from one arm of the very executive that should have performed. That's what I wanted to make clarity here. And then again, when you are found in corrupt, undertakings, you don't point to another corruption elsewhere. That's like a thief. We saying no, ni yule mwingine ambaye ameiba, ni yule mwingine. Lastly, Muturi, grabbing land is part of corruption. What is corruption? Let me define corruption for you. What corruption stands for? Corruption, it means, in simple definition, it means diversionary application of justice. That's it. When you beat justice, that is corruption. So here, how is land grabbing part of corruption? You grabbing land, it means you have taken land that does not necessarily belong to you, or it was intended for a different purpose, and you pick it. You build a house on land that was intended to build a school on. That's corruption. You've deviated justice, and that is where now corruption as a definition comes in to speak to the question of land as a corruption deal. When you're talking about land that is grabbed, is actually one of the ingredients that define what corruption is. It's not just money. You acquiring something illegally, acquiring something with unfair means, that is corruption. And especially
when it's meant for the public, when it's meant to benefit the society. That's what corruption stands for. So grabbing of land is corruption.
Okay, Patriot.
Yes.
I can see there is Okello. Okello, what's the point?
I want us to call a point of order.
Okello.
For instance, I just want to call a point of order. Yeah. And it pertains to what Duke said, yeah? Duke was really name calling. If you say somebody is a perennial loser, if you say what, you see all those sort of names. I've even forgotten. That is akin to what we can say, for instance, maybe William Ruto is a thief. You see how it hurts, even to the other side. Nobody has ever named called here. I thought here we are here because somehow we are somehow elite, and we should not have pedestrian reasoning, the way people reason in the street. Or rather, why should we have such reasons in such a platform? Let us just first of all mature. The main theme today was about the welfare program and the bottom up thing. How did it go down to name calling? Now, this is what I don't like name calling because we don't want to go apolitical. We are trying to bring solutions to this country within a political forum. So please let us stop name calling even as we continue. If it is about name calling, believe you or me, some of us have a million things that we can say about our opponents or proponents. But we are silent.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Okello. James, you had a point. Then, Muturi, can you prepare to finish what you had not finished? Then I will make my submission also. Then we start.
My name has also been mentioned. Duke, a name has been mentioned. I would like to respond.
Okay, Duke. Rebuttal, then we go to James. James, 1 minute. Then Muturi, 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Duke.
Hello.
Yes,
yeah,
Duke. Move on.
When I just entered the studio, the name Baba was mentioned separately. So name calling just came. I was not a proponent of name calling, but for the interest of respect, we can avoid it as we move on. That is it.
Okay, thank you, James.
Yes.
What was you had a point you were trying to raise? Did you finish?
You can hear me?
Yes, just 1 minute, please.
Okay, I wanted to answer to some of the things I heard Muturi talk about. There is this issue of corruption. There is perceived corruption, and there is corruption that has already been captured, and the process of punishment started. I don't know whether he's aware of the pipeline rant, which ended up in court. And what the person is fighting for was one of the 3 that was taken to court. That case was lost on the basis that one Helen Joe did not appear in court, but was later given a state job by the person he is fronting for. So you can know what happened therein. Then you have Muteshi Rand. Muteshi Rand went through the process, and the punishment was meted. I don't know whether it was paid. The reparations that were supposed to be paid of 5 million shillings. I don't know whether he's aware there is an ongoing case of Western Hotel right now, and we don't know the outcome. We can only wait. But what we heard is that the person admitted this was a public grant for civil aviation, that is an innocent buyer. I don't know whether he is also aware of why.
James.
No, I'm stating
some issues are still on the court.
Why are you cutting me? We give this man all the
James,
time.
Wait a minute. Wait.
Yes.
One point, please. You know, there are issues which are in court, and if one is not convicted of maybe some cases, I think we better leave them.
That is why I'm very much aware of that. That's why I'm saying I don't know how it will go. Then you are aware of the maize scandal where lorries came from Uganda carrying huge tons of maize and ended up feeding the National Cereals and Produce Board, denying farmers an opportunity to sell their produce. I don't know, but you know it is in a public domain. Then
what do you mean? What do you mean, James? What do you mean that you do not know? And when was this? Which year was this lorries transporting or ferrying maize from Uganda to cereal board?
Have you just read it in Kenya? This is exactly the point that made Kijori lose his job, and he was working in cahoots.
I'm a stickler of procedures.
Let's be specific. Let's not beat about the bush here. Then you are aware the same person said in a televised station that those who talk about corruption are lazy leaders. Corruption cannot affect development of a country. That statement is still there. Internet does not cheat. So let us be specific. Let us not beat about the bush. Let us call a spade a spade. And that is the only way we can elevate our debates here and then move on to assist the country. Not about coming here to front for people, even without any basics. Me, I want to be specific. And that is why what I don't know, but the cases I've mentioned here, I know them. They are in public domain, and you can challenge them if you have any other those other issues. People could talk. You see what happens in Kenya when you are caught up in such specific things. You start now saying, "Oh, even there were covenant billionaires, or there were these." I'm not saying that there was no corruption, but I'm saying there is nobody who we will know that person once he has been arrested and taken to court, and the process starts for punishment. That is when we can. This other one is just talk for political, purposes to escape the justice system, and also black others to show that we are all corrupt. So therefore, we should not have a punishment for. This game has to come to an end.
James,
the game has to come to an end.
There is still one point that I can see. Even there is someone asking.
Yes.
You have just mentioned something to do with maize. And if I remember so well,
yes,
there is a time before elections when unga was too expensive and it was even not there, right?
Yes.
Then in a way, maize was shipped, I think some people say from Mexico, others I've heard you saying now Uganda. I would like to know who are these people like dealing with this maize? Who among them?
Let me here be. I have told you I always talk what I can pin myself on tomorrow. For this, what I heard is from the people who are brothers to that man, that they were complaining their farmers are suffering because of their own brothers who have decided to circumvent the systems. And I can mention the names of those who actually made those statements. And they have never been challenged up to today, those statements.
But James, so, you see, Deputy President William Ruto, they had a single ticket with one Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, right? In 2017. That was Jubilee.
What has that got to do with the specific corruption cases? That's not about. Right? This is not about individuals, my friend. I am talking specifics. Don't take me to about campaigning. If it is campaigning, let's talk about campaigns. But we are talking about specifics here.
I'll interject. No, only half a minute. This government is run by the presidency, the vice president, and his deputy. This is like a bicycle. Wananchi is the rider. Now, in a bicycle, the front wheel, the one that is got a handlebars, is the one that leads. And the back wheel follows where the front wheel goes. Now, if the back wheel wants to go its own way, it's not following the front wheel, the rider who is Mwananchi will suffer. The bicycle will not move. And this is what is happening with this current government.
Let me ask you.
The rider, the Mwananchi is suffering.
Okay,
Just
let me ask
you. The back wheel does not want to follow.
You see,
that's my interjection.
let me make my statement here.
James.
I know. Yes.
James, there was a question I was asking before I hung up. I was asking, we know the maize you are talking about, when the deal was happening, it was when campaigns also were very high, especially for Jubilee.
Yes.
And we had this one commodity that was missing, which was unga. And we had some dealers like failed maize into Kenya. So my question was, why should you victimize one person or one party instead of generalizing the whole thing? Because if it was the Jubilee government, then you should not talk of an individual and like try to sugarcoat others.
My friend, let me get you. In fact, if you want, I will approach to you specific cases cited by the people of the area during a visit that was made by the senators in that area, and they made specific submissions, and there is nobody who knows where the shoe pinches more than the wearer of the shoe.
Okay. Let me
Duke,
come back.
Duke.
It is my time.
Okay. I think we can now go to Moirole. 1 minute, then I make my submission. Then from there.
Neto, on your own question.
You see,
own question.
We have a problem, and I started by saying that we really have a big problem. Somebody feels he is right to accuse William Ruto of a miscandle that simply because it was mentioned by a villager, and he does not have a problem defending his point merely because a villager from the village talked about William Ruto, but he has a problem with me talking about kazi kwa vijana.
Can I ask?
Asking me.
I really have a problem with your.
Let us pass through the chair.
No.
Don't interject.
I do not intend.
How can you say that the person appearing before a Senate committee is a villager that will not be taken serious? What do you mean?
I do not intend to make the. I do not intend to make the
difference between somebody appearing before a Senate committee. That cannot be a common villager.
Bernard, wait, Bernard. Muturi, wait.
Wait, to Rift Valley, and this elders.
The chair. Can you control the members?
Guys, Bernard, I think you are becoming Bernard. Kindly, let us ask questions through the chair, because if all of us ask questions, we cannot also answer at the same time. What is your question?
Mr. Chair, defend me from this harassment.
Yes, that's what I am. That is what I am doing, and I would like.
If you want to debate, let's debate.
This is harassment.
Not to grass
Bernard,
imagine.
Listen, Muturi.
2 days ago on this platform, that video is available on
Penalty through the chair.
Bernard, let us ask you a question, Bernard.
Mr. Chair, with all due respect, thank you very much, but
Bernard has no question.
Ask the question, Bernard.
Bernard has no question. He only has stones to throw to Muturi.
Bernard.
Duke has a question. Duke has
Muturi,
a
can
question.
you wind up? Muturi,
Let
can
me
you
wind
wind
up,
up?
Mr.
Then,
Chair.
is this James? James, still you have a question?
Duke,
This is
Duke.
This
The
is
question I'm
inawezekana.
asking, I'm
Duke,
asking.
ask a question.
Yes,
Okay,
I have a
withhold.
question.
Withhold your questions, please. A minute.
Okay.
Let us finish
Sawa.
with Moturi. Let us finish with Moturi, then we ask the questions. Moturi,
Okay.
can you wind up in 1 minute?
Mr. Chair, I started by warning you and this group that we have people who want to bulldoze things. And the first mistake, why you get defeated in at the ballot, you count too much on muscles instead of now you want to bulldoze us. We assume that William Ruto is the most corrupt individual. He is the only corrupt individual. William Ruto is only 55 years old since he was born. This country is how many years since independence? We have 81 years since independence. Okay? All those years, we have had scandals.
We have 57.
Yes, whichever years. 67, be it 67, since independence, we have had scandals, money has been lost, tracts of land have been stolen. William Ruto was not alive that time, before he was born in 1966. When all that land was being stolen for the 55 years, William Ruto was not at the peak of Kenyan leadership. Nobody came to defend that land. Nobody came to defend public money. Nobody came to defend all those theft scandals that happened during that time. I do not know why it looks like William Ruto came with all the problems that have faced this country since independence. So, my people, even as much as we are pro this and this, we must.
Okay, Muturi, your time. Your time is. Wait,
Mr. Deto,
wait,
Mr. Deto,
wait, Muturi.
There were some minutes that were dominated to me by.
Even tabulate the history of this
You
country.
see,
wait,
you see, Mr. Deto,
Muturi,
it will be very unfair for me to leave without this point.
Muturi, listen.
Let me conclude. Let me conclude by saying.
Listen,
But
guys.
we have a bit unfair.
Muturi.
We are very
Muturi,
unfair.
listen. No. You cannot say we are very unfair, and the way we have even given you some ample time. Can you take
Mr.
your 30
Chair, I'm not saying
seconds?
you are unfair on me. No, I'm not saying you are unfair on me on matters of chances to present my point. I'm saying it would be very unfair for me to leave without saying this point, that if we really care about this country and the problem we are facing in this country being an economical problem, matters to do with the economy and whatever, the dealing economy. We have the Pandora Papers that recently highlighted the billionaires and the billions and trillions of money that have been hidden in those offshore accounts away from our country, whether that money is legal or illegal. One reason I believe that money is hidden in offshore account, one reason among many, is that to evade taxes. It will be very unfair if I leave without mentioning it, that we have a president sitting talking about improving our economy while he has billions of money hidden in offshore account, whereas this money could have been utilized to boost our economy here in this country, and we are here clapping for people. We want him to look like us, like I don't know, an egg or whatever, simply because he had handshake with Raila Amolo Odinga and Raila Omolo Odinga is someone that you support, let us be very honest. If we love this country, we cannot talk about
what you are
if we
saying
really
is
if we really care. Bernard, it's my time. I did not interrupt. You had your time, Bernard. Mr. Chair defend me from Mr. Bernard. Mr. Chair defend me from Mr. Bernard because he had his time.
You cannot
and I
come
did
here
not
and give
interrupt.
us things that are baseless and you want us to buy into the same. The history
Mr.
of
Deto,
this country
let me conclude.
begins at independence,
here.
1963.
Listen, Bernard,
Up to
listen.
now, it's not yet 60 years of independence.
Bernard.
If Ruto is 55 years old and he joined politics in
Bernard. Muturi, can you listen? You guys, listen, Bernard.
Clear. This platform
Listen,
is not
Bernard.
for peddling rumors and stories. We are here for facts. And Kenya
Bernard,
needs
talk
to
through
move
the chair.
forward
Bernard.
by people who are factual.
Through the chair, Bernard.
Bernard.
Bernard, through the chair.
No,
Yes,
I am not
so-
addressing even
You see, Mr. Deto.
So listen.
No,
The chair.
Listen.
We have to
Listen.
set
You
the
see, Mr.
record
Deto.
clear. Let
You
the
see,
record
Mr.
be
Deto.
clear because
Let me
there
put
is
it this.
Huda narrative
Let-
and there is
let me
Kenyan
put-
factual truths.
Let me
Our
put this
history
point
will
clear.
not change because Huda
Okay.
is there or not
Let
there.
me put this point clear, Mr. Chair.
Our history
Okay,
will not
wait,
change
wait,
because William
Muturi.
Ruto is president
I
or
want to
not.
go.
We remain
No, I've been-
Kenyans
I have
with
been
or
quiet for a
without
long
Raila's
time.
president.
I have been
Mr.
quiet for a long time.
Mr. Chair, let me say this. That the fact that each and every one of us here has had an opportunity to present his point. And let it be made here clear that
Muturi,
the fact that
listen. You guys you are taking too long time. I can see someone like Kukuru Kuntu. Wait.
Deto.
I can see
There are
someone
only
like
two
Kukuru.
kinds of
Wait.
people in government today. The people
It
who
is
use
only
the
1 minute.
government for personal gain,
Bernard
and those who
Mr. Chair,
fund Kenyans using government
Mr. Chair, if I don't say
Bernard.
this,
counteracting
you
and
will very hurt man.
Bernard, should
accusation
you follow
of who
the
is
chair?
more corrupt than the
If I
other.
do not say this, Mr.
Bernard, I
Deto,
think you are contravening with our very policies. So let
Mr.
us,
Deto,
Muturi, can you listen? Listen. Muturi, just withhold your thoughts. Let us have Kukuru Kuntu.
It was
2
my
minutes.
chance.
No,
Wait,
Mr. Chair.
it was even my chance. It was
It
even
is
my
only 2
chance.
seconds. In
Point
2
of
seconds.
order.
No,
I do not.
no.
I do not
Even
intend
2
to talk
seconds,
again.
you will not
No, I do
finish,
not
even
intend
if
to
I
talk
give you
again.
2 seconds.
No, it is only 2
Kindly,
seconds. I do not
withhold
intend
your
to add
thoughts.
anything else. I do not intend to
Kindly
debate.
withhold your thoughts.
Let me put this.
Muturi,
Let me put this point. I do not
Muturi,
intend to
kindly
debate,
withhold
Mr.
your
Chair.
thoughts.
I do not intend to
Don't
debate.
force me to mute you, Muturi. Kindly. Kukuru Kuntu, can you take 2 minutes and tell us something about our today's topic?
Okay, thank you. I had been here since, and I had been following from back. First, before I make my concern, let me just make some point of correction. On 2018, around there, a group of 54 MPs who were allied to Deputy President William Ruto, they hit back at their counterparts. It was on a weekend when the deputy was accused over the responsible for the troubles of facing maize farmers. So it was on social media and it is there today. So they were trying to defend the deputy president. So meaning he was collapsed. So let me make my concern. I had some questions of Atuya party he left. Number one, according to the topic of today, handouts or bottom-up model. Number one, politics only needs what we call strategies. When you plan yourself, you said yourself well. When you have sense in you, we shall then lazima utapigiwa kura na utakuwa kiongozi wa Kenya. Let me just do some thingine mbili tatu. When you talk about the bottom up model, when you talk about wheelbarrow and or whatever, so I put myself to engage on this and with the friends. So for example, at my village where I came from, most people ni watu ambao wanategemea sana, ni watu ambao wanategemea ile kipato hawajiwezi. So tuseme where I came from tuko 100 kutoka kwa watu 100, umetupatia wheelbarrow na tunauza miwa, tunauza avocado. So who will be selling, who will be buying? Ukiuza, nani atauzia mwingine, nani atanunua kutoka kwa mwingine? At this country, at 90% ama 70% wengi ni maskini. So kila mtu kikimbia hiyo wheelbarrow, ukiuza utausia nani? Okay, another thing. When I talk about handouts, I don't know the way I can make it the handouts. Number one, when you see on the government, there's one thing they try to plan over the old people, what was there, and it worked. Kuwapatia pesa kidogo ya kuwafanya nini, kuwasaidia, because hawajiwezi, they are over 70 on the path. So the idea of hii ya wewe mzee papa, for me it will work because of what, by the means of kutumia motifs, when you the what you call our vijiji, nyumba kumi and whatever, they identify the vulnerable families among the villages. When you come from a certain village or a certain home, you can have some people who are unable to raise something for their families. They are unable to raise for the school fees. Sometimes these people, wako wagonjwa, hawajiwezi. They cannot be able to make, hata kama ukimpatia wheelbarrow, hatawezana kusukumana pale nje apate what you call riziki ama pesa ya kulipa school fees. So by doing that, kuwapatia watu 6,000 hata kama hajiwezi, ni mgonjwa, labda hata amelemewa, you can strategize with this money with a very programmed what you call budget, inaweza msaidia. Instead, you give me this what we call the kwenda kukaa pale nje kusukumana nayo, kwa sababu sometimes mimi ni mgonjwa, sitawezana. I think the best option here, according to me, this 6,000 it will work for vulnerable families. Zitakuwa identified. That's another thing. Kitu kingine, when it was on February 2019 on the 16th 2009, sorry, I think hapo wengine wote tulikuwa shule, lakini we had some after hii uchaguzi kupita, tulisikiza hii mambo na this scandal about the who is now the deputy president of Kenya when he was the minister for agriculture. So there are so many allegations over the same about corruption. So what we should agree is this man ni mtu mwenye amepatikana kwenye scandals mingi sana za corruption, mara si kunyakua mashamba, mara si ni mind. So there, somebody said, kuna mtu alikuwa anasema atuya was here, I was asking a question. Kuna kitu anazungumza hapa cha mwisho, according to the concerning about corruption or whatever. Kuna mtu anasema kwamba Raila alikuja kapeana handshake nini, economy ikafanya nini, ikaenda ilienda. So I was asking, what's kusalimiana handshake, what's the, yani ndio inaleta economy kuruka. Kuna vitu zingine kusalimiana hizi leta hiyo maana. The only thing is that we need to build our country and we need to look for the best person mwenye anaweza tusaidia kujenga nchi na iwe nchi inayohitajika kesho na watu wetu kesho yake. And we have over this the same. We have seen on how this the Papa Mzee Raila, what he has done for us. He has done so many things for the country. Even he has suffered so many. He was even tortured because he wanted to build a country for where he is, for where it is today. Today we have people speaking here, social media. We can discuss the president. We can argue over the same. Because of what? This man. See, angalia Ruto. The reason why he want to make a good leader. He has Ni mtu mwenye arrogant, mtu mwenye na hasira mingi. So you want to be controlled. Even if you see the leadership of this mzee you anaitwa Uhuru, ni mtu mwenye aharakishi maneno. But if it is kama ingekuwa ni Ruto sasa hivi, tungekuwa tumeama hii Kenya. That's what I can say. We need to look for the best person, mtu mwenye understand, anajua what is life, what is economy na vitu zingine mingi. Thank you very much. Naona kama recommend off. Asante sana. Hiyo ndio ningeweza kuzungumza sasa hivi. Asante sana.
Duke yako na swali?
Uliza.
Wait. So, thank you so much, Kukuru Kuntu. Some people use names. I don't know if they are their names or maybe it's just slogans. So, is there anyone with a question to what?
Duke.
Yes, Duke.
Kukuru Kuntu, I have a question for you. Number one, you are saying that William Samoei Ruto has been found with a lot of corruptions. So, can you mention around 3 of these corruption cases? Another question, because I could not get another chance again to Bernard. I had Bernard saying that Raila Amolo Odinga has been tested before for presidency. I don't know whether it's for presidency or some other capacity. I want you to clarify which testing are you talking about, because as much as I know, Raila Odinga has never been a president in Kenya. So this testing you are alluding to is nowhere to be found. So clarify on the same issue when you get an opportunity. So Kurukuntu, where is this corruption you are mentioning? William Ruto?
Duke, I think wait. I think the question on cases, I think this is something that has been shared by a lot of people here today. So I think it's a point of repetition. So I would just ask, with all the due respect, let Bernard address your question, because the question you are asking to Kukuru Kuntu, I think someone else, is it James, who was even trying to, I think, yes, James gave some examples. So, okay, so let us hear Bernard. Bernard, you have been asked a question by Duke.
Why am I here?
What I meant by somebody being time tested is what James was talking about, consistency. What Raila stood for in the 90s, he still stood for in 2000, and he's still standing for today. Kenya for all Kenyans. Equal opportunity to everyone. No sacred cows, no special tribes. Every Kenyan is a Kenyan in his rightful capacity and is entitled to be served by his government, regardless of his name, his financial status, or his background. That is what portrays him as a better president. He's a team player. He worked as a team to make to campaign for Kibaki, even when Kibaki was bedridden. There was no room to shortchange him or try to explain the fact that he has had an accident, so we should change plan. He pulled through, and even when the going was thick and other people were pulling out, the cause of making Kenya better pushed him. Even after getting the government, and then he is shortchanged halfway in the government, he steps out, but he did not change the course. When he was prime minister, he delivered. The infrastructure you are seeing now was drawn when he was minister for roads and housing by the NAC government in 2002. So this somebody who has a map of Kenya and believes in Kenya as a whole, as opposed to others who believe that Kenya should serve a few class of people. The others do the supply, monkey walk, baboon chop. That policy is being perpetuated by some politicians, which is not acceptable. That's what is dividing Kenya. We need a united Kenya under God doing what makes every Kenyan comfortable. Not wengine wanakula nyama, wengine wakimeza mate.
Okay.
I think you are not answering my question.
Thank you so much. Who is talking?
Duke is talking.
Yes,
Bernard
Duke.
is not Bernard is not answering my question. You know, there's no uniqueness in.
I thought you asked me about time tested.
No time testing.
Yes.
I heard you saying that Raila has been tested for presidency. Now another thing.
Yes, let me answer.
So the answer that maybe I could expect from you, what is that uniqueness which does not apply to other leaders that we already have? Because every leader can talk about unity, can talk about umoja, any other thing. So which is that uniqueness are you attributing Raila Amolo Odinga to?
Others talk about it, okay? Others work it out. Raila has proven that he can work with anybody, including those that detained him, including those that shortchanged him, including those that mistreated him. That is the kind of leader we need, not a vengeful, erratic, angry person simply because somebody was added. So if you are three in your family and your parents get another child, are you going to kill the rest of the children so that we remain as the only child? That's not the kind of material we need in the president. And occupying the presidency does not change you. Your character will remain the same. The presidency does not change you as a human being. So if you are angry, erratic, vengeful, we give you the presidency to not turn you into a saint, holy priest. No.
Don't forget a political conmanship character of Raila Amolo Odinga in your statements.
There is nothing like that. You go back
yes,
to
yes.
and check what people have paid for the country. Not reasoning as if you have not gone to school.
Bernard.
Go and check history properly and articulate what happened from 1963 until now. The sacrifices people have made for this country. It is not what you're calling conmanship. You better go to DP and it tells you the correct history, not the correct. The history is trying to rewrite and trying to paint others black so that it can be white. We know where we are coming from. We know where we are going. Thank you,
Chairman.
Yes. Wait a minute.
Let me interject.
Let us all mute. Wait a minute.
Was my time.
Let us all mute. Let us all mute our mics, please. Let us all mute our mics. Because Muturi, okay. Thank you guys for the cooperation. I can see the way we are moving on. We are moving on well. Today, you must also appreciate that I have not even made my submission. Today, I will not make one, but I will draw an observation. After which maybe
hello, this guy has gone out of here.
Bernard, can
So
I ask
maybe
you one?
this is George talking now. He's out of air. When he comes on air, I'll give him way. So, gentlemen, I want to make some observations.
Sorry.
Bernard.
George.
No,
George.
you have just come in. Please. You can't just cut me short. Just wait and get an entry point, please. It's not my mistake your network went off. So just let me finish just even one bit and you know when you're coming in. You don't just break me in the middle of the sentence. After I've not even added one word.
It's okay, George. It's okay, George.
Hold on. And I've already said here, when you're away, while you're away, I said, when you come in, I'll just get off. But you don't just come and, cut me off.
He's even off, George. He's even off. He has network problems.
We must have some decorum.
Please.
Yeah. So, well, as I was saying, it's a good debate, yes, but we must have some decorum. Bernard, you have been here as the chairman, And the way you've been treating this is not fair to Ndeto. Because when you're the chairman and you interrupt all over, you'll not like it. So please hold your horses. I know there are some things that you stand for very strongly, but please hold your horses, because most of the times you're here as the chairman and do not like us, charging in like you're charging in. Although I know you're saying some things that maybe you're emotional about, or you want to correct some things that are not facts. I'd like to say some more things, but because the chairman has come in, let me give way. Chairman endelea.
Okay, asante sana George. I think just to finish on your submission, then I will come after you.
Okay. Me, I've been hearing you, all of you, and most of you are saying the right things. Some things maybe one side is trying to say this has happened, and this the other side is also saying this has happened. So sometimes you're meeting at the same place, because actually since 1963, the major people that have been involved in corruption, they have not been taken to court on either side. But that does not make it right. But as I've said, and I've always insisted here, a track record of people, I mean, the public judgment is the best. We can go to courts, the courts can be compromised. And we have seen this in Kenya. So we can only depend on ati mpaka mtu afungwe ama pelekwe kotini ndio tuseme he's guilty or he's clean. The public judgment is the best. For example, when we talk about a thief and a corruption, what comes to the minds of the public? I think that is the right place you should go to, the right way you should judge things. When we talk about who has been stealing from the government, the public, whether you are a follower of this side or this side, who comes to your mind? And when we talk of a liberator, somebody who has brought democracy, has fought for this country, who comes to your mind? That's the way we should go. I heard Duke talking about the coup. And I've said it in this forum. During the coup, there are people who were taken to courts, law courts, if be court martial or anything, before they were convicted. He's saying Raila led the coup. Where was he tried? In a court of law. So that the government or whoever were accusing him could give evidence. I don't think there's any. He was just nabbed and banged in. And he was not doing the coup alone. I think that the people who did the coup were taken in law courts and some in court martial. So let's not just assume things. I don't want to waste time. Those are the things that I wanted to correct. And there are so many things that Duke said that are not correct. And I've always said in this forum, I like the way James presented his cases. He has a tap, he has a finger on what he's saying. They are also in the public domain. So let's talk of things that, we know about, not things that we hear from the street talks, not things that we hear from the political forums, campaign trails. In campaign trails, we have had the same people who were painting Raila a devil come and say otherwise. What will you say to that? Let's go to what is there in history, what is written, not what people shout or holler in a campaign trail. Those can be anything. We should go with facts. We know the history of this Kenya. That's all I'm asking. So that when we start throwing things like politicians, that's why this forum at times, Unakuta, everybody's talking because we are becoming like politicians. But if you talk things that are recorded, that are there in the books of history, in the annals of history, then I think we'll have a very good quorum here. That's all I can say.
Okay, thank you so much, George. And sorry, after when I hanged on, I thought it did not take too much time for someone to have caught up with me. So let me make just a retro submission. Today, I will not like support any party, I will say this fairly, that we know 2022 is nearing every day, and what we need is a president who can work for the people. Previously, we have been having politics of tribalism. We have been having politics of division. We have been having politics of, name them, all the negative things we have seen, incitement, all such things. But for once, I have seen every presidential candidate is talking about the economy. You know, I'm very happy to see someone like Raila Amolo Odinga. The other day,
Mr. Chair, you have forgotten to say it is courtesy of William Ruto that everybody is talking about the economy of this country.
Please let us uphold the decorum of this speech.
Bwana Mturi, if I decide to talk about economics, nobody can stop me because Ruto does not have the rights to do so. You don't, because economy is what is happening in Kenya now.
Ruto invented economy.
No, he did not.
Ruto has the rights to talk about it.
Yeah, what is happening?
He pushed people to that debate. It has been there, but people have never debated on it. They debate on tribalism.
Let me tell you something.
Okay, I'm back.
What is happening in Kenya right now is economy. When it was democracy, people talked about democracy. When it was about people wants multi-party, it was about multi-party. What is happening here in Kenya right now is about the economy. That is what is hurting the Kenya. So everybody has to talk about it.
And the most unique thing here is that when it was about democracy, Baba
talking
took
about
credit of democracy.
It is not patented to Ruto. Even going to church is not patented to Ruto.
We have allowed Baba to enjoy being father of democracy in this country all along. We have not been complaining. Why are you complaining when William Ruto owns the economic debate?
Let us hold on. I think all this has come out due to what I have said. And reason being, you know, I like the way that statement itself is bringing some maybe opinions from different parties. But what I was saying is this. I know sometimes back, the first revolution, it was about independence. Second revolution, it was about multi-party. Now I heard Baba saying it is about, can you listen? Listen, Muturi, no one interrupted you. I think I was defensive enough to ensure that you had your ample time. So this time round, it all started with Deputy President, and he started with the bottom-up economy. And I was saying that everywhere Baba used to go, he was talking more of vitendawiri, more of TB Mtiarara. But I'm so much happy today that Baba can stand amidst young people and say that he will keep some money to boost the economy of the youth who are unemployed, for the women who are also not having something, maybe or a source of income. And that's why I think William Samoei Ruto is saying these guys are borrowing much from the bottom-up approach, but it is an added advantage. Reason being, you know, you cannot borrow an idea.
I can see you're not.
Can you listen?
You said you're going to be neutral. Now you are appearing like attacking someone.
Why are you? Can you listen? Inawezekana.
Inawezekana, wanajua inawezekana. Just relax.
Can you people, why are you crying and yet we are not yet there? Can you listen? because I might, I'm a
Bulldozers.
very strong supporter. I'm a very strong supporter of UDA, but today I've said I do not want to come out so strongly because I am the chair. But fact is fact. And, fact with neutrality, I know it has some points. If it is Baba, I will credit him. If it is William Samoei Ruto, I will credit him. What I was saying is this: the bottom-up economic model, the genesis was one William Samoei Ruto. And these other guys has been talking of other slogans, other things. But I like the energy that the deputy president has brought into the economy, that now everyone cannot resonate with the public if they are not talking about the economy. And that's why I've said I saw Baba in Nakuru, in Naivasha, and that's where he started talking about this 6,000 handout thing. This something he will give to the youth. Yesterday I saw him at Kamukunji. He is talking about how he will bring industrialization. He will empower people from Kamukunji. That is the heavy bottom. And let me tell you guys, as far as we are saying bottom-up economic model cannot work in Kenya, I can tell you every presidential aspirant is reading from the script of bottom-up economic model. Because when you hear Raila talking about the 2 million households, it is about this heavy bottom, the poor, how he will lift up them. I heard someone, it was Patriot, who said that when you cater for the feeding expenses, then this person is free to go and look for income. So that means even Baba has admitted that only bottom-up economic model can work. Reason being, in Kamukunji, if you go to this Juakali sector, where are they getting their labor from? These are young people who are taken through technical training and vocational education. They have earned some hands-on skills such that they can go and being employed in those informal settlements. And through that, young people are getting employed, they are bringing food on table, and as well the economy of the country is expanding because the issue of revenue through tax correction is becoming well. And, one thing I liked about William Samoei Ruto's model is this. He is saying that apart from the 100 million every MP receives every year, there is another kit of 120 million, which will be going directly to the cooperatives and SACCOs. We know cooperatives and SACCOs are under devolution government. And I think this is the work mostly of women rep or such. So when this money get to those kids, you see the majority young people who have undergone through the technical and vocational education training. These are the people who do not have something to start up new opportunities.
Yes.
Now I would like
The
to
chairman is
remind
gone. The chairman is
I would
gone.
like to I would
So-
like to remind Mr. Neto one thing. Dennis, wait, Dennis. I just
Yeah.
want to put forward one statement. He is saying that Raila was always saying mambo na sijui nini. Raila has been talking about
inawezekana. Let me.
He has been talking about industrial park in 2013 and 2017 election. That was an agenda, and that was an economic model. So you cannot say that he was not talking about any industrialization.
You will be given an opportunity to ask your question. I will give you an opportunity. Inawezekana. Kindly don't be emotional on this platform. Let us resonate, because when you let the emotions override your reasoning. Wait.
You're okay. You're okay in order. It is your duty, and you're on duty. But you went off air. So he took over because you had hanged. So when you come back, you listen first before you interject or give order, so that it doesn't look like you have not listened to him, you don't know what he's saying, and then you are telling him, you are promising him to ask a question later.
Bernard, you're right. You're right.
It's unfortunate because of the internet from your end, but
right.
for the
right.
flow of the viewers, let's just flow quietly. So,
Bernard, you're
so,
right.
so
You're right.
let Ndeto finish his submission and then proceed from there. I sent you a question. Ndeto, I sent you a question on WhatsApp. I don't know if you have seen it.
Okay, I will check. Okay. So sorry for my, I don't know why today I'm experiencing some technical hitches. I'm sorry, and I'm happy also that you are bearing with me. So my point was that this 120 million Deputy President is talking about, whenever he is going, it will be pumped into the circles and cooperatives, where these young people who are in groups or women who are in groups are registered with these cooperatives. They will be able to access small loans with little or no interest, such that they can be able to start up their small business after coming out of the TVET institutions. And this way, we are going to expand industrialization. And, also, I see a point where the government of one deputy president, it will also collaborate with the guys we are calling about, who owns a lot of companies and wealth in this nation. How? These are the people we expect they will invest in these manufacturing companies or in the industrialization, so that they can be able to employ these people who have just attained various skills. As well, there are people, every time I hear people talking about Kimwaral and Ero, and let me tell you, it is a requirement by the IEBC, before someone is allowed to vie, they have to screen and scan through your profile, so that to either pass you or fail you. Errol and Kimwaral happened before 2017. In 2017, Deputy President was a running mate of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Are you telling us, you guys, that IEBC was not keen enough? Or are you telling us that Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta was corrupt, or he fronted with the IEBC for his running mate to be allowed to vie with him? So those are some of the areas that we should also analyze and also critically resonate with them, so that we do not keep always telling people that so-and-so is corrupt, and yet independent institutions like IEBC, they are engaging these people to even move further and become various candidates of an election. In conclusion, I am happy that today all of us has made very good submissions. I can see even at this time the show is full. Tomorrow and the other day, let us maintain the same decorum. Let us observe various policies. Like today, we have tried to take our roles. And also, those who are maybe like heckling here and there, I believe this can end. So every time we are discussing, let us pass through the chair, ask you a question, than shouting from the ground, because you may never be given an opportunity through shouting. Thank you so much, guys.
Okay, can I ask a question? I'm the first one on there.
I think okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute, please. I think from now onwards, let me shift my powers to Bernard, so that also as questions are asked, Bernard, you can also guide me. And I know it is too late, so I will be at work very early in the morning. So immediately after answering the question, I might be leaving the show.
Okay, Bernard, let me ask you a question. You and Muturi, eh? You are saying Ruto actually owns this economic talk. During the NASA, I think Mudavadi was talking about the economics. It was not Ruto who started it. So we can't say it's Ruto who started it. Mudavadi started this all long time ago. During the 2010 constitution, when a group of people, and you know them, who are talking about the county government devolution to go to the chini kwa mtaani, it was not Ruto. Ruto was against this constitution. So he has just changed the things, and wants to take the credit. Number three, Ruto started running the marathon mapema. The route is the same. So he has been talking about the same thing that the same route that others are going to follow. So he cannot take credit just because he started running 4 years ago. And he has the baton. The people who are now contesting also have the same baton and are also running the same route. So we cannot say we have not reached the finish point. You have seen the marathon, people go ahead with the same baton in the same route, and people think they are the winner. No. Other contenders are now coming in the same race, the same route, with the same baton. So don't tell us this thing at this economic talk is Ruto. Please excuse us.
Let me answer that one for you, Mr. Beto. You see, the reason why we are saying William Ruto owns this economic topic for the 2022 general election is one. It used to do with the economy. It started a long time ago, since 1963. But we have never, at no one given moment during an election period, that we have had discussion on economic improvement taking center stage. Tumekuwa tukisikia Mudavadi, lakini anaongelea huku chini yeye na mama yake na watoto wao huko. Tunakuwa
now Muturi, get your historical facts right, okay?
No, you see,
Kibaki won the 2002 elections on the ground of.
We know you are emotional, but wait,
your misgivings and is deliberate. Why you
give us an opportunity to answer? Stop disrupting me. You
from
must give me an opportunity. You see, whatever
2002, it was economics.
Whatever I answer,
of economy.
Whatever I am answering,
yeah. He ascended into office. He put up an economic.
Whatever answer I'm giving is not the final answer.
Bernard,
what are you people talking about? Where have you come from?
You see, the question was put to me and Beto, and we are giving an answer without being emotional.
You are giving an answer, or you are stating things that don't have head or tail.
That answer.
It is
I am giving my opinion.
The economic discussion.
I am giving my opinion.
Has not had an economy.
Bernard, I'm giving my opinion. You will also have an opportunity to express your opinion.
Must have head.
Stop sabotaging my opinion.
Must have a root.
You must give me an equal opportunity.
That opportunity you are being given, you are not using it properly. You want to use it to mislead Kenyans.
It is me to use it how I want.
1963, Kenya has not discussed about the economy.
I have a right to answer this question the way I want.
It is not for political statements. We
To
need
the best of my knowledge.
We need facts.
You see,
I don't have a monopoly of knowledge, but I know when somebody is
Mr. Beto, let me just continue. Let me just continue.
Yes, a minute, please, Muturi. I think I don't know what is up for you guys. Mkiwa na Bernard mnaingiliana sana. So I don't know what exactly.
This platform
Bana, ile mti yenye matunda ndio inalimwa sana.
Asikuja hapa kusema eti
Okay.
Unajua,
okay.
People fought for democracy in the trenches.
Let me finish.
People
Yeah.
fought for the liberation of the country in the trenches.
Okay, a
But
minute.
Ruto cannot
A
even
minute.
step down
A
from
minute.
the
A minute, Bernard.
and go and fight
We
for
are
Bernard.
them. He has
Yeah.
held
Bernard.
on his seat as if
struggle for
he's been
multi-party
glued on it.
democracy.
Bernard, Bernard, sorry, Muturi, let us, Bernard,
Multipartyism on the street, tumekula tear gas because of
put off his microphone.
Bernard,
Bernard,
for Kenyans, which economic
Bernard, why are you so bitter?
Bernard,
Hey,
a minute, please, a minute, a minute, a minute. A minute. I would give. Let me Muturi spare me 1 minute. Bernard, let me give you a minute. You deliver the point that you are telling Muturi. Then let us allow each other to like have a conversation. Because when you talk and Muturi is talking, then inawezekana is also, I can see he also wants to ask a certain question. When shall we? And also, Okelo, I think if we just take time.
I know.
I think
like I'm the bad one today.
No.
I respect
don't.
This country, and I want the best for this country. And
You're
somebody who is young, who has gone through school and is fully aware of the historical realities of this country, still speaking as if he has been born yesterday, it does not add up at all. And then if this is the way you want to run the country, after you want to rewrite the history of Kenya by claiming to have introduced what you have no idea where it began from, I think we just need to be honest. I don't have the monopoly of knowledge. I don't claim to know everything. But you don't have to come to a platform like this to deliberately mislead people. Have you not heard of Vision 2030? When was Vision 2030 hatched? What was the purpose of Vision 2030? Was it not economic recovery? Was it not economic development? All this infrastructure you are seeing were hatched as early as 2002 with the NAC government. And that has been the path for us to follow as a country to develop. Where was William Ruto when we were fighting Kanu out? He was in Kanu. When we said we are changing constitution, where was William Ruto? He was pro-old constitution. And until today, he believes in the pro-old constitution. That's where he wants to take us back to, where he has absolute power, he gives orders, and everybody lies down. Unfortunately, it is too late in the day. It won't work. So I respect you, Muturi, with your opinion, but don't mislead people deliberately. If you don't know the facts, ask. You can Google, but don't just bluntly, with a straight face, lie to Kenyans using this platform.
Okay.
Muturi, a minute before I come to you. Inawezekana, I'm also coming to you. Sorry, let me make a point. 1 point, George. A minute, please.
We're also talking our time, and they're also not listening to us. And I think you can even read this from the comments of the viewers. I mean, the people who are following and are not in this forum. And I think I said here, let's work with facts, not anything that we hear. I have said it very clearly here that during 63, the Muturi was saying, the economic thing was not at the forefront. It was about democracy. So don't go tell us back in 1963, nobody was talking about economy. It was there, but the major thing was about democracy, opening the democracy space of this country.
Okay.
It was not about economy. Now, now, just a moment. Right now, the thing that is hurting Kenyans is the economy. So everybody has that button. It does not belong to somebody. It's not patented to anybody. Just because you started earlier, before the bell was rung for people to start running, don't think that you are the one who is holding that battle alone. That baton, everybody has the same. Please take us on those lines, please.
Okay.
Okay, George. Wait, Muturi, a minute. I think there is a habit also we are inheriting, which may not be so good. You know, when a person is making some mission and you feel there is a burning point, you should not just come direct. You get? I know every one of us have a pen and a piece of paper. Let us give a person his full thought. Then when he finishes or she finishes, we can ask the question. Because I understand, like Muturi had not finished his submissions, then there are interjections already here and there, and maybe at the end of the point, he could have brought the point the way you would like it to be. So let us give everyone a chance to submit his thought fully. Then from there, criticize the thought. Otherwise, if you just criticize along, it may not work out. My point was this. I think economy is a general term, and we do not refute that. Raila Odinga has been talking about economy. Musalia Mudavadi has been talking about economy, but I have never heard about bottom up. The bottom up model. In fact, the other day I had a certain aspirant calling it takataka. I mean, if it is bottom up, let us have others talking about the trickle down, others telling us about any other model that can work for Kenya, other than maybe degrading or looking down upon what one deputy president has provided. I think that's the point Muturi is trying to bring on board. Not to say that no one has ever talked about the economy, but has there been someone who has ever talked about bottom-up economic model and discussed it to a length that deputy president has given it? I think that's the point. So, can you finish, Muturi?
No, Mr. Chair.
We totally agree with you.
I want to put it here clearly that let my friends understand that the fact that we are silent listening to them as they present their point, it doesn't mean that we don't have burning points to interject. We are only being men enough to listen and wait for our opportunity. We also have this mic button. We can unmute and we also talk. But we want to listen to one another, give each one of us time. At the end of the day, we are not here to force something. You cannot force a point to get to me by the throwing words, whether you throw words, whether you throw stones, whether you do whatever. Even if you shut the screen, that point will not sink in me. You must sell your idea. Make me understand, shift from whatever I have to whatever you have, simply by articulating your point. My point is that since independence, we have had discussions on economy and whatever, but there are those particular issues that have taken center stage at every general election. And during the 1980s, early 1980s and 90s, we had discussion on multi-party democracy, and we have had Baba taking credit as the father of democracy in this country. He has all along enjoyed that tag as the father of democracy, notwithstanding that he had so many other people who were fighting with him that democracy, including Mr. Matiba, who even had to be injected with that poison in his brain to mess up with him. And yet, whatever campaigns that Raila Odinga has been carrying along during 2007, during 2013, he has been father of democracy. He has fought for the democracy of this country. He has even gone to prison for the sake of democracy. And that is why his people feel he should be rewarded with the presidency of this country. right now, we are talking about the economy of this country, irrespective of the fact that tumekuwa tukiongelea hiyo economy hiyo time zingine, it has been just any other business, but this time round William Ruto has ignited a debate solely on economic transformation, and he has said very categorically that we are shifting all along. We have been championing the trickle-down economics, which seems to have failed all that long. And right now, he has come up with another model to say it will not be about trickle-down economics, but the bottom-up approach. The bottom-up economic model is what he intends to implement, to see if there can be a change to our normal way of doing things, to improve the economy of this country. And he has pushed people to come discussing about that. And I said, there is a time that people had said that this Hasra thing is not going to be effective. It cannot fight tribal kingpins when they come together. We have always voted on tribal inclinations and alliances. So they thought that so and so from this tribe, from this other tribe, when they combine, all that effort will beat this other man. Hasra nation cannot sell. Right now, we can acknowledge that you cannot stand on a political podium and fail to address issues to do with unemployment of the youth, and not just any just idle talk on the microphone. You have to bring a real issue, a real discussion on the economy transformation. That is what William Ruto has strictly forced those other leaders to discuss. It doesn't matter how long he started. Even the one party state, that one party state Kanuera was eliminated at one point, but it didn't start the day that Moi allowed the multi-party democracy to take center stage. So, my friends, allow us to say and give us peace when we say William Ruto has forced people to come to the stage. Sasa saa hii tunasikia mtu anasema uchumi inawezekana, uzalishaji inawezekana. That was not there. That was not previously there. Let us accept and let us thank William Ruto. However much you hate him, let us accept that for once he has brought a debate outside tribal territories, tribal inclinations, and it doesn't matter your support for Raila. I appreciate the fact that without a formidable opposition, we cannot go anywhere. We want Raila Amolo Odinga to be the candidate on your side. Come with your trickle-down economics. Show us how it can work. We come with our bottom-up economics.
Okay, Muturi, you have made your point. You have made your point.
Yes. Okay.
I'm asking chairman, please. Can you give Ewezekana? He's been pleading and he's quiet and he's, disciplined. Yeah.
Sawa. So, Bernard, I've received the text. So, I think after Inawezekana maybe make his point, we can make some tunaweza kupea ukiwa wa kwanza, then kutoka hapo we start from Dennis, then tuende tunaweza enda Bernard, then tukuje George, then Muturi, then Inawezekana, then myself, then Bernard, you will pray for us, then we call it a day. In the next 15 minutes, kindly. Okay. So just take your 2 minutes each. Inawezekana answer.
Okay, it's just one question that I wanted to ask Mr. Muturi. You know, Mr. Muturi, it's like you're meandering. Yeah, you're just going left, right, center, and we don't know where you're heading to. You started by saying, you and Mr. Ndeto, you started by saying that Raila amekuwa tu akisema comrades Ria na Tialala na Tibim. Then after some time you started accepting that pia yeye alikuwa anaongelea story na mambo na economics. If I take you back in 2013 and 2017, Mr. Raila Odinga has been talking about industrial parks ambayo saa hii anaita story na industrial revolution ndio anaongelea saa hii. So wewe Mr. Muturi ukijaribu kusema ati it's only the deputy mwenye ameanzisha mambo ya economic revolution, Mr. Odinga has been talking about economic revolution. Wacha kudanganya hapa watu, and we cannot accept you lying to people. Wewe if you decide that you are not going to listen to what Mr. Odinga is saying, hiyo ni shida yako, but usidanganye watu hapa ati hakuna kitu anaambianga watu, anaambia watu TB mnatialala. He has been talking about industrial park. You can go back to YouTube and review on his campaign what he was talking about in 2013 and 2017. My one question that I would like to ask you, and we had been asking people of UDA this question, to you, Mr. Muturi, specifically, can you tell us what bottom-up economics is? Na hiyo ndio mnajipiga kifua, mnajaribu kusema it is the new conversation. Can you elaborate to us what bottom-up economics is? Na nitaacha na nitaenda. Tell us what bottom-up economics is.
Yes, let me answer.
And please, nobody interrupt. Just explain to us what bottom-up economics is.
Yeah, you see, everybody has his own perception on what a bottom-up approach is, and my perception, to the best of my knowledge, borrowing from what our leader, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, is sharing, is that we have been waiting for money from up there to be fed to Mumia's sugar company from the government of whichever sources, so that through injecting money to Mumia's, for example, the government believes that Kenyans will be employed as casual laborers in that company, and they will earn a living through working for that company. So that trickle-down economics means that you do not empower an individual. You only empower the mighty, the companies up there. The companies now to trickle the money down to the employees. But the bottom up here now means that the direct opposite of the trickle down economics, that you empower people bottom up, people bottom down here, give them the necessary equipment, give them the necessary funding to fund whichever little activities that they are engaging in. Say we have you know, stop laughing.
I can't
You
help
know, during Moi Kibaki era, nobody, you my people, please be mature enough and give me time.
Yes, we are mature.
You see,
continue, yeah.
During Kibaki era, we had the issue of fish pots, and the issue of pikipikis came in during Kibaki's era. Today, those people are eating. Whether the government has employment for the youth or not, those people are eating, because you do not need any government to walk into a shop and buy a motorcycle. That is the spirit that William Ruto is buying from his economic model, economic approach. And that is why, listen. Let me give you a liquid answer.
No. We are talking here. I would like to just interrupt. Can you explain how he will distribute that money to reach huyo mtu wa chini? How will he distribute it?
he has said, you know, little brains will see 1 million donated
Muturi.
to a chama of 100
Muturi.
people.
Muturi.
Let me explain. Before you came in, Themba. Hold on, Themba. Let me just answer this guy first. And then
Kuna
you
kitu
can come to
amesema
me.
hapo. I want to just as he answers.
Wacha.
Themba, wait.
Wacha nimalize. You see,
Nataka kuuliza swali saa mwacha.
in a group of 100 people, in a group of 1,000 people, William Ruto will donate 1 million shillings. To small brains, they will start dividing that 1 million shillings about amongst the members to see what each member can get. But the model talks about working as a group. You get empowered and get to do something as a group, get the benefit of that thing, take the profit for your consumption,
Okay.
and
Let me
get
ask
back
you.
the amount to the economy.
Wacha hata
Yes,
mimi
let me
niulize
ask you
Muturi.
again.
Ngoja
Themba,
kidogo.
one minute, Themba.
Wacha nimuulize swali moja.
Do you know what Uwezo Fund is? Do you know what Uwezo Fund is?
Yes, I know.
Ndeto,
How
let
does
me
it
ask
work?
Muturi one question. Muturi, hii pesa, ngoja kidogo Muturi. Hii pesa Ruto anapeana kupeana empowerment. Inatoka kwa government ama ni pesa yake?
You see, Mr. Ruto has different sources of money. Yeah,
Wait,
I do not know whether he owns it. I do not know whether it comes to the government.
And you don't want to
cannot
know.
also you are not also in a position to tell us where that money comes in, because
and you don't
comes
want to
from,
know
because you don't know.
So you're not talking about
all I know
structures.
is
You're
that
talking about
all I know is that
let us maintain order. Let us maintain order. Just ask a question, then wait for answers. Tafadhali.
an answer.
Otherwise,
Muturi.
we shall make this. We shall make
Muturi.
the whole discussion a market.
Themba, nimepata swali yako.
Wacha
Nimepata
niulize
swali
vizuri.
yako.
Wacha niulize vizuri.
Swali yako Themba. Wacha nijibu. Wacha nijibu Themba.
Anajibu na sijauliza bado.
Wait, Muturi. Wait, Bernard.
Everybody, please hold on. Okay.
A minute, Bernard. A minute. Themba.
Ndeto, what is it?
Themba, welcome. Welcome to the show, Themba. I think today kumekuwa very strict that people are not just asking questions. And if you want to ask any question, kindly pass through the chair, then you will be given a chance to ask a question. We go to the other person like that. What is it, Themba? Karibu sana.
Thank you, Ndeto. I really appreciate. I have loved the show today, and I love that Muturi has stayed on up to this time. I really like his focus and his presentation, the way he's trying to bring that out. Having said that, however, allow me to ask Muturi, because Muturi is saying the same thing but trying to think he's saying different things. Muturi is saying that it was trickled down when the government took money and took to Mumias. But it is now bottom up when the government will take money through Ruto and take it to an individual. So the only thing that has happened is a change of the person receiving the money, but it is still trickled down. So I think even Muturi, in my view, on his presentation so far up to this time, maybe if he attempts further, probably he will succeed. Up to this time, on what he has said, he hasn't demarcated between trickle down and bottom up. He hasn't. Yeah. So kindly, Muturi, if you don't know, okay. It's okay to admit.
Wacha niwaeleze
Muturi, 1 minute. 1 minute. I think I've heard Muturi talking about women groups, youth groups, receiving funds from the government, then starting businesses, then they grow, they get licenses, and they start building the revenue of the...
Deto, what you are saying is exactly what is there right now, women fund and all that. And there's nothing different with that. Secondly,
exactly.
when Muturi was trying to demarcate between the two, he said that now when the government takes money and takes to Mumia Sugar, then that one is trickle down. But now when the government takes money and takes to Mama Mboga, that is not trickle down, that is bottom up. You see? So all we are saying, it is still trickle down.
Yes, it is not.
You haven't explained, Muturi. If you don't understand, it's okay. We will appreciate.
Muturi, a minute. I think Muturi has introduced in an aspect of SACCOs and cooperatives. Unlike these tycoons who are going to borrow their loans from the banks and pump or maybe try to improve or expand their companies like
So
Mumias and such.
You see, Ndeto, that SACCO will be a SACCO loan, and that loan you guys will not pay it back. When you don't pay it back, it is the same cycle that will go back. Because if a hundred boda people have gone and taken a loan, and there's nobody to be carried by that boda, at the end of the month, that person will not be paying that money back. How are they going to be refunding that money to the economy? And it is going with Ruto. Ruto has told you guys he'll give you the money with low interest. That means there'll be some interest in that money. And you guys, by the end of the month, you'll be having a lot of money to pay, and now the government will be coming for you to pay back that money.
Okay,
so actually it's going to create...
Kindly, can you ask a question, then you wait for an answer? I think you have heard of Joyful Women organization. And this is an organization...
I know so many of those people who are in that Joy War something. Who are back on payment. They are not paying as required.
Listen, tafadhali, listen. Because you have asked a question, it is good you now take your seat firmly, then you listen. And we are saying like this. There is women groups. If I listened to Muturi keenly, he was talking about there is something we call village saving and lending associations or table banking.
Ndeto, do you know Kenya Women Finance Trust?
Can you listen? Listen first,
Kenya Women Finance Trust.
You are asking a lot of questions.
No,
you are asking a lot of questions.
Wait, just hold on. Kenya Women Finance
Trust. Next.
Yes, stop escaping from
order, everybody.
You know, if you create a question, from another question,
you people, you are asked a very straightforward question. Okay, if money comes from the government and it goes down to Mumias, and instead of it being given to Mumias Sugar, it's given to Mumias Women Group. Where has that money come from? Is it not up?
Bas.
No, it is there. Yes, Muturi. Muturi wajibu.
Unajua, Mr. Deto, there is this perception. They feel we really need to take time to convince these guys. They feel because it is a bottom up, they feel that money should not come from the government because it is bottom up. The source of money is still the same, whether it is bottom up or trickle down. The source of money is the government. The difference is how that money is going to get to be integrated back to the economy, whether it is through the corporate.
Muturi, you are saying you don't know what you are talking about. The government is going to take money from bottom and take it
want to listen. Let us give Muturi time amalizie, alafu we criticize. Kindly. Muturi, listen.
Muturi. You cannot allow Muturi to finish something he doesn't understand. He doesn't understand bottom up. I
know you are smart. I know you are smart strategy. I know you are smart. Listen, Muturi. Muturi, listen here, inawezekana. Listen. You know, you guys, you are smartly dismantling Muturi, not to give his point, so
No,
that
but there's
Kenyans
no
cannot
point.
hear. Listen.
There's no
Listen.
point. There's
So
no
that
point he's
so that
giving.
Kenyans.
Remember,
No.
please.
Demba can.
He is starting no point.
Okay, let's
listen.
end it there. Let's end it there, please. Neto, prosecute your point. The question of bottom up came from inawezekana. Okay, so inawezekana will either accept he has been answered or not.
That Muturi has not answered my question to the full
Exactly, and that's why I'm defending. That's why I'm defending the
now,
Muturi.
Hold on. Everybody mute Kwanza. Then so Muturi, please,
Mr. Deto,
in the shortest time possible, answer inawezekana.
unajua
Yes.
si ati sijui hii kitu ni nini, lakini sasa mnanigonga mawe tu hapa, hamtaki ni explain ni nini. Mnataka kunigonga huyu, mko watatu, niko peke yangu, alafu wewe unauliza swali yako huku, mwingine anauliza swali yake hapa. Wacheni kutuconfuse nani. Na niliwaambia tu kama mnauza sera muuze sera tununue. Wacheni kutuchanganya kwa sababu at the end of the day tutashika kitu yenye mnasema. Mimi nimewaambia whether it is trickle down economy or the bottom up economic model, the source of money in this case is the government. The difference is how that money is going to be integrated back to the economy. The formula. That is the difference. So
okay,
the difference is inawezekana.
Listen, inawezekana. Let Muturi finish his submission. Then you ask you another question. Write it down, please.
After tumekubaliana kwamba the source of this money is the government, tofauti tu ni njia zenye zinaingia, hii pesa inaingia kwa njia gani kwa economy. Tunakubaliana kwamba bottom up inamaanisha hiyo pesa itoke kwa serikali ikuje huku kwa mama boga na vinini na bodaboda na whatever those welfare groups and social nini groups zenye ziko huku kwa vijiji huko down, kama vile tu mnasema kuna hii women hii fund ya uwezo fund the same. Tofauti ni kwamba the emphasis in economic model, it will be on uwezo funds, SACCOs and whatever. Pesa ikienda huko chini, the empowerment, the effort ya serikali itashuka huko chini, hiyo pesa itumike na wananchi huku through what the activities, funding the activities, and then the profits are plowed back to the economy. Unanielewa? Sasa hii ya serikali inashuka, hii pande nyingine inapita Mumias, inakulwa na mabonyenye wachache pale, haifiki huku chini, kiwanda inasabaratika. Lakini saa hii ukipewa pesa na serikali uende ufungue car wash pale hivi nje, wewe utaoshanga magari yako hapo nje, wewe pesa yenye unapata unaweka kwa mfuko, unaenda unanunua Kenya hauna, unaenda kwa mama boga na yeye alikuwa na pesa yake ya boga.
Muturi, wacha kutukula kichwa hapa. Unajaribu kuzunguka
wewe inawezekana.
Ngoja ndeto. Muturi ametuambia hii venye pesa inaenda through uwezo fund is the same way mama mboga atapatiwa hiyo pesa, na hii pesa yenye inakuliwa na uwezo fund it's still the same way ambayo itakuliwa ikienda kwa mama mboga. So
ndio nikakwambia tofauti. Nimekuambia tofauti ni kwamba tofauti ni kwamba emphasis ya trickle down economics itaeka bottom up itaenda kuweka emphasis kwa hizo uwezo funds kabisa huko chini hadi ifike. Unajua uwezo funds inakwama huku juu kwa mabonyenye wenye wanagawa. Sisi tunataka iende huko chini. Wacha nikuambie, kucheka kwako, ukejeli kwako hakubadilishi the fact about
inawezekana. Wachana na Muturi.
Tu whether
ucheke,
uruke juu, ukae juu.
Okay.
Point iko.
Deto, I'm respecting you. Anakupatia nafasi. I'm respecting you. Kama utaka kunipatia nafasi itaingilia vile wengine.
George.
Ojua Muturi, pesa lazima tuone na structures. Hata bank, there must be structures. Wewe ukuja hapa kwa mlango yangu unipatie pesa na kuna structures. Do you think nitarudisha? Uwezo Fund na hizo sako were the structures na pesa zilipotea. So what's the difference is it going to make right now? Uwezi kuja gogo mlango yangu hapa unipe pesa ati niende nifanye nini? Nitaenda kununua Jack Daniels. So there must be structure.
George,
the
bottom up economic model, kabla kitu hamjaelewa ni kwamba the bottom up economic model is not in practice right now. It is an idea that is being sold to Kenyans that after we have put him into presidency, he is going to actually activate all those things that you are talking about at the structures. Right now, we don't have those circles. We are going to form
another lie.
We want us to form. We want us to form rules before we have the circles.
Muturi, that's another lie. That's another lie.
This guy said
so what
this.
is right according to Themba?
Somebody today, George, somebody today is promising Kenyans 6,000 Kenyan shillings per month. We do not know which formula he will use to disperse that, that 6,000 shillings. But we believe that when he gets there, he has an idea. Why? Why do you want to make people look foolish?
Muturi,
Muturi, hold on.
I am done.
I'm supporting you unaongea vizuri sana because hiyo alisema before he was elected the DP alisema before he was elected equal DP, it has not happened.
Stop bulldozing people in this group simply because you are the majority. Listen to people.
Wait, Muturi, goja Bernard.
If you don't prosecute your point, don't blame other people.
You know that you cannot stand. So just
wait, Bernard.
Now,
okay. Kuna
naomba.
Okay. Naona kuna
naomba hivi. Kuna watu
What is your point?
Kuna watu wa kale. Okay. Sam has not said anything. Please let Sam take the floor before these people are lifting hands.
Okay. Kuna swali ninaona hapa kwa comments inauliza shida ya hii mama boga thing utajuaje hao wa mama? You know, I think let me answer that. Kuna women groups, those village saving and lending associations. Those are women groups. They are made up of hao mama wa low income wenye wanakatakata boga, wengine wanauza metuba, wengine wanafanya biashara zingine. So hivyo ndivyo wataweza kukua identified. And also their groups must
God help Kenya.
I've waited to talk for more than 6 hours.
Somebody moderate.
Okay. Mulumbu, you are lifting your hand.
Yes.
Dennis, just hold on. 6 hours. The show is not even 6 hours now. Look at the time.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I've been hearing you since almost 4 hours. The topic was so good. You started very well. But the problem that we have some people here who doesn't know the history of Kenya. We have some people here who are blind. They don't respect the panel. They don't respect you guys that who has been here before. You know, I'm really annoyed with the Muturi. Let me just tell you that because I've seen him since he started. There's a time he talked and then he showed his head like this, which means you guys here in this panel, you don't think. He's the one thinking. You started very well because it was about the 6,000 and also Ruto, how is it doing? Because you are here to educate those people who doesn't know. Remember, we have so many people that who are not able to enter here and contribute. They don't know, they are in darkness. They want to know where Kenya is, where Kenya is going. Are you people who are unable to be here that can educate them? You are here arguing from 3 hours because of Muturi. He has washed your brain. You are just one thing, you are not explaining to us what 6,000 how it's gonna do, and Ruto with his bottom up how it's gonna do. You see? You are not explaining to us how Raila with the 6,000 where he's gonna get the money for those people who doesn't know, can understand, and the Ruto who does not explain where that money he's gonna get it from. He comes here just braining on shares. I think this program, this panel is a professional panel all over the world. It's being watched all over the world, and it has to be it's a regulation and the laws. If somebody doesn't want to follow the law, put him out. Let's continue that person who is ready to educate Kenyans. This kind of arrogance and our bulldoze and our give, this is what makes people we makes us fight back home.
No, Mr. Deto, let me defend myself against those accusations. Mr. Murubu,
wait, Muturi.
Mr. Murubu.
Muturi, hold your horses, Muturi, hold your horses. You will get your time. Let Mulumbu finish making his submission. Tafadhali.
This kind of arrogance that makes us fight back home, because we don't listen to each other. We don't say what is factual. We don't explain to those people who doesn't know the real, how our life is supposed to be driven and supposed to be ruled. You see, I've told you several times, I'm not an educated person, but Muturi, I think, is somebody who is educated. Well educated. When I look at him, he's well educated, very young, energetic. Mimi sijasoma, but kufuatana history vile nilisoma kidogo nikaifuatilia na nimeona vile maisha yanaendelea. I understand what it is. I love Ruto ndio vile alianza. I love him. But when you go wrong, I'll not suggest support because of supporting without knowing where the country is going. Huh? So this panel should be the for profession. If somebody is not giving us something that can educate the people that we need to educate, so that when you're going to vote, you have to vote when you know whom you are going to vote, then there's no need to be here. Because for the 3 hours, you have been only talking Muturi. Are you helping Kenyans or you are misleading them? What are they learning from you when you argue? Wanasoma nini kutoka kwenu mkiargue namna hii? What you do here is what they're going to do there in the streets. You are supposed to educate people here. When they go to the street, they say, no, guys, this is not the way to go. This is the way to go. Muturi has been, when one person, you find 5 people are trying to rectify you, you are supposed to do what? Go down and listen. That's why I love Ndeto. Though he argues, but sometimes he listens and keeps down, and then he found the points. Because if you don't listen, kama hauwezi sikiliza ndugu yangu, in future utaingia kwa mashakani. Asiyesikia, mtoto asiyesikia la mkuu ufanye nini? Na Muturi kama huwezi sikia la wenzako, this kind of you are coming with it, you don't listen, basi unachukulia wenye wako kwa hii panel hawaelewi, unaonyesha kichwa na mrai ni wajinga. I'm telling my friend, you are not going nowhere. You are just trying to kuhakisha kiberiti ili tuchomane sisi wenyewe. If you come this panel, come to educate Kenyans. Okay, nimemaliza hiyo. So let me talk about the 6,000. Raila alisema. Kuna watu wengine wanasema haiwezekani. It's possible. Do you know why it's possible? Do you know how many people Kenyans that poor families that are dying because hawana chakula, wanalala njaa? You know, some of you pengine mnatoka family kubwa zenye zina pesa, you have not seen. Mimi nimeishi Korokocho, nimekuwa Kibira, I know what that man is talking about. I know, because I'm going through that. Me myself,
So
I'm going
if
through
you know
that.
what that man is talking, why
You have
don't you
some
know what Ruto
families
is talking about
hawakuli,
bottom
hawana
up?
namna yote, wanalala hohehahe. Ndio unafanya baba na mabibi wanapigana, wanauana, because a woman, the wife complains to the husband complains to the wife. Wengine wanatoka sana, anaanza kufanya umalaya. Bwana atatoka na mnaye anaingia na watchman anakuja, anaingia kwa nyumba ili apate kula chai, hakunywa. Bwana hakuacha hata breakfast. Mahali ameenda hajui atakula nini. Hapa Amerika government wanaangalia ni house gani ambapo haina kazi yote. Hauna kazi, hauna anything. Hawezi lipa rent, una watoto. They value the kids you have. Kwa kitu ya kwanza wanaangalia ni watoto. Una watoto wangapi? They value those kids. Wewe mwenyewe hauna kazi. They value that. Wanakupatia card. Inaitwa access card. Hata kama iko na kitu kama $500, hiyo ni karibu 50,000 Kenya shillings. You can able to go to buy food, work on the table. By the time unatafuta kazi, unaenda ukitafuta kazi, ukipata kazi, ushapata kazi, unajua ukiweka tu jina yako kwa system umeingia kazi, inaonyesha. So during the salary time ukienda kupata mshahara na unapata pesa hiyo inatosha. Wakitoa hii ya welfare unaweza sustain. Kama bado wewe sustain hawezi toa. Ukipata kazi na sustain hiyo, wanafanya nini? Wanaitoa. To make sure that you don't die. They make sure the house you live kuna maji, kuna sitima, na communication mahali unapita inawezekana. Because you are a human being, sio kupenda kwa kukose kazi. You are a human being. A government is there for the people. You elect the government to take care of you. Na nyinyi mnatuambia hapa ya kwamba usijui nini moja tawaye bilioni moja. How can you get bilioni moja without nini mpangilio wa hii nini county vile ita sustain? Wewe unataka kupatia na milioni kila mtu pesa. Who is going to buy from each other? Pikipiki nani atabeba nani? Mboga nani atabeba? You have to educate the people. First thing, educate the people. That's what mzee anasema. First of all, educate the people. Tengeneza manufacturer. Bas watu wanaingia kufanya kazi kwa manufacturer ya middle class yao. Hawa ndio watapata mshahara, wapatie watu wa mama mboga pale chini. Because they buy from them. The economy have to go around. Pesa zafaa zitoke huko ziingie kwa makampani, watu wafanye kazi kwa company, wapate pesa. Ndivyo wewe Muturi, kama una lori yako, nenda ununue vitu ndani kama Mumias, peleka sukari Mombasa. That's how business works. That's why it works this country. Government ukiwa na skill, wanaangalia skill. They don't just give you money loan like that. You have to explain how are you going to their business. They don't just give you money like that. Kwa utaenda kunywa. Unaenda una present what you have planned for. Umesoma vizuri, una skill. Na isatengeneza nini? Na isatengeneza hii chupa ya maji. How do you make it? Jina inaitwa namna gani? Wanaangalia maji iko safi, haina mdudu ndani. Unauza pesa ngapi hii chupa? Naisha shilingi 5. Shilingi 5? Yeah. Kwa hivyo ukitengeneza unataka pesa kiasi fulani, asatengeneza pale. Wanaangalia area yako, kuna mtu anatengenezea hiyo maji? Hakuna. Ni wewe tu. Basi wanaangalia watakula pesa ngapi. Utajiri amekaa ana pesa, wewe una pesa. Anaangalia hii nikiuza shilingi 5, yeye vile amekupatia pesa atakula 250, wewe utakula 250. Basi wanakupatia pesa, wana sponsor, wanaleta mashini, kila kitu. That's how things works. Wewe unataka kupamba pesa, unapewa Muturu, hata wewe Muturu umesema una support fulani, sasa wanakuletea pesa tu, and hiyo pesa you don't know skill. What you are going to do you don't know. Then you tell that's bottom up. How is it going to work? You must have the skill. The country, hakuna country dunia mzima inaweza endelea bila viwanda. Nowhere.
Wengine wanataka kuongea.
Kwa hivyo nikiongea kidogo nikimalizia, I just wanted to tell those wale guys, kama umesoma, please go to history. Sitaki kwenda ile mlikuwa napingana Raila ya uchumi sijui nini. I'm just went to the points ile conversation vile ilikuwa. Because mlienda kwa mtu mmoja mkapoteza conversation, sasa mkaanza kupingana tu, mnaonekana kama wale kondoo ziko msituni huko zimepotea msituni, zinatafuta yule mtu anaweza rudisha kwa njia. Please. Kuna mtu anaitwa hapo George, amejust kuexplain, kuna mtu anaitwa David, alijust kuexplain. You don't listen to that guy. Mnaenda tu fwa. Please come here, we need to learn. We need to educate people from from home. Please let's learn from here. From here, I don't care if you support Flo Aswan and so, it's okay. You support Raila, support Ruto, it's okay. But let's talk the facts. Wacha kuja hapa na vitu umesikia na vitu haujui. Kama you don't know, go and learn. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. Sorry, Muturi. A minute. Okay, thank you so much. Okay,
my time,
wait. Okay, wait, Patriot. Thank you so much, Mulumbu. You have made a comprehensive one. I think
Mr. Chair, I have a right of reply. And let me just make some things clear here. I have a lot of respect for you. I have a lot of respect for you, gentlemen. And I really do not intend to mess up with this group. I have joined here today so that I can even also learn from you. And it is also good sometimes to pick a conversation from where it starts, because when you join a conversation in the middle, you may see my heart moving like this, and you may think I was saying that you don't have brains, but that is not the message that I sent from the word go. When I did like this, I was saying that the problem, I was sharing the problem that we have had of bulldozing, or people bulldozing instead of selling an idea for people to buy. And I said, sometimes it is not about how loud you shout your message, because it may not get to in people's brains.
Excuse me, Muturi, just a point, Muturi. What we need to do, Muturi, with a lot of respect, if you go back to that, we are still going to the same cycle. Can you move to the next phase on the same discussion? Because if you go through that, we will waste the same time and explaining, and we don't need to agree. Just a minute. Just a minute, please. Let me I'm talking to Muturi. Let me finish what I'm saying. And that's what I mean, you want us to talk everybody. Let me finish what I'm saying to Muturi. Why are you talking while I'm talking? Can you allow me to finish?
Let him talk.
Wait.
Hapana, wacha hiyo tabia bana. Mimi ndio naongea na wewe uongee. Why are you that's being a nuisance, boss?
Okay.
So Muturi.
So who is entitled?
No, that's being a nuisance. You're being a nuisance, my friend. That's being silly.
Let us not exchange. Okay. Let us control let us control our feelings.
What I was saying, Muturi, just move to the next page so that we don't rebuttal on the same issues. Because Mulumba has explained clearly. You have said what you have said.
Patriot.
But you see, Patriot.
Sorry, wait, Muturi. Patriot, I think it would be fair, because Mulumbu has really tried to mention some issues pertaining what Muturi had said. I think we can give him 2 minutes. He rebuttal, then we move to the next topic.
Yes. As I was saying, I have a lot of respect for this group. And even whatever Mr. Mulubu has said, there is a lot to borrow. However, I have a right of reply, because he has accused me of some things here, and the entire group that is watching here have heard it. me being accused of those issues. So it is only necessary if I clear to him and even others who may have perceived me differently. So I was saying that I really did not mean that people do not think or are not thinking. When I did like this, I was saying ni hapa ndio muhimu. I did not mean that you don't think. I only emphasize that here the brain and even the way the politics of William Ruto are being conducted today is just a matter of the brain. Because matters to do with economy, we have all agreed that it has been all along, it has been there since independence. It has been there all the time, but it has never featured significantly like it has done this time round. And it was something that has been there. He just used his brain, fashioned it differently, and brought it back to us to discuss it. Is that where I'm going wrong? No, we don't discuss things
Can
like
I
that.
ask you a question?
So let me just conclude. So let us discuss, as he is saying, without throwing words on each other, on at each other, because at the end of the day, whether you support William Ruto or I support Raila Odinga, we are here to sell an idea to those people who are, because I may not change my support for William Ruto. You may not also change, but we are here to sell each and everyone's idea. But when I want to sell about bottom-up economic approach, and you are here throwing words at me not to sell it, telling me I don't know what I'm saying, you think I will have an easy time with you bulldozing on me? No, that is not the way it goes, because each and every person here has had an opportunity to present his agenda. At no one given time that I disrupted Bernard talking, irrespective.
We have heard you. Go to the next point. Go to the next point to make us scare.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I
I
do
think
not have much to say.
Muturi, wait. Okay, Muturi, I think I've been fair enough. I've given you time to rebuttal. And I think, Mimi, I beg to leave at this moment. So then,
Better before you leave. Can I make a statement, please?
Kindly make.
Honorable Ndeto. Yes, I want to also make a few remarks to my fellow panelists. Today's discussion has been full of disarray. We've not made it the right way, and I think Mulumba was right. When you listen from the background, there's a lot of disorderliness from the way this was conducted. I don't want to attribute this to the position of Ndeto. You started very well. Ndeto, sorry. You started very well. But we reached somewhere, both sides. We got a little bit mixed up and we didn't fare on well. So I thought the fact that Mulumbu pointed out this was an opportunity for us to learn so that we improve. Most of the discussions we have had here, they have been very nice. When you watch them back, they've been very educative. It is nice when you watch back and see how you are contributing. But I'll tell you, when you listen to the discussion of today, Mulumbu has really pointed out, none of us will be proud of the way we have discussed today. And the underscore here is, we want to educate Kenyans who do not understand the two sides, the protagonists and those who are going for these positions. Because the more you open to Kenyans, then they will be able to make informed decision. So I want to agree with Mulumbu that when we come here, for sure, if you don't know something, don't expose your ignorance. This thing is being watched with millions of people across the world. So when you come here and you insist on lies, just because you want to win, you know, some of us think we are just competing among the panelists who are here. No, everybody is watching this thing. If I'm lying, everybody will see, Patriot there does not know what he's saying. Dennis is putting the right thing. Turi has understood. But when you lie and you think you just win because we are giving you space, you're exposing your ignorance. And I think Mulumbu was very correct to say that let's use these opportunities to learn. And if you don't know something,
Go research.
Patrick, hold on. Bernard, can I moderate for the next few minutes, for 40 minutes?
It's okay. It's okay, Themba. Go ahead.
Okay, I want to moderate now. I think we have had the
So
point has been made.
does moderation mean you stop me then? But I think
Yeah. Because I'm thinking we are now going around. Mulumba had already made the point. I think Muturi had, and I think we need to move forward. Muturi is a good guy. He's just trying to.
Yeah, we are moving forward by me
so
making that.
let's start by.
really.
No, hold on. I mean, we are revolving. So let's move on to the next person. I think I want to go to Dennis.
Who is the next person?
Dennis.
I have not spoken for the last 1 hour. What do you mean?
I'll go to Dennis, George, Patriot, Mulumbu, inawezekana Muturi, but I'll be balancing because Muturi seems to be alone here, so we'll be balancing. So Dennis, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Themba. And Patriot also, just stay put because you always help me with figures. I wish he was around so that he always helps me with figures as we dissect economic matters economics, yeah? So that's the joy of being here, because the people who are experts, if somebody is more expert has more expertise in mathematics, I'll give him that chance to help me. And that's something Themba has once helped me here. Same to Bernard and same to Patriot. So me, I don't discuss people. Because somebody once said, small minds discuss people. Average minds discuss events, but great minds discuss ideas. I'm pro idea, for idea, and I'll speak about the ideas that we were speaking about today. Much as I was disappointed that we turned to name calling, and I cried. Why are we going for name calling? I've cried, but I don't want to repeat. Let me go straight to my points. And I won't mention anybody's name. I'm going to social welfare. It's called Social Welfare Protection Funds. That is, I'm still selling the idea by the Right Honorable Prime Minister, the former one, yeah? That's at least I've done my research all this while we were arguing. And this is what it stands for, yeah? Social welfare protection, these are cash transfers from the social welfare protection funds that is significant for social protection modality. Now, what is one advantage of it? Number one, it enhances economic empowerment while decreasing poverty and increasing food insecurity. And decreasing food insecurity. I'm sorry to say that. So, how does this social welfare protection, which the economists are saying it's trickle down, yeah? What is its merit? I've said here that it enhances economic empowerment as it decreases poverty, and it also decreases food insecurity. Mulumbu has said about food, yeah? Food is a basic need. In fact, there are two basic needs of a human being. Around four. Number one is food. Without food, you can't be healthy, isn't it? We all agree that, yeah? Then we go to health. Number two. So you have to access all this. Now, there's somebody called Abraham Maslow. He says that sex is also a basic need right now. And I'll tell you how they're connected. If people lack all food and healthcare need within the slum areas, those people who stay in the slum, you'll find that prostitution is high in those areas around the slums whenever they lack food. Am I saying the truth or am I lying, panel?
Truth. Huo ni ukweli.
Yes. So for these people, the other side, to think about the trickle-down economy, they were thinking about, first of all, how to give these people food, how to provide them with security. You see, when there's food, people will not steal. So that is what makes them to come out with this approach. I'm still going to number 2. It enhances mental health and life satisfaction. If you're not mentally well up, if you're disturbed mentally, like you won't even concentrate at work. We have an why is Africa lagging behind in terms of innovation, such that in an era where South Korea, which has no major cash crops the way we do, we Kenyans have tea, we Kenyans have coffee. South Korea has none of this. Yeah? But South Korea is able to innovate such that Samsung, LG, and these major companies that we are importing TV from are thinking about how did their leaders get there? First of all, they were supplied with food. How do South Korea do this? Right now, they've even hired almost three quarters of Madagascar island. Yeah, their rice is coming from there, and soon they'll start exporting back their rice back to us. We who live in an agriculturally well endowed country, whereby if we don't think about how to give our farmers back money so that they can think for them to be mentally well, so that they can go to the farms and farm. Now that is one thing. I'm also talking about the merit of social welfare protection will be that it will create household. Household is another name for family. Yeah? So it will create family and local economic spillovers. If you have float in your pocket, my friend Muturi, if you have float, yeah, so you know what float can do. At least you are a young man just like me, and it happened that me I'm unmarried. Probabilities are high that even my friend Muturi, maybe kama ameoa na like 2 years hivi. He looks very young, yeah? And the other young person here is inawezekana, yeah? Themba looks married. Mulumbu is definitely married, yeah? Bernard confessed here that he has a kid.
Mimi ni babu.
Sure. Thanks God to that. So if we have, if you don't have local economic spillover, that is from within your pocket, even your grandchildren will not appreciate you, sir. They won't. Because there are things that they want. Maybe they want to be taken to bouncing castle. If their grandfather cannot even afford that, you see, it's so sad. That is why you have to have some float in the pocket. Muturi, if you have float, yule yangs ataingia box. You know what I mean? And same to inawezekana. So you have to have local economic spillovers. You have to have float. This is what we want to trickle down. Ikuje. And then I'm in the fourth last minute. It is going to increase school enrollment attendance and delay sexual debut and reduce intimate partner violence, among others. Now, without food and without proper health and without proper economic things, you see, people won't even go to school. Our children. Remember this. If we don't open school gates, we are opening prison gates. Yeah. So we have to increase the school enrollment attendance. Okay, education is free, but do you know, much as the former president is being credited for bringing free education, that was a UN declaration. So almost all countries, even in Africa, right now, basic education is free. Much as I did education, I happen to be a teacher, though I have never taught after college. Though people say that free education was brought, it is a long story. So even that education is not free. Why? Because a child born in Korogocho slums will think about how to go and help the mother to sell groundnuts even before going to school. But if this mother is given some spillage of 6,000, at least it can cover the basic things, at least food. I want to start with food, even before I mention health. Then, I want to talk about, enable me to talk about...
you have 1 more minute.
Yes. Let us first of all, let us decipher between propaganda and facts, yeah? Such that I'm not saying that bottom up is bad, yeah? I was also doing research on bottom up. And if we were allowed to go on, I want to also give you a merit of bottom up, yeah? Bottom up has worked. I'm not lying. For some countries, yeah? I've also done my research well. Bottom up worked in Russia when it was still USSR, yeah? But this was the problem. Russia never gave their country, their countrymen money. Not from Russia, but the former USSR before it disintegrated. So this government that was a socialist, it gave its citizens all famous potatoes to plant. 1 year after the first year it worked, the second year, 1 month after the potatoes were given, potatoes were not growing. Why? Those farmers ended up eating those potatoes. Then Mulumbu came here and said, wisely, that why are you going to give a drunk man, somebody who is an alcoholic, funds to start a business? There is funds that Raila is giving for social welfare, and one that is going to be given for business and economic need. Now, there's a danger if you give somebody who is an alcoholic money, he might end up, instead of investing, he might end up investing it in alcohol. But if for social need, social is what affects your welfare. If it is for your welfare, you are given 6,000. At least, I was talking about float. At least you will drink some, and at least you'll use some for food. So let us be very careful with bottom up, because, okay, it might be good, but then we might be like Russian farmers, so that instead of, when we are given money as a group, we go and all of us buy borders. And then we say, do you know that? Yes, just give me a minute. I beg. Only a minute.
Okay, kindly summarize.
Yes. There is a danger of giving every youth, not youth, every business group. There's some danger. I don't know why I'm embarrassing what Mulumbu said. I don't know. He has affected me. But I came to think of it. What if everybody buys a border, you say in Kawangware, every youth that has been buys a border? Who is going to be that vendor of fish? Everybody complements each other in the society. That is where we were saying the modalities of doing things, yeah? So let us look at modalities. But Muturi, I'll also still do a lot of, maybe you may say that I'm biased on the other side, but I'll also do a lot of bottom approach research. In my next contribution, I'm coming back there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dennis, for your contribution. I want to allow George to contribute, and then I'll go to Sam. Sam, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so we'll have George, and then you come next. Or do you have any question for Dennis?
No, I don't have any question for Dennis. I only request that you give Sam. Sam has been waiting for so long. So long. Please give him a chance.
Who is that?
Thank you very much, George. At least.
George, you are yielding your time. Okay, fine. Sam, go ahead.
I've been here. I haven't even had a word. I've been listening I've been listening today.
Go ahead, Sam.
Right, thank you very much.
Just wait. Let's have Sam giving his contribution.
You know, I miss spending years in
he's having a question. Sam, I think he's just having a question. So I don't know.
It's just a question. Yes, Dennis, you have gone. The question was directed to you, Mr. Dennis. Is he around? Dennis, are you around?
I'm around.
Yes, I have just loved the way you have spoken, but I wanted to maybe you make us understand for some of us who do not understand the bottom up economics. Can you Can you please explain
Let's
the
can be. Hold on. Let's mute if we are on.
Give it on.
Okay, I got your question very well, and I'll explain in 1 minute. Yeah. So let me expand on the bottom-up approach. Yeah. The bottom-up approach is borrowed from the Marxist school of idea, or it's called who? I'll remember that name, whereby the inventor started a farm in Scotland, where every poor farmer, they came together as communities. Yeah. So these guys, they never had land, but through community, it was almost a communal mode of production. Now, the bottom-up approach for Kenya, according to the propagators led by Dr. William Ruto, they've come and seen that, okay, in our pyramid of as Kenyans, at the bottom lies the most hardworking people, which is very true. You see, the more bottom you are, the more work you do. Huwezi kulinganisha the work that mtu wa mjengo does and somebody who is at office work. Much as the office work guy might be spending a lot of time thinking and calculating, this person at the bottom of the pyramid, he's somebody who uses a lot of energy. Yes? So they work a lot. Yes? But their gains are a bit a few. It's almost unfair as compared to the people at the pyramid. Now,
Dennis.
Yes.
Let me help you in understanding bottom up, so that at least I've done research. I've read about it. That's why I was saying that Muturi was not giving us the true picture of bottom up. Now, a true bottom up approach cannot be led from up. That's why Muturi was having a problem explaining. Now, if you read about Grameen Bank, have you ever heard about Grameen Bank? The way it started in India. So if you want to know a true bottom up is where now the people themselves, that's what Muturi is trying to pick out in terms of societies and all, the people themselves come together, right? When they come together, they pool their resources, you know, the way it happened with Equity, then it moved up, they formed now Equity Bank, and then it moved. Now, Grameen Bank also started like that. It starts from down. Now, the strength of bottom up is the social networks that they have, the social structures that they have down there. So when they come together, in that strength that they're coming together, little money they have, they put together. And that's why there was, I was hearing, what's his name, Neto, trying to pinpoint on issues of Joy War and stuff like that. And then I said, do you know this KWFT, Kenya Women Finance Trust, which was bringing groups of women together. And those groups of women put their monies together. Then they start lending each other money. Then if you don't pay within a certain time, they come and they pick certain things because you haven't paid your money. So a true bottom up is from down. It doesn't come from the government down. Now, where there's a well-written and documented paper on the mix between trickle down and bottom up. Someone researched on it in the 70s, between 70s and 80s. Now, it was found in a best economic model, you cannot find an exclusive trickle down and an exclusive bottom up. You have to, the government, there are things that the national government has to create for a better environment for these things to function. Something that has been done pretty well by the Chinese government. I know the people who are looking at bottom up have thrown the word about Chinese. Chinese is not bottom up. It's a social economic model where they are looking at how do they create demand and supply such that if there's too much demand, they create the supply. If there's too much supply, they balance it, right? So that is a true bottom up is not started from top. And I want to give you why, Muturi, let me educate you kidogo. Why your person at a certain point, they were conducting different assemblies in different places. Did you see that? The reason they were doing that, they wanted to give it the face of the people so that these people can come up with what they are later going to call that they are the ones who came up with what they needed. So that it can have the concept of, so it is not even Ruto who has that. So at the end of the day, they want to harness that and bring it up. But what he is not telling you is the role of government in terms of creating an environment for these things to prevail and to function well. So the confusion comes in there. And that's where you are getting confused, Muturi. And I was trying to tell you that what you are trying to explain, probably even you haven't understood. But it's okay. It's okay. You tried your best. But if you go and understand it the way it works, you realize what you are saying is the same thing. An exclusively trickle down and an exclusively bottom up cannot work. It requires a balance. Things that the national government has to do. With our current constitution, there are roles of the national government and there are roles of the county government, which are the structures of devolution. So the government, national government will do its part. That's why you are saying there's a certain percentage you take to the national government and a certain percentage goes back to the county. So that enables industry, enables other areas, enables the county government, does it work? So if a county like say Turkana, which has oil, produces a lot of money because of the oil, it has more development than other counties because of the structures. So there needs to be in your team a well-coordinated explanation. There's a lie that you guys are going to have bottom-up exclusively. It's good for campaigns. It's good for political podium. It's good to try and bring out your difference with the other people. But other than that, at the end, when the rubber meets the road, the explanation has to be done because the constitution as it is, it recognizes county government and national government. I think inawezekana that's in a nutshell. All right. So let's allow Sam to give his presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Demba and everyone. I'm gonna be very brief and short with my submission today. First of all, I just want to say that as far as much as we are discussing all these things, we know there is a problem that has led us to be in this kind of situation, whereby we're struggling as an economy with our economics, and that's why we see every aspirant is trying to come up with a model on how, or a method on how to deal with this problem that we are facing as a country. Number one, that I really wanted us to know that the reason as to why all these things are happening is there is somebody at the base level of our economy who happen to be the majority of the population of the entire country is actually suffering because of our poor economy. And this thing has been brought up by the few that actually took advantage of the opportunity they had, accumulated the wealth for themselves, and forgot that one who is trailing down there. Just to say this and about the issue, I don't want to repeat back go about the issue of bottom up because we'll be opening another discussion again of how how to explain all the stuff or about the 6,000. I just want to go straight to one of the point that I want to make, and then I'll finish. Number one, we are in a country which has been done, which has been under what we call a state capture. The state has been captured by the few individuals whom actually they're letting the issues being driven the way they want. Number one, if I see the issue of the businessmen from the mountain meeting their aspirants to channel their issues and their interests, and and being in a country whereby we've seen the few people who have excelled and they are living above the poverty line, and the majority the gap is widening every day and morning. Something comes to my mind that there is something that has been happening to advantage those ones who are well off and disadvantage those ones who are actually struggling down there. And this thing, to my own personal analysis, I'm not saying it's what it is. That's my personal analysis. I would say this: number one, these people have been in the country and they've been the people who have been getting like all the tenders from the government, like doing the monopoly, and they are very concerned every time there is a shift of power, and that the people who want to negotiate and know whoever is coming to power, does he at any point articulate the interests of our business so that we continue having the monopoly as it is. We have so many people in our country who can do and be in those positions, but what we lack is that opportunity to get there. And just to say that is we can see what's happening in our country at the moment. And as I talk about state capture, it has done away with all the arms of the government on their operationals. It has also gone to the media, whereby an information comes out, and they because so many people in our country like having basing the information on hearsay. I would say a certain percentage, those ones who don't follow exactly what's written or what goes on, they will just hear, oh, I heard this and this and this, and then they're being driven in their belief. So I would say most of, and one of the example that I want to tell you, I want to allude here that has been one of an element of state capture, especially in the media, is, remember the time when these issues of because as a country we've lost a lot of money. When this issue of these Pandora Papers came there, the media has gone mute on it. I'm alluding my point, Bernard. Just give me some times, okay? Don't show those reactions because it doesn't go well. Just give me time, You see,
Just talk, continue.
just,
Don't talk about Bernard. Just continue.
okay, that's fine. So another thing that the thing that I was just saying is the media has gone mute on it. These radio stations and TV station we have in our country does what we call a biased transformation of information, and on how they make the headlines. It is a factual that even when you read the headlines of Kenya, if you don't drink from the same bottle or from the same pot with those ones who have done the state capture, your headline will go the opposite way. That is a fact. All these things are all we see. Our newspapers everywhere. If you want to go, you can check. It is all there. They will write even a very bad thing about you. They will never put facts on you. That is what we call a state capture. They monopolize. They just want to make everything go as their wish, to purportedly and make some people believe that that is true. That's what we are. Because I would say, for example, like for our country to have known about the issue of those Bandora, the issue of those funds which they say that are being started out of the country, they should have been a point whereby, because I've seen even the shows that they held, it is a little bit regulated in a way that there are some places you don't have to touch them, and that is the authority. And now comes here a question whereby those leaders whom are also looking for power, if at all this state capture machinery favors your side, you will never say there is a clock on your eye, you need to move it. you will never see them saying there is something very bad. Just to hit on the point, to go straight to the point. For example, I respect the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga for what he has made for Kenya. He has done all he has done. I actually I would say I even lack sometimes words to actually attribute because of what I saw last week, a clip whereby during those days when he was actually on the street, and the way the tear gas and all the stuff, he's done that continuously because of the love of Kenya. I will give credit where it belongs. But only one thing that I actually would have said that came up was, after all this state capturing and having gone to the side of handshake, he cannot even actually, because say that there is something which is happening which is wrong, so he can even go and sanitize, and that's how it goes. So after this, after they've done with him, now we will be going for another election after his period. Now the people who are state capturers, they will also see a candidate who can dance their tune, bring him there, and say this is the man we've seen, he has Kenya on heart. Why? Because their interests resonate with them, and there are few people. So our country has been captured by some few individuals, and because and here, because we and our candidate whom we front as our president has the support of the state capturers, that's why we also dance the same tune. So just to finish on that point, so if at all we can understand that, even like for myself, I was expecting the Raila Amolo Odinga akuja aseme ya kwamba yes, we've seen Kemsa money ilienda, hatujui mali ilienda. Hata kama huyo mtu anakusupport and he's saying he's a deep state and support, you should have said what it is. That is being a patriot, and that's standing by what you believe. But huwezi fika mahali unakuja unabadilika. No, just be whom you are. Ruto anaweza kuwa na makosa yake ni mingi yenye amefanya. I cannot cover anything that Ruto has done which is bad, but I would say what it is. It's a fact, and that is where someone like my best friend like Bernard can never go there and say he cannot spell. I always spell Kemsa, I always spell Bandora, Bernard. That's the biggest problem here, and that's where we try to cut corners to favor our own, and that is not the right way. Which Kenya are we? Are we still keeping this state capturers to continue for the next and the next? And those people hao wazee walikuwa naona hapo adiko nini hapo, ni wazee wamemea nywele nyeupe, wamekuwa kinyonya uchumi ya Kenya.
Sami, we are not learning anything from you. We are not learning anything. You went away from the topic. We are not learning anything from you. So many things that we don't recognize where you are coming from.
Okay, hold on, Mulumbu. Sam has gone. I don't know if we are going to. I know Bernard has been itching for a reaction, but Sam has gone. So what do we do?
No, but I have to set the record clear. Yeah.
Yeah.
I am not a story ya Kemsa na nini. Unajua, I think as Kenyans, we need to run away from this balancing of equation of corruption. Let's not run an equalization fund for corruption. Yes.
Bernard, hold on. As you give a contribution, where is it written that it's only Rao that is supposed to be in the opposition to agitate?
Not even things? That. Why should he be the only one to? Okay. Even when he went for handshake, he left Masalia out, he left Kalonzo out. The official opposition right now, according to the constitution, it is the third way alliance. It's the one that ran in the second election. Okay, Raila did not participate in the second election. So it is a matter of people looking for what they can use to bash somebody for the sake of bashing that particular person. When Raila was exposing corruption, they said his jealousy, he's not letting the young people lead. They are doing better. They have renovated Kibra.
Bernard, Can you give, and then you also give your submission, because you're actually coming next.
Yes, I'm finishing naondoka kabisa. So
Na upeane submission yako pia.
Nilikuwa nishapeana. I'm just responding and then I go.
No, you can't go. We are going to have our final Nini submission. So usiende.
let's be open, let's be honest about this country, and then there is also a narrative that is being pushed of victim. Okay, I'm being victimized because of this. If we are going to judge people according to who they associate with in terms of corruption, then the DP's office has more corruption protection program than any other office, because when anybody's implicated in any questioning, they end up there. And when they end up there, the excuse is they are being victimized because they are associating with the DP. All that is not helping the fight against corruption. It's not helping the country. Let us accept responsibility. Kama pesa imepotea, imepotea. Imepotea vipi? How do we recover that money? But when we begin to exchange blame games, what we are helping is let the thief get away with what he has taken from the country. But at the end of the day, we are still the people who are going to pay that money. The Eurobond money came, ended up into people's pockets. We are paying that same date. All the loans that have come in, they end up into people's pockets. The whole country shoulders the responsibility of repaying those loans. So if we don't arise and hate poverty, hate corruption like we ought to, and be willing to join the fight against corruption, we are part and parcel of that problem. And so nobody should hold brief for anybody, whether he's Raila, whether he's Ruto, whether he's Mudavadi, whether he's whoever. If corruption has taken place and there is evidence to that effect, let's all team up and say we demand this to be brought, but not to use this story to displace this, then bring up this to displace that, then we come to conclusion we are all corrupt, the whole country is corrupt, nobody's clean, all politicians are thieves. That narrative is not helping this country. We don't need it. Let us call everybody to order, in the sense that our sense of responsibility for this country should drive us to that place where we refuse to accept mediocrity as a norm. Okay, we must keep our high standards. Our children should get the best of education, should live in the best of the country, should have the best of the governance, should have the best of medical care. Not because corruption has taken away the medicine, so we accept it. Corruption has messed up the education system, so we accept it. Corruption has eaten all the money, so we accept it. No, we must come to a place where we say, no, we require this and this. But vilifying people and dismissing people is the wrong way to go about it. So whether it's bottom up, up bottom, in between, at the end of the day, we'll have a country called Kenya. This Kenya has over 47 million of us, and each one of us has a mouth to eat, and we must get something to eat. So whoever ascends to that office, he must see to it that every Kenyan is eating, every Kenyan is sleeping, every Kenyan can be taken care of medically, and every Kenyan is able to go out and come in peacefully. Every Kenyan can go and do business anywhere and come back with profits and enjoy with his family. The story of threatening people and marginalizing others and, making others be afraid because they are not in their region and all that, that should cease. Let's look for nationalists for the national office. Opportunists, no. The story of the state capture, it has come over and over from some. State capture, state capture, state capture. I don't know when this state was captured, okay? But the DP is part of that state. And the DP has supported this state from then, 1992, until now. So when did he discover that there is state capture and the state capture is controlling this and this and that? If he has discovered that, what is the way out? Okay, does he offer himself as the way out? I don't know how that is possible, because if you are a product of the system, you will always be the system, no matter where you go. But all in all, please, let's keep it here, and I encourage us to keep sharing this channel. And just to notify you that later on in the day, those of you that are in East Africa will be having another show like this, but we'll be hosting an MPS aspirant who will be answering questions on the youth and leadership and their political participation. So make a date with us at 8 p.m. East African time, and we'll be here to host Honorable Kennedy Odweyo. God bless you. Thank you.
Usiende kwa sababu utatupatia maombi ya mwisho. So we want to give our final closing submissions, and there's a lady, is it a lady? There's someone called Lady who joined us. Are you there? Okay, Lady is not there. So we are going to give our final submissions, closing submissions. We'll start with Muturi, then Inawezekana, then Mulumbu, then Dennis. We come like that. So Muturi, 2 minutes, your closing submissions. You are muted.
I don't have much to say, but let me just conclude by requesting each and every one of us to actually moderate this debate and avoid being so much biased.
Go on, Muturi.
So I was saying that we need also to avoid that clever way of diverting and defending our deeds while we are actually blanketing and supporting evildoers. You know, issues to do with corruption, as we all agree, is really a major problem in this country. And whether the most unfortunate thing, whether we like it or not, is that the crop of leaders that we have right now are corrupt. It doesn't matter. The only difference is time. And I said the only difference is time, because each and every person here has had an opportunity to serve in this government. So every candidate, we are eligible to ask each and every candidate what that person previously did with the position that he held in the government in the past. So nobody can take that responsibility. So it will not be about William Ruto. William Ruto is just a victim that right now he is currently on position. And the actions that he has done over the 10 years are the most recent. But it doesn't blanket and close our eyes on the evils that have been meted before. So if we really need to cure the problem that we have right now in this country, us as youth and people of sober mind must have an honest discussion about the future of this country. Right now, because the least we can do is to do away with the candidates that we have, and it is very clear that we only have Raila Odinga and William Ruto, and the discussion we have all agreed is about the economy, the trickle down versus the bottom up economic model. We only have to choose between the two. Unfortunately, that is what we have to choose between. And we should share how trickle down economy is more placed in a better position to improve our livelihood as a country, more than the bottom up approach or the opposite. So as we discuss, avoid personalities, because if we were to discuss personalities, my friend, everybody has a weakness. Everybody has shadows all over painted in his face, on his face, and it doesn't matter. Some people, I heard them talking about it has not been proven in a court of law. Others justify the court of the public opinion. You see, that confusion needs to be eliminated. And I think as we go forward, today being the first time, let me just get to listen. I will have an opportunity to join there another time. I will listen. I will take my time. I will also learn, because it is not it is not just about me talking. Sometimes also it is good to listen. Thank you so much. Lakini Bernard, upunguze hasira kidogo, tupeane time kidogo, pia sisi tunaongea, wacha kutu hijack tukiongea. Give us an opportunity to explain ourselves adequately, the same way we are giving you chances and all the time to explain what you have for us. Asante sana Themba, umekuja kumeoderate hii kitu. Na hiyo tuseme ukweli, we started very well and then we ended up arguing individually. Tukakuwa moto moto sana. Mrubu amejoin, amekosoa hapo, and it is not about even me. Sisi kama group, we need to improve on that. Personal attacks zikuishe ama zimoderatiwe tu, kwa sababu at the end of the day lazima mtu atarusha kitu kidogo kidogo akisupport candidate wake. Lakini asanti kwa kukosoa, mimi penye nimeguza nitarekebisha. Asanti Murubu.
Thank you, Muturi, and come again. I mean, you're a nice guy, and I can see you're willing to prosecute your position. And there's one person I admired a lot, alikuwa Kamodo. He was never elected hata siku moja, lakini alikuwa ana protect KANU either way. So I like that stand. So come again and keep it here. Now, inawezekana, can we give you 2 minutes as we go? Then we go to Mulumbu.
Pemba, I think the lady has come.
No, I will be short and precise. Just 2 seconds. I would like to say that anyone who comes to this forum, I am new. I am like 3 weeks since I came, and I've been following. People who have been contributing here have been giving facts na wanaeleza vitu na zinaeleweka. So to all those other guys who come without wanakuja tu wakirusharusha tu maneno, they don't have facts, wanatetea tu vitu zenye hawajui. Please, they need to stop that. That's the only thing that I need to say. When you come here, you come with facts and you argue reasonably, si kupinga tu na kusema tu mambo venye unajua tu, yani you just here tu kupinga. Yeah, that's all that I can say.
Thank you. Inawezekana. Lady, are you there?
Yes.
Now you are so far from the microphone, we can't really hear you well.
Still, you can't hear me well?
Okay, go ahead.
I just have only 3 words to say.
Your microphone, I don't know. This is a problem with your audio.
Do you hear me?
We are struggling to hear you. I just try talking, we see.
Now.
Okay, Mulumbu, go ahead. I want us to go around, then we'll come to Keriat later. Mulumbu, go ahead.
Thank you so much, guys. Do you see, that's what I call the debate. Because you look presentable, professional, energetic Kenyans who understands what they are talking about, who love their country, who know what you are supposed to get tomorrow. Sisi tunaenda karibu. You are almost finishing. And I would like you guys to reach my ears when you have transformed Kenya, because we could not do it because of Moi era. What we saw, you ndugu zangu hamukuona na hamutaona, because today you are in a digital, we can talk wherever we are. By that time there was no. Ilikuwa ni kama usiku na mchana. Kukiwa usiku, that's it. Ikuwa msenyo ukiona hivi ndio unaona mwangaza, unaona mali macho yako inafikia, that's it. There's nothing you can hear beyond that, or you can see beyond that. But you, God has enabled you can see beyond where you are and hear beyond where you are. Munaenda shule, munasoma, munakuwa na akili timamu to know what to do. This is what these other countries are doing. We Africa countries, we are not poor. But we are poor because of here, we don't listen, we don't think. Because when you discuss the way you are discussing here, some people just come with, it comes of something from nowhere, na anaanza kupingana without anything, without reasoning. That's why we fail. That's how our country that failed. You are the people that failing our country. Wazee wetu wamekuja America hapa, wamesoma, wameenda London, wamesoma, wakienda nyumbani they go back to tribal cocoon. Mimi ni Kalenjin na support game, mimi ni Luya support Mluya. They forgot a part of Kenyanism, wana forgot ya kwamba tomorrow akizaa mtoto ata overlap. They do for themselves, they don't do for the country and tomorrow. Hawafanyi kwa jirani. Ukiwa mzee, ukizaa watoto, ukiwa na mali kwako, jaribu usomeshe mtoto wa jirani. Ukimsomesha akitoka, hata jirani au jirani hawatakuja kuomba chakula. But ukikataa kumsomesha, yeye atakuja kukuua kesho na wao familia yako. So guys, when you come here, be sober. We don't care whom you are supporting, but reason. Listen to people what they are saying. We learn from each other. As I've told you, me sijasoma. Totally sijasoma. But I can speak English. Hakuna English utaniambia, lakini ukienda hiyo story ndani hiyo sitajua. Lakini kukuongea namna hii na yule vitu inafanyikana, I understand. That's how I can articulate. Kuna vingine mkienda deep hiyo, sasa nakaa na nyamaza. To hear what you are saying. About mahali tuko hapa to convince each other. Do not, the problem you have somehow for you guys, mnatumia arrogance ya kutoka huko nyumbani tumekuwa naye. Don't use that one. When you go for where professional people are, listen the way I listen. Vile nimekaa tu nikawasikiza, from then nilikuwa kazini, nimerudi mpaka kwa nyumba hapa sasa ndio nikapata time ya kuongea na nyinyi. I heard everything. So please, when you come here, make sure you listen. Na ukisikia mwenzako anakuambia bad, go back and listen. Kama hujui, go back and do research. Then come and help those people who doesn't know. It's when we are going to grow together. Remember, you are the one who is going to transform our country. Nchi yetu imerot na wale, ukitaka kujua nchi yetu imerot na wale walitutangulia, wale watu walikuwa wazuri sana, wale walikuwa napigania demokrasia waliuawa wote. Na wale watu wabadhirifu, the few ambao wamebakia, but wengi wao walikufa bila kuona hayo matunda. So guys, I cannot support my father kama reunion other people. It's my time to kuamsha watu nisifanye ile madhambi baba alifanya. Let us not do what our grandpa and father did wrong to other families. Follow that one. Let's put our country together, be the country. We have enough resources in Kenya. But because of kukosa kuzitumia vizuri, that's where we are. That's how Kenya poor it is. Ni kama uamini kama wewe ni pua na wewe ulipata kusoma kabatika, toka uende vijijini uone vile watu wanahangaika. Go and see the people that are really suffering. Go and see yourself before you come here. Ukishaona, ukija hapo ukichangia, uta understand what you are talking about. They will be able to help other people. Then you listen to other people. Listen. Mambo ya kugabuta ukiongea. The other thing, you have to put here in forum. There must be a law. Inaonekana Kenya bado hatuna law. Mtu akija kitupa tu maneno fua mwambie kama you don't have facts out. Next time akija atakuwa na facts. But if you let mtu aende kutupa maneno na haribu forum na tunaonekana dunia mzima, then you watu wamesimamia hii forum, you're not helping us. You have to have laws on this forum. You couple the fact statements because you are educating people down there. If you don't come with the fact statements, wanakuambia umekataa out. Let those people who have facts tufundishe wale wako chini. So guys, please, nawaomba, let this forum be education to other countries. Msipofanya hivyo, we are gonna end up like Uganda. Uganda sana is bleeding. Wrong decision. Mimi najua niko mixed, niko mora Uganda, niko Kenya. Is bleeding. And if you happen to get that rule of Uganda, ndugu yangu, mtakiona moto ambapo mjawahi kuona. And you are educated. Let's come together. You guys reason. Unajua mkiongea hapa vizuri, those people who are in the rule, they see. There's somebody, kuna kitu mtu amesema hapo, alikuwa sija anaitwa nani? Anaitwa nimesahau. Amesema ya kwamba koti inaweza ruli kwa ile nini ambapo sio fair. Ikatoa mtu alifanya makosa nikampatia freedom na ni mwanasiasa. Uamuzi iko kwa wananchi. You are the people who are going to discipline that person. Alienda kahongana koti kamwacha akatoka, lakini akitoka hapa nje nyinyi mtamwadhibu because you know he did wrong. But sasa akija na kitu kidogo na wahonge kidogo, basi koti imesema anakuja tuambia hapa hajapelekwa kotini. Hajapelekwa kotini, unajua alifanya makosa. He did wrong. Alikumturia, alikuroba, akakunyang'anya kila kitu, akwambia what utafanya nini? Utadu. Si mnasema ngapi utadu? Wewe mturu utadu. Basi anatoka na ni bwana siasa. Do you know what he do? Unamngojea siku ya kura. Then you undo him. But ukisema koti silimpata hakuwa na makosa yote, then unazidi kumongeza, atazidi kukufinya, atafinya na mtoto yako na mjukuu wako na everybody. So please, kwa machacho, kwa sababu watu wengine pia wanataka wachangie, I just ask you guys, please be sober. Really be sober. Let's do this forum for educating ourselves and our kids. Nyinyi pia mnazaa, najua wengine wao mmezaa watoto bado wadogo hawajui, lakini leta sawa sisi wazee tujue kwamba tumezaa vijana. Hata mama kama sijakuzaa, but your reasoning here, you are like sana. I'm very happy about you because I know my grandkids they are going to be safe. So hatakuwa kama mimi. Watu wa kuimu nimekimbilia mbali, nimeenda kuishi mbali siwaonangi because the situation I was in. That's why guys, now I give you thank very much, and thank you Mturi, because I've seen now something is coming to you, understanding like anaitwa nani Ndeto. Nowadays you see understanding. We are here to educate each other. Najua hausomi kila siku moja na ukajua, step by step, kutoka standard moja ndio ukaenda mpaka unaenda professional, unakuwa umemaliza miaka karibu 10. So you are on the good track to know what was you are doing. So thank you so much. I welcome you. I'm still with the BU guys.
Thank you so much, Mulumbu, for those closing remarks. Dennis, allow me to give Metiaki Joseph. Metiaki, umekuja kama tunamaliza, so you just give your brief remarks. You can join us tomorrow mapema kama vile Bernard amesema. This show starts promptly by 8 until people feel sleepy. So just give us your your few remarks. You summarize. Debate ilikuwa imeisha. Karibu. You can unmute
Just
yourself.
unmute your mic first.
I hope you can hear me. Okay, thank you so much. I think it's my first time being here today. First, I hope you are telling me that you're almost closing. It's a nice thing. Let me concur with Bwana Mulumbu. We have heard you. I hope that mutaweka rules as he has said. Mzee, shukran sana kwa yale umeongea. And then concerning the topic of bottom up, I think this is why I came here. Actually, I am from Taita Taveta. Our DP was there, today. I have had a chance to meet with the youth from, I think, Juzi, I was there. And actually, we don't have what the youth are saying, chini mashinani. They don't understand how the bottom-up policy will going to work. Majority of them are not aware of how the hustler thing or how they are going to be helped. I think this is a question that maybe they're supposed to bring on the issue of bottom-up. And then the next thing, I think we are youth. It's a very good forum. I've heard Bwana Mulumbu saying that during Moi's era, there were a lot of issues they could not get such opportunity to discuss. Let us now use this opportunity as something nice that we can discuss, because actually we youth, we are going through a lot of trouble, a lot of issues. I think we need to bring this debate, such a forum, to be of something of use. If let us not just debate on one candidate or this candidate, I think it's not going to help. Tuangalie tutajitoa vipi. We are in a trap. We don't know what to do. We need a new face up there. We need someone up there who will going to change things. But currently we don't have one. Hatuoni mtu atatutoa. So let us just use this forum tuangalie whether we can have something itatusaidia sisi kama youth kidogo, lakini tukileta debate, tukianza kutaja majina, tukisema huyu, tukisema, I think it's a bit early. Well, that's what I can say. I think for me, tukusanye kwanza mawazo. Let us put the youth on the right wing. Let us put the youth on the at least kwanza kwa the registration. The youth are not doing it down there. Have been too much nani. The youth are tired. Everyone amechoka. Let us use this opportunity to kwanza tuanze hapo, lakini tusianze kugusa kwanza majina kwa sasa or staffs. Otherwise, thank you. Sitaki kuongea sana. And I'm hoping maybe you will base this now on the county level, on some sort of a level kidogo with time, so that we can have a nice discussion. Asanteni, asanteni.
Thank you so much, Joseph. You're welcome. I mean, you're bringing out very important points, just like Mulumbu said. If we want to gain from this forum, the more factual we are, the better it is for us and for others. I think that is the best way to go. So if you haven't researched, you'll just come to make noise. But if you have researched, if you have your facts right, you become helpful to the debate. Thank you so much, Joseph. See you tomorrow at 8 exactly. We are also having this platform for aspirants. Probably you can have different aspirants who can come and share with us the ideas. And we also question them. That's how now this is part of what accountability and interrogation of the leaders we are going to have. So moving on tomorrow, we have already had one aspirant, and we have many others whom we have lined up. So keep it right here, come here, ask them questions, question them. And we are saying that the part that you meet development is at the MC and the MP. Uko juu, it doesn't really affect you much. Hapa chini. So the leaders you're going to have here is very important. Lady, I can see you now. Are you able to talk? Is your audio okay? Because I still cannot hear you. Can you talk?
Can you hear me? Hi, everyone.
Yes. Okay, go ahead now. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yes, you Sema, if we just come in this platform, we start blaming one another. We won't make Kenya better place. We can't change Kenya by blaming one another. At the end of the day, we have to discuss and come out with a solution. What is the best solution? What are we supposed to do?
Lady, we are struggling. You are breaking. Your audio is breaking. Maybe you can sort it out as we hear from Dennis. You can go out and come back in. Maybe you'll have sorted your audio. Dennis.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. First of all, this is a milestone for me. Today is the day where I've gone mpaka to the very, very end, yeah? To the very, very end of the of the debate and discussion, yeah? Thank you, Bernard. Thank you, Themba. Thank you, Muturi. Thank you, Mulumbu. What I like with this forum is one, yeah? I always learn a thing per day, yeah? And me, I like learning. That is my passion, yeah? I like at least if I come. So thank you anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Though we lost you at some point. I don't know what you said. There's some words you
Oh,
said towards the. We
I was
lost you a
saying,
little bit. Yeah.
yeah, I saw it also. I was saying that I appreciate for all the things that I've learned, and to this and many more, I'll be here until I don't know, because I really like learning from here. And there's a book that you are telling me, the bank that you are telling me about. I want to research about it. Themba, which bank was that?
Grameen's Bank in India. Grameen's GRAMIN. Yes. NS. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I want to study that.
You go and research. The guy won, I think, a Nobel Prize because of that the bottom up thing. It's a very good example of how things start from the ground. Even Muturi could go and benefit from how Grameen's Bank was formed. Here in Kenya, bottom up, KWFT, Equity Bank is an example of bottom up. It starts from down, it builds up. So you could pick that. So when it is starting from up, it's no longer bottom up, it's trickle down. As long as someone is deciding it from the government downwards. But you need a mix of the two. So
also
you can.
Cooperative Bank, Cooperative Bank of Kenya.
Yeah, Cooperative Bank of Kenya. Yeah. Yeah, those are examples of bottom up, People coming together down here, empowering themselves, then that building into an organization that is so big. That is bottom up. But the other way that you are looking at in terms of what you're saying is a mix of the two. There are things you can't do without the government. So we have to appreciate that. And go read also the Chinese model. It is not entirely bottom up. Yeah.
Though I've done a lot of Chinese though. Yeah. Because right now I'm hoping to pursue to further my studies. So the Chinese I've read. So I'll thank you for this contribution, bro. Thank you, and to many more.
You're welcome, bro, and keep it right here. So, lady, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead. Let's struggle and hear you through. Your audio is bad, but let's try and hear. We will hear you. Go ahead.
Mi nasema hivi, tuache kulaumiana, tuache machungu na tukae chini tufikirie. Kama kuna wakati tulikosea, tujirekebishe na tutengeneze barabara safi ya kila mtu kupita. Understand? We might be blaming somebody and it's our own mistake. That time hatukuona, but sahi tumeona. So tusirudie makosa, turekebishe makosa na tutengeneze Kenya. Leo hii tukitengeneza Kenya, it is for our better benefit. I normally say in Kenya, if we get good leadership, hatuhitaji kuomba alone. In Kenya we have enough we are stable and we have enough finances. You understand? So let's hope for the best that Kenya will change, and let's discuss and come out with a solution. How shall we change Kenya in which way? But let's not come on this platform with personal interest. Because you support somebody, he have let's because I support somebody, lazima niseme maoni yangu yasikike sana, kila mtu anifuate. No, unaweza kuwa una support somebody because you have some interest na huyo mtu, because he's your tribe, because he's somebody to you. You understand? We won't change Kenya with that interest. We just change Kenya with our minds that this time round wamepandisha mafuta. Nani alikuwa kwa mafuta fulani? Tutamrudisha ama hatutamrudisha? Tutamrudisha, asituumize tena. Wacha tubadilishe, tuweke mtu fulani. And all in all, as much as we discuss, we have to pray hard. Kenya needs somebody who has wisdom, who can see in front and back and middle. And Kenya needs somebody who don't have a big stomach. It needs somebody who wants to know how like a father in a house. Kenya needs somebody like that. Ukielect MCA, unafaa uelect MCA mwenye unajua atalea hiyo area, atajali maslahi ya wananchi, sio kujali tumbo na bibi na watoto. Then story naisha, hata mtoto mwenye ako kwa tumbo anafunguliwa account. So as much as we debate, let us choose Kenya wisely. In fact, in Kenya, you know, what I've learned from Mtembe is that wale watu tuna argue sana, it's because we are having something better in this Kenya. Lakini in this Kenya, hule mtu mwenye sahi venye Mulungu amesema anaishi maisha ya chini, he's really suffering, she's really suffering a lot. Kuna mtu sahi hadi mtoto wake hajawahi join shule sababu hana pesa. Si ati juu Kenya haina kazi na Kenya haina pesa. It's because tulifanya wrong choosing. Understand? Lakini kama tunge choose wisely, hatungekuwa tunaumia. Kenya si maskini, Kenya ni nchi tajiri sana ukipata uongozi ulio mzuri. Kwa hayo machache, Mungu wa amani na wabariki.
Asante sana lady, naona umestruggle sana lakini tumekusikia. Those were very important points that we were going to miss. Now, I want to give one quote and one encouragement for all of us who are here, that the fact that we can participate in this political discussion is a good thing. Because Plato said, one of the penalties of refusing to participate in politics is that you end up being governed by your inferiors. That means, therefore, if we want to change the target and the trajectory, we must participate in political discussion and governance. If possible, even participate in leadership. So this is a good step. This is civic education already, which I think is good. We might not necessarily agree in most of the things, but it's a good thing because we are sharpening. Iron sharpens iron. You are getting to listen to the other person and you are getting to participate in the debate around the governance of your country. I think this is a good thing, is a good direction. We must continue talking, because when we stop talking, we start fighting. So the best thing is let's keep talking. So see you tomorrow. I want to consider some views that have been posted to us. I don't know, just I may not read the views, but I want to acknowledge the people. There's Patrick Moshiri, there's Rafael Mosioka, there's Metola Komboa, Variety Gitash. You keep coming every day. Thank you so much. Keep Koech, Emmanuel, thank you so much. We saw you. Patrick Moshiri again. Let me see. Joseph Gekara, really appreciate your coming in. Robert Male, Bob Male, asante sana for coming in every time. We really appreciate those who come and view. You send us your questions. Some of them, as we keep on responding, we acknowledge them. Fred, thank you so much. Rafael Mosioka, I think I've mentioned. Let me see on YouTube if we have anybody there. Dennis Ondieki, yeah, Rafael Moshiri. I think that's it, and others. If we haven't mentioned you, it's not that we haven't acknowledged you and we haven't seen you. Definitely, we appreciate your being there. Now, as Bernard has said, we meet again tomorrow. Today, I think it's tomorrow. Is it tomorrow or today later, Bernard?
It's today, 8 o'clock East African time.
Tomorrow is for me. Tomorrow is for me.
Yeah, tomorrow is for Mulumbu. Yeah. So today later at 8 p.m. sharp. Now, listen, everyone. We are bringing. We want to know our leaders. So we are bringing the leaders. We are bringing the aspirants. So if you know any aspirant anywhere that is vying in the MCA, MP, and they are interested in coming in to share their vision with the country, because this forum is watched across the globe. They want to share with the country and with other people. Kindly get in touch with us. Get in touch with Bernard. We'll be given the modalities on how that goes. We want
Even
to
a
host
governor,
this.
even a
Yeah,
governor, a man of people will come down here to listen to us.
Even
Exactly.
president. We are hosting everybody from the
Yeah, we are
president
hosting.
to the
Yeah,
MCA.
downwards, yes. So anybody who is aspiring and they want to come and share their vision, we need to start as a voter, and as a member and a country. We need to start interrogating our leaders, and this is the best platform that we can do that. We get to hear what they have rather than out there at the political podium. So having said that, I think we appreciate all of those who are still here. I can see Sam has come back, Mulumbu, Muturi. See you again tomorrow. We want to close with a word of prayer from our brother Bernard.
Okay, before I pray, I just want to support what you have said as in your closing remark. And as we go out in looking for leaders, we should remember that we must first be the best before we are fast. We don't be fast and then be the best. We be the best, then be fast. So we have to secure that for us to get quality leaders, not just anybody. There is a consolidated narrative being pushed that is all we have. Those are the only choices we have. We must learn to do with what we have. No, we must push for that, the best, the topmost, what is best for this country, what is best for our children, what is best for the future. No mediocrity in between. If we lift up that bar, we'll end up with a better Kenya. But settling down at watu wote wale wamekuja ni wale na tukubali tu kwa sababu wamekuja, that needs to be fought vehemently. Having said that, let's remember we are all Kenyans. Mturi, thank you for coming. We have met for the first time. You say it's your first day on the platform. Sorry for harassing you if I did. But usually when things get hot, we get very hot in this place. So you have had a very rough welcome, but it is a welcome anyhow. So relax. We are not fierce. We will not stone you. Although we take tear gas, it's not that we are out to finish you. We just want a better Kenya. And for a better Kenya, let's endure some things. Some of it is embarrassing at times. Like when you see the comments, what wakichoka na wewe koko comments, there are things they say you must have double heart to come back to the show. So relax yourself. You're welcome. Which county are you?
Nyandarua County.
Hey, Nyandarua County, the county of mnaotesha nini? Ninyi ndio mko na ngano na michele ama?
Ngano, viazi, maziwa.
So utanitumia ngano kama gorogoro mbili hivi. Naomba.
Na waru ni mingi.
As Thanksgiving service.
Waru
Waru inaotesha kitambi, sitaki kitambi sai. All the same. So let's all relax. We are all Kenyans. Let's love one another and preach the unity of our country. And God is going to help us. We may see things, we may understand everything, but our understanding is limited.
Can I say one thing? Can I just say one thing?
Yes, sir.
Guys, we thank this digital. This digital has made us, I can talk to somebody from Nyandarua. You can talk to somebody from Mombasa, Moyale, wherever it is. When you are in darkness, we could not talk about this. Because if you could not talk, so when I meet with you, I was your enemy, you are my enemy. Because you don't know my ideas, you don't know what I think. But when you see me, I say I'm your enemy. But when you exchange ideas, we are all in the same pot. The problem you have in Nyandarua, the problem is having it from Western. The problem is having from Mombasa. It's the same thing. Those wanakula huko na sisi tunakufa njaa. So we have to fight together to bring the Kenya where it's supposed to be. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Turi, let's stay in touch. If there is a private chat here, you can leave your number there so that we add you on our WhatsApp group. And there is also something we are considering. We need to be doing our a weekly news for this particular channel. And we want people from different counties to tell us the correct state of affairs. What's hii tunaletewa imechongwa ikaundwa iseme kile wanamesema waseme. Nataka watu raw to tell us. Nyandoro watu wanasema hivi, Kisii watu wanasema hivi. Physical people interacting with physical people, giving us right news. So Turi, you can be part of that. Be our representative in Nyandarua. We'll get the Atuya in Kisii, and then we have had somebody from Taveta here. So we are building up as a channel, not just to be coming here and debating. We want to make sure that we are on the forefront in giving required information. As a nation grows together, they're growing in the same direction, understanding that the same problems in Kisii are the ones in Mombasa and elsewhere. And we must hold hands as Kenyans and deliver this country to a better place. On that, let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you. We appreciate you that you are Lord and King. We look unto you for everything. You, the only wise God, according to your word. We pray that by your wisdom, you will cause this nation to arise again from the fall where it has fallen and pick up in the name of Jesus to total recovery. We thank you for our current leaders. We thank you for the ones you have set aside to be our successive leaders. We pray in the name of Jesus that you will lead us as a nation, individually, corporately, and community-wise, that will make right decision when it comes to voting for the people in office. But Lord, we pray in the name of Jesus that you will guide our hand, you will guide our mind, you will guide our spirits to be able to agree with you on who you have chosen to be our leader for the next phase of this country. We pray for our current president, our deputy president, and the rest of the leaders at all levels. Let them govern us by your word. Let them govern us by your wisdom. Help each one of them to make right decision that will glorify your name and help this country to recover from where it has fallen. We give you thanks for this platform. We ask for your blessing upon it, and we ask that you will propel it to grow into the magnitude, great media house that you have ordained it to be. We thank you for the management of the same. Let your wisdom continually flow, and let this channel continue being a blessing to as many as tune in. We give you thanks and bless you for the privilege of being here. Glorify your name in our lives. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Aya pasta kujia nduma zimeiva.
Asante, asante, asante. Kwanza wewe fungu la 10 la nduma nana nakulanga.
Funga show kwanza wewe.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we thank you so much for continuing to follow Mtembei TV. We encourage you to keep following, subscribe, share, and make sure that you're here. So see you at 8 o'clock East African time when we begin the aspirant show. God bless you in Jesus' name.